That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run, let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend is jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3, which happens to be the final day of the British Esport University Championship Winter Finals 2021, sponsored by Intel and powered by Intel, actually, sponsored by Barclays and Monster Energy. There's a bit of a mouthful. It is a Sunday morning. It is pretty early. Excuse me and any mistakes I might be making here. So this weekend has been absolutely jam-packed with content, but that is nothing new. The NSC always has something going on, so make sure that you follow their socials and check out their website so you can stay in the loop and you know what is happening. So far this weekend, we have been able to crown 4 champions across 4 different titles. We had Manchester University for CSGO, we had UCL for Dota 2, Warwick, my personal favorite, for League of Legends, and yesterday we also crowned Keeley for Rocket League. Now, today we're looking to crown 3 more, so that's a total of 7 if my math is correct, which really isn't my strong suit, but we're looking to crown 3 more in Siege, Valorant, and Overwatch. And honestly, the games so far this weekend, they have been absolutely incredible. Super exciting. The teams really are so closely matched, and the titles have been yoinked by the underdogs. And trust me when I say I do love a good underdog story. So let's just get the day started with some Siege. Joining me for today's cast are Kara and Grace. Hello, everyone. How are we doing on this Sunday morning? Grace, how are you feeling?
I'm super pumped for this. Leeds versus Loughborough. I mean, come on. It's every single time with these kind of finals, we get new teams every time. Certainly a very positive sign for the competitive integrity of the University Siege and also UK Siege in general. So very exciting stuff. Absolutely pumped for it. Sunday fun day. What can I say?
How are you doing, Karen? Are you just as excited?
Oh yeah, you know what I mean? It's like a lovely day in Scotland. I mean, Grace, guys, I've already told you guys all this stuff, but yeah Leeds versus Loughborough. I'm just excited to see some good Siege, see some good action in preparation for the whole day.
Absolutely agree, and the action we shall have. So let's start off by discussing both of these teams. So they've had both a quite good season so far, especially when we're looking at Leeds. They have an 11-1 record here, and they won previously against Loughborough, so we got that rematch going today, which is seems to be a little bit of a theme here at the NSC this weekend. Loughborough, on the other hand, you know, they were previously in the top 8, the last 3 splits, you know, and they also have a couple of losses here and there. So, Grace, what more can you tell us about their performance for both of these teams, really, for the past season here?
I mean, defo, I think both these teams are amazing teams. I will say that obviously Loughborough's have had a little bit of a roster change there, as have Leeds had a little bit of adjustments as well. The fact that, again, looking at these kind of, especially the stage 1 results on the side of Leeds, they 7-4'd Swansea. And then Loughborough's also beat Swansea Storm in the championship bracket 2-0. And I will point out, if Swansea do anything right, it's always making good Siege lineups, good Siege rosters. So that already is significant for both of these teams, the fact that they've shown up and basically, I would say smacked Swansea about, but they've still beaten them. And again, that 2-0 on the side of Loughborough is very, very impressive indeed. And I think that already sets the bar pretty high for me. Again, as you say, they've already kind of gone head-to-head against each other, with the dub going in the side of Leeds, I believe it was. So, yeah, we love a bit of a revenge arc. Potential for a revenge arc. I think that could be quite interesting.
We really, really do. And, you know, both of these teams coming in, just looking at their placement history here, they weren't really expected to make it this far. There's even no information on the spring 2021 for the Leeds team here. Kieran, are there any specific players that, you know, came in this year and you think we should really look out for? Anything specific, map picks from both of these teams here that when we see them, we should be like, okay, yes, like mental note taken.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so basically, yeah, straight away, I'm going to start off with Loughborough. I mean, it's kind of the person that almost we need to talk about. It's Seathis from Delta Project playing on the Loughborough team. I mean, he's playing a day in, day out, working with, like, probably the most... I say the most kind of influential figures in Rainbow Six history. So obviously everybody's going to look towards him. They're going to look towards Loughborough, potentially him being a talisman. So that'll be a really interesting one. On the other side, on the side of Leeds, I mean, we've got Tian, Tichy, Heizo, players that have always been in and about the uni scene. We've actually got a new player coming into the fold for this season, Dilly, who was, I mean, always in that T4 scene, playing in ECS, playing in ESA. I think it was Paragon, if I remember remember correctly. So, I mean, he's a really good player and obviously a good addition as we see Leeds starting to reach the heights now of grand finals as we already seen them in the past week.
These teams have absolutely showed up and showed off what they were made of. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a mean one here. Guys, I want some predictions. I know we haven't really covered everything yet. You guys will probably go into that a little bit later, but I'd like to hear your prediction, Grace. I'm gonna go with you first.
Oh no, why do I have to go first? Gosh, darn. Like, this is the thing. If I'm scared to set, because this is the thing, like on paper, the way that Leeds have been playing and setting up is the best I've ever seen them play and set up. So I kind of want to say Leeds, but I also know if I don't say Loughborough's, I won't hear the end of it on the timeline. And Safest will probably start flaming me. So I think logically Leeds, but for my own safety, I'm going to say Loughborough's.
It's like when the teacher is speaking at you at like 8 in the morning on a Monday. It's like, you answer this question. And you're like, why me? Can I just pass? But Kieran, it's your turn now. What is your prediction here? Sorry.
Well, to the opposite of Grace, I mean, I'll probably have like Titchy and all them in my, what do you call it, on the TL flaming me. I mean, I know Milo and Dilly will probably be there as well. So I'm going to have to go with Leeds, unfortunately, Loughborough. I'm sorry, that's just the way things go.
I love to see that. You know, both casters here have a different opinion. We've seen this over the entire weekend so far. It's like the caster, like, this person is gonna win, like, on paper, and then that person loses on paper. So it's just like...
Well, this is it. Like, again, it's not even... I feel like at this point, it's not even an opinion. I'm just scared. Just
bullied into giving
I'm just like, in a very awkward position. And no, I think, again, as, you know, Cairo said, Leeds has some players that I've followed for a while now, and I've seen them really show up, and I think that there's so much potential there, and I think in my heart of hearts, I would love for Leeds to win just because that would be so good for them. And I think that would be very promising going forward. And I think, again, with Loughborough's, again, people like Safest, it's like we already know they're good. So it's kind of like... No, I would say it's David versus Goliath because, again, I think there's a lot of... again, no disrespect to Loughborough's at all, but I do think that there's a lot of nice experience that Safest can give to them. You know, throughout this tournament and possibly, you know, also in the spring circuit as well. And I think regardless of what happens today, we could see a rematch next tournament, which is very exciting for me. Very exciting indeed.
A rematch is always exciting, and this is actually a rematch today. So it's a best of 3. Are you guys expecting to go the whole 3 games?
Ooh.
That's a good question. I mean, the thing is, though, that they have already seen each other, so they maybe already have a kind of initial feeling for how each other will play. I mean, Siege is all about strategy, etc. So maybe they could go the distance. Maybe we'll see them kind of steal a map pick. I don't know.
I'm gonna say no. I think it's gonna be 2-0 again. I think either, you know, we're gonna see a repeat of what we've already seen this season, the 2 leads going in the favour of Leeds, or Loughborough's are gonna kind of pull their breaches up a little bit and just go 0 to 100 and absolutely knock them off the face of the planet. So I don't think this will go to the 3rd map, if I'm honest. I think one of these teams is going to show up incredibly well today. It's just which team will it be?
It's just which team went to bed early last night, honestly.
Well, this is it as well. Like, it's like 10 a.m. Like, and I think, that you know, especially players of Siege, it's not just the passion stack at 1 a.m. It's the timeline arguments and debates. So I again, there's a lot of passion there, but it's early hours of the morning passion, not perhaps around this time earlier in hours. This is more late hours of the morning, and I'm not sure that a lot of these, unless they're waking up for lectures, I don't think a lot of them see sunlight. To be honest. In the kindest way possible. Like, just like jabbing at them. I'm just like, none of you wake up. No. It's like, you know how it is. Study and Siege. It's a great combo. It's a great combo.
Speaking of these early hours in the morning on a Sunday, you might have a higher chance to win as fewer people are awake. I think, I assume. So Intel is doing a drop giveaway exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. One of these drops has a Christmas jumper, so if you're feeling a little festive and a little lucky, make sure to type I giveaway and enter. Monster Energy is doing a monster drop, so you can get some monster. If there's fewer people, you have a higher chance to win. Just type monster drop in the chat and you will be entered. And again, if you want some NSE branded socks, because we know it's cold out there, you want to keep those feet warm while you're gaming, just take a picture of your viewing party, whether it's in person or online. But please make sure that if it's in person, it's COVID safe. I'm gonna keep saying this. I know I sound like a broken record. Just make sure you adhere to the COVID restriction rules. And just be safe out there. Post it on Twitter using hashtag BUEC Winter 2021 and hashtag Socks for Socks, and you will be entered. Casters, I am gonna throw it to you so you can do your casting magic. You can talk a little bit more about all the strategies and statistics in these games. Best of luck with the cast here, and to both teams, best of luck with the games today. Wishing you guys all the best.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Again, this is going to be a really exciting one, genuinely. Yeah. I think that, first of all, Revenge Arc, which we love. Second of all, it's some familiar faces on both sides. Yes, admittedly, Leeds maybe not showing up in the circuit as much lately, but certainly in other tournaments as well. Same with Loughborough, to be honest, as well. Yeah. Again, depends on those map picks though, because I do think Leeds have a very good cafe as an example. And I think, you know, I think I can't remember if it was NSE or Newell actually, but there was a match between the two of them on cafe, and I think Leeds, I expected Loughborough to do a lot better than they actually did. It was a bit janky around the edges for them. But yeah, ultimately, there can only be one winner today.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, on top of that, we did get a kind of, well, a little insight when that nice, lovely graphic came up that NSC provided us with, where we saw the kind of favoured maps. And you're right, Leeds favour a cafe. And then on top of that, you look towards the other side where Loughborough actually favour a villa. And I mean, obviously we know about cafe. It's that kind of standard 20-second meta-ish map. It's very structured in the way it's got to be done. But villa is kind of not like that.
Yeah, Villa, it's really down to your roam game more than anything, or your roam clear more than anything, because again, it's the biggest map in the map pool. There's so much map control to gain or keep hold of. Again, when it comes to that map, I think it really depends on whether the team decide to immediately go for the jugular, or whether they are going to do a full sweep and clear. And again, if on that defense especially, people often fall into a trap of doing a solo roam, especially within the university circuit. Is one thing I've noticed, and it's like, that's great. If you're feeling a bit fraggy, wonderful, pop off. But 9 times out of 10, you will solo roam. It's one person trying to maintain all of that map control. Someone will kill you. No one's there for the refrag. No one's there for the trade. And it's just like, you've given away most of the map, and everyone's tiny on site. Just all batten down the hatches, and then it's just this really aggressive execute, and it's game over. So hopefully we won't see any of that today if we do go to Villa.
Well, we'll need to see if we are going to Villa. I did get a nice lovely word in our ear that we might actually have our map vetoes up, Grace, so we will actually get to see where we're going to go. And, well, I mean, straight away, we've already talked about Cafe Villa. I mean, I was about to say, we're actually getting a coastline.
Yes,
what is
let's
this?
go! Send it! I am so hyped about that. Okay, Coastline is like my favourite map in the entire world. Like, I love Coastline. Controversial opinion as hell, but to heck with it. I absolutely love Coastline. Hell in a Cell, as I like to refer to it as, the smallest map in a map pool. It's just a box of death. Of course, we've had changes to the map as well. So you're now going to get a lot more use out of things like hard breach utility, whereas before perhaps you wouldn't need it, or you could just bring the secondary hard breach. Now when you're going into that VIP area to get that VIP control, which is so important, especially when executing onto a majority of these sites, to be honest, you've got sometimes that big reinforcement now from the balcony that you have to get through. You can't just jump in through the windows anymore when it's nice and clear. So again, more utility burning Coastline now, but still just as aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really is Sunday Funday now. We're going to Ibiza, but we'll need to see what. Obviously, Leeds, they're going to be starting on the defense, which is quite interesting. I mean, the way it's kind of built now. Loughborough's on defense. Oh, right, okay, my producer's just baiting me there, Grace. I mean, what can we do? We're going to need to have a chat later, JK, but I mean, we'll stop talking about Coastline, we'll start to, I wonder what the next map's going to be. It's a clubhouse.
A clubhouse dub house. I mean, again, that's expected. I was expecting at least a club on Oregon in this best of 3. I think everyone and their nan at this point just expects the club Oregon combo, maybe. The fact that Leeds have been spicy with the coastline as the first map as well.
Yeah.
That's so exciting. And then clubhouse, it's a nice safe one for Loughboroughs to try and, you know, depending on how the first map goes, pull it back. Or even, to be fair, for Leeds, if Leeds completely wash the first map, that still gives them a good chance to pull it back. That's a nice even Stevens grounding point. Maybe actually we may see the third map just because of how these picks have been, actually. Again, coastline, 9 times out of 10, it will be very heavily weighted to one team or the other. And then clubhouse will often be a lot closer. So things are a little bit up in the air when I'm looking at this right now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there it is. Oregon, I mean, it's the standard kind of university scene, clubhouse Oregon. I mean, I think the interesting thing here is we've got kind of 2 formulaic maps in the form of Oregon and Clubhouse, so it'll be interesting to see how those 2 teams kind of interact. But I think the kind of decider of the way this kind of best of 3 will go is going to be Coastline, which was a Leeds pick, which maybe is trying to then catch Loughborough off guard here. It'd be interesting to see if they had actually banned each other's picks of Cafe and Villa, but again, that's all up to the kind of the veto.
Yeah, and I think this will be an interesting thing too, because again, as I mentioned before, Leeds have had a more standard way of playing these maps from what I've seen. They've been a bit more by the book about it, and I think that's certainly going to help them going into Coastline. If you understand how by the book to attack and defend that kind of map, it certainly benefits you. That's where I'm a bit worried. Of course, Safus, he's going to know how to attack and defend this map, but how can he articulate that to the rest of the team? Would they? Again, I'm assuming that they probably really haven't scrimmed it because of how busy some of these players can be. And then it's the idea of how much IDLing on the spot can you do in order to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing, and whether or not that's going to be very clean cut or not, because it could be quite a spooky one if it's a bit janky again around the edges. So
yeah,
I agree with the point you said about how that's going to essentially determine how this will go.
Yeah, I think it is going to be an interesting. Obviously, we straight away we were excited when we saw the Coastline pick. I mean, it's a pretty exciting map, and like the fact that like it has moved towards this hard breach kind of I guess movement. The fact that you've got VIP to breach into, you've already mentioned all this kind of stuff. It really is starting to become an interesting map, because now we can actually see styles rather than just let's go and like take gunfights and see what we can get and see what picks we can get.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, speaking of picks, it's also the op picks that you can now bring to Coastline that are perhaps a bit more exciting, especially when it comes to, you know, again, where those hard breach utility may have to be used now. The sledge being banned out by Loughboroughs, again, that's a bit, I don't want to say that's a waste. I understand the logic behind it, but also they could just take a buck if they want to do that vert play. Maybe they're assuming that perhaps their buck skills aren't as on fleek as they could be. The Thatcher, of course, is a classic. The Valkyrie is, of course, a classic as well. I'm very excited to see what Leeds are going to ban out on defense, whether it will be something standard, maybe your Maestro, maybe your Echo, or whether we'll see something outside the box. No, a mirror. There we are.
Well, I mean, she's not going to go home. She's not getting to go and party in Ibiza, the Spanish operator. I mean, the thing is, though, I don't really hate the sledge ban. I'm going to be honest. I mean, if I was really to go for a soft breach brand, I'd probably go for Buck. I mean, he's got that kind of, he can go below. I mean, we've seen it on Coastline, people entering in through office and kind of going that way. The fact you've kind of take out an almost staple of any kind of attack, and you almost reinforce the kitchen in a way, because you can't bring that sledge. You don't get that nade capability on the soft destruction either. It will be an interesting one, and well, there is actually no realistic kind of straight away soft destruction being brought by the attackers. There's no Buck. I mean, there's going to be a Zofia which has breaching charges, but all in all, I'm not really seeing much in terms of that soft destruction in this very first round.
Yeah, they've gone a bit more around the kind of classic standard current meta. A lot of people bringing the Thinker. It's kind of interesting to see, just for the one kind of hard breach there as well. I mean, I guess you could call Ayana a support almost, but people have been using that for a while as they swap out for Zofia or Ashe. So again, Intel probably the name of the... It's interesting to see such an Intel heavy op being picked along with the Thinker as well. And again, Thinker being part of that current meta. We're just seeing everyone and their nan bring Thinker at the moment. One thing I will say is that I'm not too pleased with the fact that Leeds have gone Penthouse Theatre first. And again, I want to see how this setup is. It looks like they've really extended this into VIP though, so that's certainly going to help them. It's just this is where they need to batten down the hatches in that VIP area, because if that piece of map control goes, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we do have Heizo roaming downstairs with Ellie. I was going to say, I mean, that this penthouse has really became stronger with that VIP kind of, obviously that VIP wall now being introduced. I mean, I think Jesco was the one who made a really great kind of piece on the penthouse defense and how it's really evolved because of these changes. So it will be interesting to see how they've adapted to that and maybe how they've taken those tips. But I believe Ellie was maybe moving towards the cool vibe stairs, the Malusi, and there is this really tough hold on towards 90 with the shields.
Ooh, and there we go. We're going to see some of that utility come out to try and get rid of that shield. It doesn't actually, it's not able to land properly, and we're going to see a disc go out to secure any other grenades that are thrown, and it's going to get yeeted away again. This shield very much protected. That is a very difficult position to get TXC out of right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough indeed. And I mean, you look towards what Loughborough have done in terms of the map control. They've really went laterally across the map here, and will so have Leeds in response. I mean, we're seeing, I believe that was Heizo, they are holding down the luggage area. I believe all players below have went elsewhere, but a flurry of kills out of nowhere. Dilly moving up towards Cool Vibes, and I believe that was Lai just jumping out of the VIP area. Yes, it was the Cade. Lovely couple of kills there coming straight out in form of Leeds, but finally we see a refrag coming in from Stunt, getting rid of that Cade. Maybe a C4 lost as well on the side of Leeds. Sorry, on the defense. We'll need to see how Loughborough's really start to convert this map control.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the Selma's getting used as a way to try and get rid of that shield, but it doesn't actually manage to, again, get rid of that shield utility. TXC is just laughing at this point because you are firmly just staying in that position. And it's not even like Loughboroughs are doing anything wrong, because they are just trying to use that utility and get rid of it. It's just, again, you don't expect the discs to be there, and then you have to burn them out, and it just becomes absolute chaos at that point.
Yeah. And I mean, it's something that you kind of you were talking about earlier in terms of how Leeds have got these really really robust setups. And I mean, we can see that with how the crossfires are set up, the way that the people are helping each other. But that doesn't matter when you've got Satis that can just swing like that. Tian's taking one out, but there's a trade. But Titchy's finally taken out Satis. It's down to 2 versus 1. It's down to Sen on the Thinker, pushing in. Only 10 seconds left. And just like that, they're going to get down and taken out. Leeds will take round 1, and already, Grace, we're seeing that kind of point that you were making earlier, emphasising on Leeds setups.
I think this is it, and it's the fact that, again, I absolutely, I know it's such a old school thing to do, but I just hate that penthouse theatre site, because I have so much trauma from back in the day when that initial, window and VIP collapse came through, and it was just like, you cannot defend that. So I was like, oh no, it's still roughly the same. Of course, you can now extend to VIP, but are they going to do that? Yes, they did. And now they have the rest of the sites to just very politely and calmly work their way through. And again, the setups they're bringing are really nice and solid. Love the alibi as well. I think that's really probably going to be useful if they do get to the point where Loughboroughs are collapsing a bit more aggressively, because they're going to see that head of that clone and they're just going to go for it, and that's going to give them a nice cheeky live ping. Also love that they bring in the Thunderbird utility too, adoring that in comp so much since it's been allowed. Some absolute upsets. It's becoming almost like the reverse of the Zofia withstand at times, isn't it, where it's like God. They remove the Zofia withstand, but at the same time, I'm just going to crawl my down body towards this Thunderbird utility and get back up again. It's like, okay, Love to see it. Love to see it.
I love how you're talking about trauma and penthouse, and then you have to mention withstand. I mean, what are you doing, Disgrace? I mean, that is literally causing the Siege community an uproar already.
Do you know what? Again, controversial opinion, but I think they should have kept that in.
No.
Because I know it was mostly because, especially in the comp scene, it was causing so much upsets.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's what made it so interesting. From like a viewer and a caster point of view, it was entertaining and upsets abound. I can understand obviously the frustration of the players, but sometimes it just be like that.
Oh no! You have already caused like some sort of battle
Definitely.
on Twitter. Yeah,
Definitely.
I mean, someone's gonna get triggered off that comment.
Probably.
Anyway, we're gonna head straight on to this attack. It seems as if it's going to be a theatre/VIP take here from the side of Loughborough's. We are seeing Sen must have got a little bit of a spawn peek there, but a trade coming straight out, just like that. The Thunderbird gone, as well as the Zofia. So that'll be an interesting one. Well, I mean, both teams down to 4 members.
Absolutely, but again, this is a lush thing about the lineups that are being brought, especially on the side of the defense. The fact that even if you die, your utility is still there. It's why I do have a bit of a pet peeve, especially at this level, of people bringing things like a vigil, because it's like, no, your team need that utility. If you die, it's not. How are they using that operator? So again, those Thunderbird placements are still going to really benefit the side of Leeds, especially as this map control starts to go more in the way of Loughborough's.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, we'll need to see again how the conversion of the map control works, because in the last round we didn't really see it. We saw an almost stunting of the attack. The way that Loughborough's are doing, they are gaining the map control well, but it's just the conversion, I think, that's not really helping them. Heizo is still below. We did see the alibi earlier. I just wanted to comment on that, and he'll be able to really stunt their attacks in terms of, well, if they want to try and push up Cool Vibe stairs and, well, displace anybody on Vaz, but I'm not even looking in Sunrise. Heizo picking an absolute freebie, and there goes the Ayana.
Absolutely, and the patience of a Saint as well, because Heizo was really down there for a long time. It looks like they're still lurking there as well, which could be a little bit risky biscuits, so someone could be on the hunt for them right now. It looks like they get a bit tagged up, but Sen is actually going to fall, but get themselves back up with that Thinker utility. Heizo probably got the audio cue of that and is going to be aware that that's what's happened too, so they're going to push back into a more passive position, and those bullets are going to give them a good idea of where they might be lurking. So again, very aggressive 1v1 probably about to go down between these two, and there we go. Sen manages to shut down Heizo before they can cause any more upsets for the side of Loughborough's. Grenades in hand as well. Gonna start to try and do some verticality.
Sorry, I can't help but laugh when I seen that come through. I thought, oh, this is going to be a nice little upward nade, and no, it's not, to be a kind of tiki on themselves. And now we see Loughborough's are really getting stunted out here with the smoke. Well, and great usage, Tian then picking up the remainders on this site. Well played there by Leeds. Again, the key word there, Grace, as you pointed out, is patience.
Patience indeed, and again, patience is something we didn't really see the Ace have then, running through those toxic babes, taking all that damage to try and take gunfights when you're at a player disadvantage. It's not ideal. Again, maybe some utility use to bait out these defenders into 1v1s could have been quite nice there. I think that's the interesting thing too. Like, I'm not sure how long the players on the side of Loughborough's specifically, some of these players, how much comp experience they actually have, but again, they are in good hands with Safus. It's just again, I don't think they're having much time to actually practice as a team in terms of scrims, whereas perhaps Leeds would have. So again, that's why I personally feel this could be a little bit chaotic still on the side of Loughborough's.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing that. Again, the Loughborough's are doing good things, but it's like they're missing just something. They're missing just that middle part. Like, it's a good start of the round. I mean, they get the map control. And then it's like, it's that middle part that you're missing, because at the execute stage, they almost have it set up. I mean, fair enough, they kind of got stunted out at the end by the smoke canisters from, I can't remember who it was on the smoke, sorry, but yeah, I mean, the point I was going to make was the fact that this middle part, where you need to be doing work in terms of getting the utility, getting that kind of stuff, it's just missing from their side, and that's kind of heartbreaking in the sense that you are just missing that one piece.
I think that's it, exactly. It's, again, when teams have played together quite frequently together as a big stack, they have that kind of clockwork ability to get. What are these ADSs?
That is a really strong position.
Okay, so I'm not happy about that at all.
Oh.
That is ridiculous. That is such like a service entrance for one needs ADSs or at least RAM disc, and it's getting none of these at all. The collapses from the windows into kitchen need ADSs. There's so many places where, well, there we are, getting punished there by Safus, just patiently waiting for you to bob your head up. Stunt's going to take down Hizo as well. Already at a 5v2 and not even a minute has gone. This is not looking too great for Leeds. Not sure what they're really doing here. Again, utility placement and just allowing themselves to be picked off like that. It's a little bit naughty. Yeah,
it really is. And I mean, the thing is, though, is look, Mr. Chuckles, where is your scope? I'm sorry, I can't let that one go. As an avid Siege player, come on. But yeah, sorry. I was about to say the fact that they've given up so much map control on these picks, and I mean it continues with the pick of Dilly, and now they're going to have to come up against TXC. They're going to come up against this Jaeger. They've allowed him to walk through in towards Hall of Fame. He's picked up two though.
Okay.
That's a nice little double. Maybe it's a little bit of a lifeline here, Grace. Maybe he can make this one work, but Tian does have some pressure, some sound calls of players outside. There is pings. And it looks as if TXC is actually starting to use the vertical against the opponents. Tian's actually picked up Sen as well, so this is workable. But no, I was about to say the Jaeger's getting picked up, but that's not to be the case. It's now up to a triple, and just like that, Leeds have turned around on its head.
There is no way that they should have been able to turn that around. TXT absolutely putting in work there, despite the absolutely scuffed setup they decided to bring to the table upstairs. I am going to at them like that because that was atrocious. But at least, you know, they did get the dub there. Again, if you're Loughborough, that's a bit of a shame because you started that round so well. They got some really nice early pickoffs. Look, 5v2 and it just all fell apart. They were trying to pick this Jaeger. I understand that you do have to get that upstairs control and go for that vert play, but roughly if you know it's a Jaeger and you know they've got nothing that they can really use to get that verticality on you in the first place, why do you not just go for a service rush together? I guess is my thinking, but again...
Yeah.
Still a decent start for Loughborough. If they can get that same kind of start and then actually carry it on a lot stronger, they could try and turn this round. Again, Coastline, ladies and gentlemen, it is an attacker-sided map, so 9 times out of 10 we would be expecting Loughboroughs to actually be quite dominant on their attack at the moment, and they've gone through half of this attack with the side going more in Leeds' favour. Again, some of these players having a bit of a tear, TXC certainly being one of them.
Yeah.
And they're going back to penthouse theatre.
I mean,
it just hurts me, Cairo. It hurts me.
I mean, there's either that or there's the double bar trauma. I mean, what do you want here?
I like double bar though. Like it's so clean, especially if you've got.
Yeah. No, I understand, but I mean the thing is though, I mean we saw how good the penthouse was previously. I think we are seeing an adjustment though. I was about to say, not what is the kid doing? Surely you're not going to keep running out there. No, I think they are retreating. I was going to say there is an adjustment in Mr. Chuckles picking up the buck, potentially going to go in towards service entrance, maybe try and displace a few players. I like that pickup, but it's whether it works.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I think if they can start to at least cause a bit of chaos, you know, that verticality coming through with the skeleton key, it's going to make people think twice about staying in a stagnant position. And when people start moving about more, that gives you an opportunity to catch them out, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh no. I just saw the pixel and the Cade hasn't been able to pick up the frag. Things are just kind of... It's almost like you're seeing these initial gunfights or these initial kind of engagements happen. You're like, is it going to be? Is it not going to be? Again, we are seeing Loughborough's a lot more spread out this time. They're not all stuck on one side of the map. That's a better adjustment as well. They're starting to make the players inside of VIP feel claustrophobic, but maybe not. Maybe you're just going to let the Cade pick up an extra kill, and just like that, we're going to see that.
Absolutely. Again, waiting patiently for the second player to come in. Gets a little bit tagged up, but there we go. Actually, Frank is going to take them down, and TXC is going to fall to Safus as well. So, defense already at a disadvantage, and they don't have TXC to go on a tear this time. How will they fare this time?
Oh no. Dilly just snuck up towards 19. Well, this player can pop off. Oh, just unlucky not to get the second there. As well, we see the gun. Well, the guns just start to light up. They've got information here, Leeds and Grace. They've managed to pull this back before. There is a minute and 10 seconds left. Loughborough maybe just need to slow things down and just regain their composure. What?
Oh, what?
TN, what? How's he managed to do that?
That is outrageous. The ace on the drone searching for the defenders, and the defenders found him first. That is an upset. That is the kind of moment where you are kicking yourself a bit. But Diffuser seems to be pretty far away right now. This could be a bit of an issue. If they play time here, 40 seconds on the clock, and they don't have Diffuser, it looks like they are just going to hold these angles, which again, it's a 2v2. You could just try and engage with these gunfights, but I think they're actually a little bit cautious to do so.
Seems like it. I mean, there's only 25 seconds left, and I mean, that alibi position is more than, well, confirmed. Satis, though, just taking that gunfight against Haizo, unfortunately not able to pick that one up, but the alibi's actually retreated here. Mr. Chuckles is just walking right through. There's only one player left. It's all up to Haizo. 8 seconds remaining. Can they pick him up? Yes, they can. Loughborough, they'll pick up their first round, and, well, that was a bit chaotic for Malik, and
see, these are kind of moments where you hide and you bait out that plant a little bit. Because then at least you're forcing them into a 1v1 engagement where you roughly know where their positioning's going to be. But at least Loughborough's getting around on the table. Again, just very, very chaotic though. At times, which is quite unfortunate. I think that there's... to be fair, though, I'm not going to be too harsh about it, because it's times like this where I get excited seeing the progress of a roster and the progress of a team.
Yeah.
Because again, this is a little bit rough around the edges for the side of Loughboroughs, but I think going forward, especially next season, it'd be interesting to see how much they'll learn over the Christmas period and things like that. Certainly a lot of time to be watching back VODs of even Unisiege, watching back VODs of T1, T2 if you want to as well. That's always a good place to get just some nice pocket strats from.
Yeah. I think as well, on top of that, another thing, like, I know you're talking about the development of a roster, but we're seeing the development of the roster through the rounds. I mean, this time we're actually seeing Loughborough's pick up that first round, when last time things were a lot more dominant. Maybe Leeds a little bit complacent in that last round. I mean, we saw them kind of trying to take gunfights there, Grace. I don't know if you agree with me, but like, I mean, maybe just be a little bit more patient. I mean, the alibi went back in towards site and could have held down VIP by themselves. I don't know. I mean, there's all if, buts and maybes at the end of the day when it comes to Siege, because we don't actually know what would have happened. But we'll need to see what the adjustment is on this round.
No, I completely agree, because a big pet peeve I have sometimes is that people do not play around the objective more than they try and play for killing everyone.
Yeah.
When, sometimes you don't have to, as we often say, time is the sixth defender. Sometimes you just let that timer burn out and you don't even have to engage in those gunfights. You just let them lose on the fact that they haven't managed to secure that objective.
Well, we'll need to see if they can secure the objective this time. I mean, this time they're almost going for the same push, which is let Leeds almost read into this a little bit and maybe let them set up a bit more. But I mean, at the same time, we did see that initial trade kind of happen, and I don't see that aggression coming out from Leeds this time either. But there is players round about looking like sharks, kind of circling their prey in towards this area of the map, but not to be. His TXC's getting downed on 90.
And there we go, again, a very strong player for the side of Leeds, potentially out of the game for the second time. If they can crawl away, they might be able to. It looks like they're searching for the feet and legs of the player, and there we go, Sen is going to finish that off. That's certainly, again, a bit of kill goblin behaviour there, just making sure they really secure that kill so that player cannot be picked up.
I've just seen Dilly drop in towards courtyard and run straight towards kitchen. And I mean, I know there's a C4 in hand, but, well, that's not going to pick up anybody. I just thought there for a second that we could have seen a little trade come through, a vertical C4, but no, Haizo's actually going to drop off as well. And it seems as if they're just going to concede this map control that Loughboroughs have gained. They're not trying to contest it anymore. And Loughboroughs actually have information in towards this blue bar area where we do see the Thunderbird of Dilly, where they're just kind of lurking right now.
Yeah, I think Savus has been sent down there to try and cut off Hizo because they did drone that out and see that he wasn't there. We are. He's going to actually get that kill as well. And then it's all left to Dilly to try and refrag, but no, Savus is going to take him down as well. Nice little cheeky cleanup of the 2K there for the Roamers being removed off the board completely. It's all left down to Tian and Illy. And there we go. Now it's left down to Illy. A beautifully cooked nade there by Savus.
Oh no, it seems as if the Rooney's trying to get aggressive here, and this might almost be over, as we do see the players are starting to move in towards Aqua, but not over just yet as the Nomad gets down in formation there, but the double peak coming out from Loughborough as will finish out that round. Well played from them, and now we're actually starting to see the resurgence of this team.
Absolutely, I think that was a really clean round from them. But again, it really came down to reactivity from Safers to actually be like, okay, they're doing a little bit of a cheeky roam game. I'm just going to go and clean that up and deal with that first. And it's going to give you guys a lot of breathing space to then try and go for an execute. So I think certainly they played that very, very well. And again, just very impactful, because if you consider if that roam hadn't have been taken care of, the flanks that could have come through from that's the issue again with this map sometimes. Yes, you know that there's only really 2 staircases, so it's going to be one or the other, but especially when it comes to that final collapse, sometimes you do give a little bit of a misthought to the potential of someone coming up behind you.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I know Dilly and Heizel were... No, it wasn't... Was it Heizel? Yeah, it was Heizel, sorry. It was on the white stairs. I know what Dilly and Heizel were trying to do there in terms of trying to, like, create that pressure, create a vacuum where, I mean, Loughboroughs don't really want to walk into, just in case it is being contested, but they really left themselves open there, and I don't know if there was maybe someone on cams to support their retreat, but the fact that Sathis was able to get in towards that kind of pink bar area, sorry, not pink bar, totally wrong area, in towards Sunrise, sorry, without anybody knowing that it was there, and then get a double from it, it really does worry me a little bit from a Leeds perspective. But surely when they head back to Penthouse, this is obviously where they feel the strongest. They'll be thinking to themselves that, well, we'll try and shore this up and get a 4-2 kind of split going into the next half.
Absolutely. I think if they can at least get it to a 3-3, that would probably be quite nice. Again, it depends on how Leeds are going to play the attack, but if they're playing it as structured as they play their defense, again, having the favor of maybe being a bit more aggressive, maybe get TXE to go on a little bit of a tear, could be quite a spicy one, to be honest, Cairo.
Could definitely be spicy. Could easily see anything happen here, but I mean, already we're seeing the gunfire start off here, Grace, and we're already... Sathis is creeping up in towards luggage. Nobody contested him right now. Surely he doesn't get a freebie here. Surely not, Leeds. Come on, you're giving this position away, but I believe it is actually being contested from sight. There must be some sort of line of sight. Yeah, there we go. We are seeing the alibi contest that Tian. So, all in all, I was a bit worried there, but no, it's not to be. There is that one player down towards the kind of main lobby, and I feel as if this is going to be a freebie here for Loughboroughs.
I don't know, because I think that drone was just to give a bit of information as to who was lurking bottom of white, and I don't think they actually managed to catch Hizo out there. And, well, Hizo's going to catch out Frunk, though. Frunk's going to fall, and that's no hard reach left now. Diffuser's also down, so it's left to the play outside of main lobby to try and secure that, but not going to be contested by Hizo still. Safers, beautiful shot there onto Illy. And second one onto Adili as well. It's what you like to see. We are rhyming here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it though. It's nice and free flowing. I mean, I see whenever I saw Dilly, when like I used to cast him all before, I used to always think of the Bud Light advertisement. You know what I'm talking about? I used to always get stuck in my head. But anyway, enough of that nonsense. We are seeing a 2-player hold down on site with 1 player below. Heizel still holding down the main lobby / white stairs by himself. Kind of almost on an island, but he's also leaving the 2 players that are next to site really alone there. They're burning out all these ADSs and with my discs, and finally that need will get rid of the shield. And finally we'll see 90 feel a little bit more, well, a little bit more open for taking. Oh!
beautiful nade yet again. Sen falling in retaliation, though. Tien gets the refrag there. TXC
Nice.
taking on Safers before we go on any more of a test. That really is unfortunate. It's all left down to Mr. Chuckles. Mr. Chuckles managing to take down Tien. TXC on the tiniest bit of health as well. Again, this is the issue. Sometimes you've got 14 seconds and you're trying to peak this.
Yeah, and he can just hold an angle there, and well, that angle's going to be held back and contested. A great shot from Mr. Chuckles Grace, and being able to take out that last player's equal on the half. And as you said, this could be really spicy, and it's really starting to, well, spice up.
The spice certainly is getting spicy. I mean, again, Safe has certainly warmed up and has been doing a majority of the legwork there for his team, but again, it's just this time, the time plays are not there from the side of Leeds on that defense. And again, going on to Loughborough's defense, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to play that way themselves and actually try and secure the dub through just letting the timer run its course. And again, if you're stuck in a 1 versus 2 and you know there's like 10 seconds on the clock, you know that at least one of those players has to plant. So you let them go and try and plant while the other one's covering. Then you're in a 1v1 engagement. And at that point, the person on the diffuser, they either have to come off the diffuser and just automatically lose, or they have to stick it. And then they're in this massively chaotic kind of situation where they have to try and get that frag on you before you kill them. So, seeing a bit of a curious conversation in chat there.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to ask you, I mean, obviously, I mean, you're the big brain here, Grace. You know, like, you've casted UKIN and all that, and we're going into a 3-3 half rather than a 4-2 half in favour of Leeds. How do you think Leeds will be feeling after that? I mean, you think about it, they were 1 off, taking a real advantage, and they're now on 3-3. Does this favour Loughborough's in that sense, or do you think it still favours Leeds?
I mean, in terms of like how the map typically goes, it should be favouring Leeds, but again, it's the tiny mistakes that they're even making on the defence. It's how that's going to translate onto their attack. If they play this attack very clean cut and strong and steady, then they probably will take the dub here pretty quickly. But at the same time, if they're making these small mistakes that they are making on their defence, I think Loughborough's could catch up pretty easily.
Yeah. I agree. I think that's probably a great analysis there. And what we're seeing, I believe it is Cetus, yep, it is the Oryx on the roam. Oryx, obviously, I think this is about the only map that we've really seen him have a huge impact on. I'm thinking of Canadian's roam when he was still on SSG last finals. I don't really remember any key moments that an Oryx has been brought from T1, so it's interesting that he's been brought. And obviously there's some information here for nades, but not going to pick up anybody, not going to pick up Sen the Bandit, and well, it seems as if they're actually going to concede some map control here.
Absolutely, and again, I think 9 times out of 10, if you are bringing that Oryx, certainly on a coastline as well, you need to be playing it very hyper-aggressively. You need to be making the most of the fact that you have that vertical flexibility. Also, the Bailiff as a secondary as well gives you some nice chances to make some beautiful lines of sight, so I'm expecting a lot of that from Safest as well. Love the fact that Leeds have actually brought the Flores. I did want to touch on this because, again, really clean-cut utility clear. We saw how much Loughborough's were struggling with clearing those Whammies and ADSs and things like that. With a Flores, you don't really need to think about any of that. You just send the drone in, jobs are good.
That's basically it. But the thing is, though, Grace, is, well, Leeds are really struggling with sending things in right now because we're 1 minute and 10 seconds. We'll make that a minute now, and things are starting to get worrying in terms of clearing because they've still not cleared the Hookah Shield, they've still not cleared Vaz, and they don't know a player has left. Cetus is even taking out Tien, so now, right now, Leeds are really in a precarious situation where they need to execute, but they've not done enough work here, they've not gained enough information, and this might be heading towards a 20-second execute.
Absolutely. Looks like a bit of hesitance there. C4 coming through. Will it land, though? No. Doesn't quite manage to land. They are aware of these players, and the players should be aware that this execute needs to come through very, very quickly. We're going to see that global utility come up from the Lion as shots get fired towards that billiards area as well.
Yep, certainly a smoke canister to go out, but it's all the frags going in favour of Loughborough's right now. 3 players remain on the side of Leeds and they need to send it. They need to start going for these gunfights. They need to start winning them. But no, it's all going in favour of Loughborough's. I think they only lost 1 player in that defence. And that just shows you how strong that defence actually was.
Absolutely. The thing is just, I think that it was, yes, it was a strong defense, but it wasn't like it was completely solidly like, wow, this is such a strong defense. It was more down to the fact that Leeds were just really hesitant on how they wanted to set up for that collapse, and I feel like it's really unusual considering how flexible and comfortable they seemed on their defense, and also the fact that this is indeed their map pick.
Yeah.
You'd think that they'd be a bit more coherent at the steps that they want to take to get to that final execute.
Yeah. Do you think it was maybe a little bit too much respect shown to their opponents in that regard?
No, yeah, I think so. 100%.
Because like, I mean, we saw there was still 1 player out on the white rappel from the attacking side. I can't remember who it was. It might have been TXE. And the fact that we should be, by that point, I think it was about 2 minutes, and you should really have all 5 players in around theatre, in and around VIP, doing the work that they need to do, gaining that map control. And fair enough, they did gain the map control, and they didn't really lose anybody until that last minute. But at the same point, what's the point in gaining map control if you do nothing with it?
100%. And again, even things like trying to send the, grenade utility through that drone hall to clear some of that shield utility, and it's like, but you did have a Flores as well. I don't know if it's just because it's very early in the morning, but I didn't quite catch any of that Flores utility being utilised from what I could see.
Neither could I. No, neither could I.
So again, I want to see that utility be brought to the table for a reason. This is a thing with comp that can be quite difficult sometimes at this level. They need to be considering every single piece of utility they are bringing to a table and what its purpose is and how they're using it and how much benefit they're actually getting from it. Again, taking things like the Flores, you are expecting a bit of intel to be grabbed first, and you can kind of work out, where some of these utility placements is for the defense, and then you react accordingly with those Flores drones.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, but also on top of that, I think there needs to be an evaluation on where they execute and whereabouts the kind of key map control is, because we saw them take theatre, we saw them take VIP, but then we didn't see a coherent, like, oh, we'll open up the line of sight that goes straight through in towards Pink Bar and Billiards. But where is the execute coming from? Because we still saw 3 players in VIP towards that last minute, and we're like, I was thinking to myself, surely you need to be moving towards Aqua here, because we need to get the plant down. And we just never saw that, which is really worrying from my point of view. But at the same point, we'll need to see how they do on this side, because we are moving towards kitchen and we are seeing a change of focus, less so on the top side of the map but more so on towards this office slash blue bar area.
Absolutely. And this is the thing too that I want to see, maybe more verticality get used above this time, obviously, but I want to see the map control be gained for a reason. But it looks like they're not really even going to bother focusing upstairs for now. Which is quite interesting to me, because again, you do get some really nice lines of sight. You get a lot of cover for that plant to go down as well. And it's at such a safe distance that it's pretty much super difficult without utility for... Ooh, there we go. That's going to really benefit them, actually, because again, Safest has really been tearing through the side of Leeds on this defense so far. So that's going to be a really impactful opening pick.
I mean, that's it. I mean, it gets rid of that roam. It weakens the defenders' side a little bit. They've lost the opening frag, but as I say that, they get traded straight out. Dilly getting taken out. I believe that was Franck also. So right now, I mean, things are looking worrying here, and that was one of the site players, I believe. That was the Cage, and we're still got the two roamers upstairs. So right now, when you think about it, Grace, the site is feeling very vulnerable for in my regard, because there's only one player left. It is that Mr. Chuckles. We'll need to see if maybe they can get one player down, but there's one cutting off the rotating main lobby, and I believe there is full control of the Cool Vibes stairs. So the two kind of main staircases that you need to see, you need to like, move through, you need to rotate through, are in the control of the attackers.
100%. And again, it looks like they are setting up for this collapse. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Again, depending on who is upstairs right now, and depending on how they will collapse back if this execute does go through, it could get pretty spicy, to be honest, Cairo. We're going to start seeing this flash utility come in. The Toxic Babe is holding back that push from the window, but Sen is going to take down Hizo as they start to try and push through that bathroom area. Mr. Chuckles very much aware at this point that these attackers have kitchen control, and there we go. It is going to finish them off, but there's also... That's a bit of a precarious place to plant, to be honest. Very open there, but not going to actually get punished for it. Stunt yeeting their way. And there we go. That's exactly why you don't plant there. Sen is going to take them down, but now Diffuser is planted and they are in a post-plant. TXC holding from the window a safer positioning to try and deal with these defenders. And there we go. Sen is going to fall. It's all left down to Sent. 1 versus 1 situation. And there we go. TXC getting the final dub there as well. A first attacking round on the board for the side of Leeds. But again, so rough around the edges. Why are you planting there?
I think it was an evaluation because, well, they tried to plant at the window, or they originally made the entry through the window. You saw that's where the smoke canisters were getting hit. So I think when you look towards elsewhere on the site, where else is clear? I mean, I think they just took a gamble on sinks. And well, straight away you kind of saw it was a gamble. It did eventually pay off with the fact that Lion TXC was still stuck there. It could kind of hold from that window position, but my God, I mean,
I would be I would simply be screaming if I was in that. If I was in those comms, I would be losing my mind. I'd be like, why? Why are you doing this to me? Do not raise. There is, you know, it's really bad for your heart to have that much high blood pressure in one go. Okay, like, don't do it to me.
Nah, no, I mean, that's it. The fact that it could have been denied, but I think the good thing is, though, that the side of Leeds was they did have great control of the staircases. Yes, we saw the Jackal of Hyzel lose out on that gunfight on White, but if he wins that kind of round is so much more confident. That round is like completely on its head. I feel as if there wouldn't be that strong a retake coming through, and I believe that maybe the round would have been over quicker, but at the same time though, that's if buts and maybes, and in Siege that doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is the score count and the round count that's going through right now, and we are at 4 apiece between these two teams. A reattempt of Kitchen though, Grace. Don't know how I feel about this after how dominant that Leeds attack felt.
See, this is the thing as well, though. They didn't even get top floor control, so in theory,
yeah, I guess.
They should have kind of been punished for it. And I'm wondering if this time through, I mean, already Dilly is looking around into the hookah area, so perhaps we are going to see a little bit of control being gained. The drone getting stuck a little bit on the window. Who is kind of holding upstairs? My eyes are not working this early in the morning. It's quite fun. I'm like, I feel like, you know that meme of that grandma where she's at the computer and she's like,
oh yeah,
putting her glasses down. That's how I feel right now. That's literally how I feel. Ooh, I thought we were going to have a cheeky run out there, but it looks like it's not going to come through.
Leave that as a mute, because the Oryx has been pinged elsewhere on the map at the other side. I don't think there was a ping in towards Aqua, because Dilly's still, he's still on cool vibes. So they don't know that there is that roamer there. That's worrying for me, in the fact that, well, Dilly could be left really, really vulnerable if he looks the wrong way, in which he is. But luckily enough, the luggage player has retreated.
I mean, also, it's quite one thing I will point out is it's quite spicy to see double global being brought out by Leeds, especially on a map that is known for being so aggressive. There we go, that line drone coming through. As well as those live pings from the Jackal as well. It's a bit of an awkward situation if you are a defense dealing with situations like that, because again, unless you're bringing like a mute or something, it's difficult to defend against that. You kind of do just have to stay still, but
yeah,
for the sake of it, say you're getting Jackal pinged and then the lion comes through at the same time, it's like, what do you do in that situation?
I don't know why, but I've got a feeling that Dilly's just about to walk in towards site here. I just have a feeling that he's just going to go for it. He's that type of player, and he's already looking towards it. He's looking towards the gunfights. He's had the Flores drones almost give him information here. The third, I think that was the third or the fourth one just about to come through, but no, he's going to get taken out instead. Franck has taken down Dilly, the player that is, well, I mean, not been fragging out, but as I know historically, is really good at fragging out. Leeds lost a key player there, and it's 45 seconds.
Exactly, that's the thing too. I think if TXT was putting a bit more pressure on that kitchen window, he could have kind of jumped in a little bit and actually given an extra layer of pressure to the kitchen as well, and maybe stopped Franck from getting that pick in the first place. Flash is coming through though, the plant is going down. I don't think the defense are actually aware of it. They're not at all. That is a really nice position to be in. Franck's going to try and tag up the ace, but it isn't going to land. And this is a post plant where they have no idea where these defensive players are positioned right now. Can Safers come back to site and try and get some of these picks for his team? Only time will tell.
Time will tell, but I mean, the strongest position is the one outside the window. They can just hold that completely, and we're on 20 seconds, 13 seconds remain to actually win out this round for the defenders. Well, that's a great pick there, but two come through from the attackers. Cephas trades it out though, but can they close down this defuse? Well, they're only 3 seconds away from winning out this round, and well, there we go, the confirmation of the round after that kill from Heizo, as there's not enough time to defuse. Cephas trying to get some exit frags here, but finally the confirmation of the round. Leeds win 2 in a row on this half here, Grace, and I mean, that was a great post plant, but the coverage of the site was just not there from Loughborough's.
It wasn't, but I think again you do expect people to kind of go for the room clear first, which didn't really come through. But then if you are positioned upstairs, that's the moment where you start to try and use that verticality yourself, and you know, things like the bailiff in pocket can certainly aid that. One thing I will say as well is that it was very nice to actually see Leeds behave themselves and actually play the timer down then, which is something we didn't see them do on their defense. We saw them get a bit kill goblin behavior with it, you know, trying to search for those kills, trying to finish off the remaining players of Loughborough. But this time they actually stayed back, they held their position and were just like, no, we've got the plant off and we just have to wait. So thankful to see that.
No, exactly, and well, we'll need to see if that the kind of behaviours can continue through, because Leeds finally are looking strong on the attack. Grace, would you finally agree with me here?
I think it could be better. I think that's the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think it could be better. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of moments where there are opportunities for them to take advantage of, and it's not quite going down. And again, things like the timing and things like that, and it can be frustrating, I think, sometimes as a caster when you are witnessing things like this, because it is like, I know that you guys can do it on both sides, to be honest. I don't know why you're not doing it, but I hope you're at least having fun.
No, that's it. I mean, I don't know how many times, like, and the fact that we have the additional information, like, we don't know what's going on in comms and stuff, and it's just like, come on, guys. It's like it's the basics as well, like taking, I mean, vertical pressure in that first attacking round on towards kitchen, and converting map control and converting towards an execute on Aqua in the very first hookah defense that we saw from Loughborough's. That's stuff that we just need to see, and we're just not, and that kind of leads into that frustration. But Cephas, though, has been downed in LBM as the shotgun comes out from Heizo, but a great first pick there from Leeds.
Absolutely. Again, we can already see by the scoreboard, Cephas going 13-7, doing significant work for the side of Loughborough, so that's a really important and impactful player off the board. It's like Sen's getting taken out a little bit there, and they're going to try and go for the refrag, but not really being aggressive enough, not really wanting to contest these players.
Yeah, I was just seeing a little bit of banter in chat there. And now, again, we're not seeing the kind of conversion. We are a minute and a half in towards the round, so there's still plenty of time to do that. But we're still not seeing Aqua control gained. We're still not seeing clear signs of executing where Leeds want to go. But they've even let Mr. Chuckles through, and he's actually been able to pick up a frag. Finally, they will take out Stunt though, so that's going to be at least a little bit of consolation on that side. And they do have information on the Smoke's positioning.
Absolutely not, but I do think this is a very weak. I was going to say it's a bit of a risky repel there. Ideally, you want to be a bit more upside down and kind of cover a bit more of your body. TXC, however, is going to trade that back onto stunt as well. From going for a cheeky pre-fire towards Aquarium, I think he's aware that this execute's going to be coming through very, very soon as Mr. Chuckles takes down TN. 2 versus 2, but you could consider it a 2 versus 1 because look at how tiny a health bar Illy has right now.
Yeah, that's spot on, and the fact that he's on the plant as well, I mean, he's going to be the player that they want to take out in any bullet, just to deny that execute, to deny that execute is going to be huge, but they've actually managed to take down Mr. Chuckles, so the smoke grenades are no more than Mozzie getting smoked, he's gotten flashed out here is absolutely huge. 30 seconds remain, but no, the 45-second timer has begun. C4 goes out to try and displace the line, it's displaced him, but not taking him out. Seems as if they're looking towards the execute, trying to clamp down on towards the Mozzie, but no, it's down to a 1 versus 1 situation, and tensions are rising. Can they win it out? Can the Mozzie win out this 1 versus 1? Looking left and right, trying to clear towards Aqua, but doesn't know where the ace actually is. On towards Vaz, behind the Mozzie, behind his positioning, and time is ticking down. Remember, it needs to be 7 seconds to start this defuse. Does the ace know where the Mozzie is? No! Franck wins that out and has plenty of time to defuse here. We go 5-5 and a great retake from Franck after letting him defuse as well. Grace, that was worrying.
Again, just the post-plant positioning needs to be a little bit cleaner on the side of Leeds. Because imagine then if they fully came back like a lot and then you hear that diffuse. Again, burning that timer out. It's a very, very specific audio cue when you hear someone going for the diffuse.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes me think that, again, perhaps a more defensive positioning would have been better there.
Yeah.
Again, especially given the amount of health that you're on. Like, Illy was on the tiniest bit of health. It's really like, you can't really... Well, you can, but it's just not really the best of situations to leave yourself in to try and deal with, a 1 versus 1 engagement when they have significantly more health than you, because it's more of a case of they could just, hit you in the foot and you're going down.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that, we saw the bulletproof kind of a Rooney trick being brought consistently there by Loughborough's the past cup. I believe it was Loughborough's, or maybe it was Leeds, maybe I'm getting mistaken here, but they had that information on towards the hookah side, and maybe a bulletproof camera would have done them the world of good, just to know exactly where the kind of ace's steps were going, his movement through the site, and then they would have been able to pinpoint exactly where potentially the plant was going down. There was great coverage from the line in towards Pink Bar, but not on towards the rotate, which would have allowed the Mozzie to actually rotate out and just deny that plant. I mean, that would have been huge from the side of Loughborough's. Right now, they're 5-5 anyway. We don't really need to talk about the F-buts. We need to talk about the here and now, and this kitchen defence needs to be successful. It needs to work for them.
Absolutely. And again, what would be quite interesting here, actually, is if Loughborough's do actually end up taking this map, considering it was Leeds' map pick. And I think that's what's worrying me the most here, is that Leeds chose to go here first. And I was expecting unlimited levels of spice. But we're currently at a 5-5 head-to-head. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning in that regard. I think that Leeds, certainly you would expect them to have significant round advantage at this point, but Loughborough's have been really giving them a run for their money here. Despite, again, it's not even like they're doing anything razzle-dazzly,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. They're not. They're just doing the basics right. And I feel as if that's what Leeds are missing, is just focusing on the basics. Just keeping the strategy simple. Because they're trying to do this kind of, oh no, that's a freebie there towards T. And I was about to say, they're trying to do this map control in towards security. And it's not really been working that well. But as I say it works out incredibly well. And they get that entry frag on towards the Mozzie, on towards Sen. The entry frag is so key in a round for Siege.
Especially considering that is a C4 off the board. Again, I think Loughborough's are bringing more C4 utility as well, which I think is really important. They seem to be using those toxic babes a lot more concretely, I'll say. So that's actually something really nice to say. Despite them currently being at player disadvantage, they certainly have the utility to deal with whatever Leeds want to bring to the table here. Looks like they are starting to set up for this collapse as well, Cairo.
They really are, and they've not set up vertical holes either for the players above to really help out here. They're only just holding that vertical and they don't know exactly where the execute is coming. Everything's happening on a horizontal basis right now, Grace, which again, maybe Loughborough's need to start rotating their roamers away from this top floor.
I think that's certainly it. I think, Jaeger needs to come back downstairs, maybe go down white stairs and start to put pressure into a lobby as well, or even go for a cheeky run out of lobby door.
Yeah.
Risk it for a chocolate biscuit.
Well, we'll need to see if there's any biscuits to be had right now, as there's gunfights getting ready to take on towards main lobby. Stop that push from there, but it's actually towards service entrance where we're seeing most of the pressure come out. So it's probably going to be a service entrance plant. We have that information. We also have the information that Mr. Chuckles has deceased in this round. The smoke canister's no longer a C4 going out, but it's stunned with the 416 to take out Tian. 4 versus 3, advantage still in favour of Leeds, but the time is in favour of the defenders, and well, that double kill is going to be absolutely huge from behind, though Sasis needs to deny, and he's got the holes to do so. He's denied the player down below. The diffuser's going to be attempted, and we'll go on 000. The players need to try and identify where he is, and well, they will do so just like that, in towards the barrels area. A lovely long angle held all the way from lobby, and that's exactly why you have those holes on towards an almost default plant position.
Absolutely. And again, we're going to get a cheeky replay here. Frank going on a little bit of a tear to get that initial pick, and then Safest just cleaning it up as well. And then denying that plant in the end, finally. Loughborough's taking the lead here, and it's now match point. This is a thing. This could be very uncomfortable for Leeds right now, because, again, this is their map pick, and
yeah.
9 times out of 10 you expect a team, and it always happens, is that the team will often win their map pick. There is a reason they've chosen that, but I haven't seen anything too razzle-dazzly from Leeds. Yes, they had a good defense, but how much of that was the defense being good over Loughborough's attack maybe being a little bit lackluster? And now Loughborough on the defensive side, they feel a lot more comfortable dealing with what Leeds have to offer, which again, it just feels a little bit like the momentum's gone, the stamina's gone a little bit. It's quite unusual. I was expecting a bit more of an aggressive and clean-cut attack from Leeds here, where the utility would be coming through like clockwork. We'd see maybe some flashes get used in coherence with the Flores kind of coming in as well and clearing a lot of the utility, and I'm not really seeing a lot of that. Yes, we're seeing a lot of that global utility being used, but it's the actual utility that they have in pocket that isn't being used to benefit them as much as it could be.
And I mean, on top of that, another thing you've got to kind of point out is the fact that, I mean, it's not even as if like Loughboroughs are bringing like a mute to deny a Flores or anything like that. I mean, we're just seeing a lack of kind of coherent focus on where to go and exactly what's been identified as, well, the key positions. I mean, we have been seeing a few drones come out when it comes to the kitchen side, but apart from that, it does get to a worrying point where we're now at like kind of match point, and we are on a double bar, which is sometimes really tricky on the attack to kind of debunk if you can't get the right picks or the right map control.
Absolutely. It looks like they're going for a bit of a full stack aquarium push here, which is a little bit risky. I don't know if they're not aware of the player and luggage. Risk could be big. There we go. Safe as a 2k already on the board. Haizo and Dilly falling down, and this is already looking like game over for the side of Leeds. Loughborough's in a really good position. Yes, a third one on the table as Tian falls down. It's not looking great at all, Cairo.
It's really not, and we're down to 2 players here, and they're going to need to try a miracle here, Grace, because right now things are almost over. The round's almost a write-off. 2 versus 5, they can do it on the defence, but on the defender's side, the attack needs to be taken to you, whereas this time you need to take the attack to the defenders. And they've got so much control here in terms of cross angles, in terms of the way they've set up in the side of Loughboroughs. Right now, we'll need to see a real miracle come out from the side of Leeds. That's not going to help.
A miracle indeed, and that isn't going to help. You're certainly right. Again, TXC all left down to him, but a 1 versus 5 within a minute? it's a difficult task to go into. You have to bait these 1v1 engagements, and again, Loughborough's, I can just feel Safer's down the mic right now. Do not peek this person. Just hold these angles. What are they going to do about it? Probably nothing. Again, a lot of utility set up here as usual, and there are flashes in pocket. You can try and get rid of this gate, but then you're essentially funneled into 2 lines of sight. And there we go, the toxic canisters are coming through as well, and that's going to prevent that push. 30 seconds on the clock. What can you do with this? This is game over for Leeds, and it's so unfortunate because, again, this is their map pick.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be losing that. Again, going on to Clubhouse next. That is a little bit awkward. Safer's actually getting downed there, but again, 15 seconds on the clock. You still have to get this diffuser down, and it's all the way in blue bar.
Yeah, and not only that, you've got a player in behind Sunrise Bar. You had a player in Pengu. I mean, all in all, that was just so well set up by Loughborough's, and going 1-0 up on Coastline. I mean, your opponent's pick, all in all, this is setting up for maybe what we didn't expect, something that we couldn't predict. A 2-0 from Loughborough, especially moving through on towards Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an unfortunate performance from Leeds, if I'm honest. Again, considering, how do I say this without sounding too provocative? Loughborough's were iron sighting. And again, the kind of things that were being perhaps brought to the table there weren't the most concrete of setups. Especially on this attack. Again, Leeds had... I liked the utility they were bringing. I really did like the utility they were bringing, but it's more the fact that the rounds were getting a lot closer than they could have been. Of course, the positioning was good, but then again, this is an attacker-sided map. You are expecting the attack to get more rounds in that they did, and then Loughborough's being able to, I think it was an even Stevens by the time they got to the halfway mark, and I think at that point it is a little bit worrying because Leeds' attack wasn't the greatest of things.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. I mean, it left a lot to be desired, unfortunately. But the thing is, though, I guess the kind of thing that Leeds can take away from this is we are heading to Clubhouse as a second map. It's tried and tested. Everybody knows the German map. I mean, it shouldn't be much of an advantage in favour of Loughborough. It should be almost, I think, even, because it's almost standard when it comes to Siege. So from that regard, I'm hoping that we can see a Leeds resurgence and we do get to that third map of Oregon. But the thing is, though, with it being Loughborough's pick, you can't help but feel maybe they might have some pocket strats and maybe they might try and catch their opponents off guard.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it being more of an equal, even Stevens map, and then the fact that they've picked it, there's certainly some kind of plan you would assume. Again, I don't know. And I'm assuming that they didn't really have much time to prep or scrim. I think this is more of a bit of fun for that side. Which again is a little bit of a shame. I wonder how well they would do if they did have time to kind of just play and practice together a little bit more. I understand, of course, why they don't. But it's like that saying, I hate wasted potential. But again, it'll be quite interesting. I think as well, especially because I'm pretty sure that this is Safer's first dipping his toe in the water of Uni Siege, and it could be quite wholesome actually if Loughborough's do take it today, because then it's like it's your first time playing Uni Siege and you're securing that dub, and that really feels good.
It would be interesting. It would be. Sorry to cut you off there. I was just going to say it would be interesting to hear Saith's opinion on the kind of Uni Siege. And obviously, he's had been working with Fabian. He's been working with that Delta Project team. He played on the flight team that went from UCAN 2 to UCAN in the first season. I mean, I think you were casting when that actually happened. So it would be good to hear his opinions and etc. If he was to win this map out. So.
Yeah, and he's he's been around for a while before that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And I completely agree with what you're saying. I think it would be interesting to get his opinion.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the way that Tristan's opinions can be sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's something that, yes, it would be interesting.
Yes.
That's how I'll put that. So again, I just think it would be nice if he did get, you know, a dub from his first round of Uni Siege, which again I've been there and it does feel kind of cool because you're like, oh, that was quite fun and pleasant, and now I've won and everything's great. But again, on the side of Leeds, it's like I do expect a little bit more than from what I'm seeing. The thing that's worrying me the most is that was their map pick, and that's why it's like that shouldn't have maybe been as close as it was. First of all. And it probably wouldn't have if you weren't making these kind of tiny mistakes. Again, things like the timing, I really want them to kind of go back, and if they do watch this VOD back, and just be a bit more aware of when you are in those end of round engagements. Like, do you actually need to peek? Do you actually need to try and take those gunfights? Or can you just let the timer tick down and run its course? And, you know, worst case scenario, someone's trying to stick the plant and the timer's run out and it's giving them that time extension. You are forced into 2 1 versus 1s at that point, which is way more winnable than running towards 2 players trying to execute last minute. So yeah, much to think about there, really.
Yeah, it was a really interesting coastline because one, we never saw the kind of fraggy, like 1 minute and a half rounds that we're used to seeing on it, and we saw this kind of really extended and delayed execute delayed execute heavy focus on coastline, and now we move towards Clubhouse. It's almost formulaic on the attack, it's almost patient and just waiting on the defense. I mean, we have seen some sort of variants of defenses where we've seen extended roams, especially towards that bottom floor site, Grace, but I don't know what this map's going to go, because it'll be really interesting, especially with Leeds starting on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've already got rid of the Maverick, which I think is a little bit of a spicy one. That's gonna leave Thatcher on the table as that sledge gets banned out as well. Again, Loughborough's, will they bring that Thatcher though? Such a powerful operator when it is left on the table. The EMP is not only being able to help that hard breach utility get through those reinforced walls, it's also the fact that you can essentially use them externally, especially on this map in a lot of places, and just clear a ton of utility in one go. So pretty nice. And again, standard bans for those defense, the Valk and the Mirror being taken away, so that's some intel being taken away, and no one really ever wants to deal with the Mirror. I think it's like a 98% ban rate in most tournaments, so naturally we are going to see that come through.
Yeah, I mean, they must just hate that Scottish operator. I'm feeling almost offended here, sitting on the casting desk, seeing him not being able to see him win the game. But interestingly enough here, Grace, Thatcher has actually got through the ban phase, which is something that we don't really see too often. There has been a sub in, just to let everybody know. Loughborough's have switched out, I believe it is Stunt for Scythes, or Scythes. We'll need to see exactly how they play with the team, but Clubhouse is going to be an interesting one nonetheless, with the fact that Thatcher has got through the ban phase.
100%, and again, the lineup there on the side of Lovers is very, very strong. Again, the Thinker Ayana is it's kind of current attack meta vibes. Again, the double hard breach for Habana. The Habana third might feels very, very old school to me, but the Thatcher as well, to be honest. The Thatcher Habana Thermite, I'm getting a little bit of nostalgia from that. And again, because of that, it should be relatively clean cut on how they want to approach this, on the attack.
I'm sorry, I've just seen that joke in chat. I don't know if you caught it. It was, what do you call a fish in a costume? A catfish. There we go, everybody. There's your Sunday morning joke. That's compliments to sides. Sorry, it just totally threw me off.
Excellent.
I'm derailing this cast. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just seen it and I had to highlight it, and it was horrible. Sorry.
I kind of don't get it. Is the fish dressed as a cat?
Yeah, it's a catfish. Get it?
Okay. I see. It could be an angelfish as well. It could be any kind of fish, in theory.
That's true. I mean,
I think maybe I'm being too pedantic here about the types of animals and creatures that the fish can be dressed as. But
I think we should probably stop talking about fish and probably start talking about the cast. I'm sorry, guys. I just completely derailed that. I'll take full responsibility. But Satyrs can take full responsibility for that first frag.
Absolutely, and there we go, opening pick going inside of Loughborough's. We do love to see it. Should be relatively straightforward. Again, players like Safers, they know the map like the back of their hand, and the rest of these players should as well. It is one of the most picked maps in the map pool, and it is a very nice equalizer as well. Obviously, Loughborough's already having a map on the board. If they have the advantage on their attack here, this could certainly be game over for Leeds.
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope that things can, well, go in favour of Leeds for once. We need to see them get a win. We want to see Oregon, but, well, that's certainly Tian putting his little cup tuppence worth in towards this round. He's got a C4 kill in towards Kitchen, and well, it's a great kill because it's Mr. Chuckles off the board. The thing is, though, Hatch is already open here, so that leaves Thermite to do his work. Right now, there is control in towards Kitchen. There's also control in towards Dirt. Leeds almost penned in a little with this turtle hold here, Grace. And we need to see something work here, because if not, it's going to be this 20-second execute, or maybe even earlier, with the way that, well, Loughborough's have already gained so much map control.
And this is the thing too, so think about the amount of players in Kitchen just in stagnant positioning right now, and these C4s are not in any good position to deal with them, or even punish them for kind of being there.
Yeah.
I want to see more C4s being yeeted towards that Thatcher right now, and it's not quite coming through. And again, these EMPs, they are very powerful. Haven't even used one yet. That could be used when it comes to this final execute as well, especially if you are going to try and get rid of some of this utility.
That was a lovely nade, I'm sorry, that was absolutely gorgeous, and it seems as if the map control all in favour of Loughborough's, but Dilly has taken out Sen, that's the thinker going off the board, and it's a 3 versus 3, the execute's starting to come through, but Dilly's got some sort of resurgence, and well, he's maybe going to take it out from the back, not to be, he's escaped in towards Moto. Well, the retake upstairs is absolutely huge from the Bandit. TXC has gained control of the hatch, and the plant has been attempted from elsewhere. Side's winning out that gunfight from the vertical position, but Dilly's managed to take him out. 1 versus 1. Plant is down. 45 seconds, starting to tick down. Franck just holding that angle long, but a lovely shot from Dilly on towards box 1 will take him out, and well, they'll be able to defuse that nice and happy. But Leeds, although they won that out, felt as if it was a little bit of a, well, I guess a single player performance, a mechanical kind of performance there from the side of Dilly.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that again, the fact that it got to a 1 versus 1 post plant for Leeds to win, it's already a little bit risky biscuits for me going into this. I think Loughborough, that was a really nice clean attack from them. But at the same time, they had so much flexibility to actually set up for that execute. There was no presence in Dirt, no presence in blue/oil. Again, that very, very limited roam at all, if at all. It was very much focused around kind of hunkering down on site, and I think that's something that we saw Leeds do in the first map, and it kind of didn't benefit them really. They need to be a bit more aggressive with it. I think that's the main thing I want to see. I want to see them get aggressive with it. I want to see them take, I would say so much taking the gunfights in a really silly way. I just think that if we saw some nice duo plays to at least deal with these opening entries, that could be quite pleasant, and it could start to set the momentum for how the round is going to go for them.
Yeah. I think as well, we saw a little bit of chaos. The fact that Dilly ran in through Moto with his back turned towards blue, where there was already map control gained by Loughborough. I mean, that could have been an easy pick up there, and that round would have been over before like it had even started for the side of Leeds. I mean, the plant was getting down. I mean, all the players were almost dead apart from Dilly. It did feel as if maybe Leeds are probably counting the lucky chickens after that one.
Lucky chickens?
see, I'm used to saying this, right? But like, Jerry had the exact same reaction when I said this last time.
Because what's a lucky chicken?
It's like count like your lucky eggs, like your lucky chickens.
Don't count your eggs before they've chickened, or don't count your eggs before they hatch. Thank you, producer, for saving us then from our ridiculous attempt at lucky chickens, eggs, chickens.
I think there's
also
gracious
me.
Yeah.
Between the two of us, we got there in the end.
I think there's also another saying about Lucky. I think Lucky something else. Jerry had, it's like an amalgamation of two sayings, but I've been saying it all my life.
Are you just making up lucky animals at this point?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, I'm just causing carnage now at this point.
What's a nice Scottish animal? Like those woolly cows.
The woolly cows, the Highland cows.
Exactly. Can't we have a lucky Highland cow?
Yeah, I would love to have a lucky Highland cow. I mean,
100%.
They're nice and cute as well, nice and fluffy. But that Heartbreach is not nice and fluffy. That thermite charge has gone off. We do have Jacuzzi Breach gained in the side of Leeds, but plenty of guns willing and ready to kind of pounce on any opportunity given. There's also the hatch opened in towards Logie area here, Grace. So a little bit of pressure being being put on towards Leeds right now without having to concede anything but utility.
100%. I mean, I really hoped then that Sen was just gonna, nade TXC, who had firmly plonked themselves into that cubby within logistics, and try to actually pre-fire the hatch. That gives you a big cue that they are actually positioned there, and I think the nade would be really lovely if you time it correctly. But Sen obviously deciding to rotate below instead. Gonna cook a nade to try and get it into this cache area instead. Ooh, Safe is coming through with a nice little 2k down to TXC and Dilly, and that's really cleaning up this defense in a very pleasant way, giving their teams a breathing room. Beautiful shot there onto Hizo as a nade comes down onto Illy as well, and there we have it. A beautiful attacking round for the side of Loughborough's.
Yes, Scythe just on an absolute rampage through the site. No one could stop him, and he was just almost on a wonder. He was just like, all right, there's one, there's two. We'll make it three, and then in the last, I don't know if it was a 4K at the end, but my God, what a play from him to drop in towards Logie, pick up two, walk all the way through, and manage to pick up Castle as well. Well played from him, and well, it was kind of one individual play to the next in the next round, and right now we're at one each apiece, and Clubhouse has turned into a bit of a, well, slow at the start, but very, very entertaining in the middle and the end.
Oh, 100%. I mean, again, I want to see some... I'm a bit of a goblin for it, to be honest. I really want to see some of these nade kills, and I really want Loughborough's to be taking them, because there's been, a few opportunities where they could do it. And we did see a really nice nade kill, actually, onto Illy from the side of Loughborough's last round, but I want to see more of that. Like, I'm completely here for it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, upwards nades are just so clean to see.
It's one thing that is so Siege compared to other games, what other game have you ever just been like, oh, you're vibing out, maybe doing a bit of droning, maybe setting up for an execute, and suddenly out of nowhere you die, you have no idea why, you look and you see that someone's cooked a nade and just yoinked it at you, and you're there like, I can't even be mad. Like, I cannot be mad about it. Fair play.
You've got the question marks in chat, like, how did you even know? Like, that's...
Exactly.
Using some kind words like, I can't believe you did that, you silly Billy. I'm derailing again. I should really stop. I should really stop. Right, anyway, we are moving towards a garage defense. Well, not a garage defense, but, well, garage is such a key part of this defense. It is in towards the cache and CCTV. Well, it's almost been made standard, formulaic. This is the kind of almost key point of Clubhouse, this defense. I mean, it's been there from the kind of beginning of the iterations of the map when the first Siege was first introduced. And interestingly enough, we are actually going to see a construction take here, Grace, which is something that we don't usually see. Usually we see that kind of main breach / garage take, but not to be this time round.
No, I think sometimes nowadays we are seeing it a lot more just because of how much teams set up a majority of their utility towards that CC breach, but sounds like already walls getting opened up in that construction area, and there we go. It's getting a little bit chaotic here. Illy's stuck in a bit of a corner, and again, perfect opportunity for a nade kill if someone wants to take it. Looks like he's getting a bit bolshy with it though, trying to peek into that construction area. Safe is holding this very, very tight angle towards the red stairs area, but Illy again bolshy with it. 10! Actually the team kill, that is unfortunate.
Tian just likes to click heads, and unfortunately the mute, it was the mute just got in the way, and Heisel's going to fall by the wayside as well. Ooh. There goes your Jaeger, and Loughborough have gained full control of the site as they start to, it's become an absolute bloodbath. Make it a meat grinder. Sathis takes out TXC, and here we go. Another round in favour of Loughborough, and Leeds do not know how to answer this aggression and this just well-constructed attacks.
Exactly. You know, we often do talk about whether a map is more attacker or defender favoured. 9 times out of 10, the maps are defender favoured just because of that timer and the way that the executes have to even go down in the first place and the setups for those executes. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is considered defender-sided. So the fact that Loughborough's already taking the slight lead here on their attack, it certainly is beneficial towards them. And if you're Leeds right now, you're kind of panicking a little bit because you're like, okay, we need to at least try and get this to like a 4-2. So now let's try and win these 3 rounds in a row. And that's going to certainly benefit us, considering we are a map down on our own map pick. Yeah. Maybe they're just not mourning people, to be honest.
I mean, that's a fair enough response. That's probably a good point to point out. I mean, the thing is, so another thing that I want to kind of put towards and kind of counterpoint you is, I mean, ever since last year when we saw the finals between BDS and G2, and then G2 kind of like absolutely wiped them on the attack, Clubhouse has had this really weird kind of flux between, is it going to be attacker-sided, is it going to be defender-sided? I just think... I know that this is kind of like, yes, we know, Cairo, you're pointing out the obvious here. I just think it's the better team on whichever side win it out, if that makes sense. Like, if you're a better attacking team, then it's going to be attacker-sided. Clubhouse is really weird in that sense, though.
Would you say that perhaps, again, Clubhouse, it's more even Stevens, and maybe because of how the meta's changed over the last year or so, especially in regards to how the more aggressive kind of Fast and Furious teams, they're doing a lot better in the current meta of what we've seen. Again, that's why we had such LATAM dominance within, like, especially the last 12 months. Again, the meta, that's the thing about Siege, the meta's constantly changing. At the moment, we're in this very awkward one. I do consider it awkward because... it's very Fast and Furious, and if teams aren't willing to provide that kind of thing, it's, yes, you can play it maybe a little bit old school, but it's going to be a little bit, oh no, now we have 10 seconds to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, always a great point is just calling it awkward, because we just saw a coastline where it was pushed to 20 seconds. We don't see that very often. You know what I mean? And then we're going to a Clubhouse where the execute's coming through in the first minute. Like, how do you even balance that? How do you predict that? Because right now we're used to waffling, we're used to kind of going into the kitchen, like talking about absolute nonsense, and then we're waiting for that execute to come through, waiting for the utility work to come through. But it's not been the case in this map so far.
Absolutely, and again, you know, I was just speaking about old school, and this is kind of, again, a little bit nostalgic. We're seeing the setup, we're seeing the, you know, support ops go through, clearing, you know, these hatches and setting up around, you know, scanning out the kitchen, bar, and stairs area. But we're also seeing Safest go on a little bit of a roam clear, top-down roam clear. Of course, there is no extension to that roam anyway, so they're going to do that relatively quickly, but it's, again, just this idea of, okay, I'm just going to make sure that there's no little rat hiding in the darkness here. And again, if he starts to apply this pressure from oil kind of blue again, we saw how uncontested it was last time, and this could get a little bit spicy.
It really could, and I mean, already we're seeing there is no rodents to be had, they're all in the basement. So we'll need to see if maybe we can get some sort of pest control in there, and Sathis already trying to do that right now. Well, it's almost kind of starting to close in on Leeds, and they don't know it yet. Starting to get a little bit claustrophobic because Sainsbury's all the way down on towards that dirt door, and Mr. Chuckles and Sathis are looking towards blue. I'm interested to see what's happening towards the church side. I don't know if Dan can hear us and he can maybe show us that side. But, I mean, right now, we're seeing the players starting to slowly creep down on towards site, but there is 30 seconds remaining, and there's a 5 versus 5, but as I say that, Sathis has actually inflicted the first damage as Heisel's going down. So is Sathis, though, but the trade coming through from Mr. Chuckles is all going in favour of Loughborough right now, but we have seen a clutch come out before, as Illy has managed to take out Frank, and there goes Side. More gunfights to be had as a retake up towards, but no! What's happening here, Tyne? What? The have managed to miss the knife and tea, and the mute has been able to respond. There goes Tilly though, and there goes the mute. Finally, the site being controlled, but the time is gone. They don't have diffuser. What is that round?
I think the players themselves just said it in chat, like, what on earth just happened? What was that attempt at a knife fight as well?
I don't. No, please.
I love chaos, but I like it to be organized chaos. And yeah, we're going to have some, rightly so, we're going to have a replay here. I mean, okay, it's not going to be the one that perhaps we want, but thank you, Replay Up, for showing us that nice 2K at the end. Just a little bit of a cleanup, but of course, we're not going to see that diffuser go down because it was very, very far away. And again, yeah, I'm sorry, but what mute? That knife fight was bizarre. Like, probably the most bizarre thing I've seen in all week, to be honest.
No, I think the best way to describe it is the most siege thing that I've seen in a long time. Just two people trying to knife fight in the middle of an execute where we need to get the plant down on Clubhouse. Like what?
100%. You cannot make it up.
No, you really can't. It's like, how do you explain to someone from another esport why is there two people having a knife fight in the middle of a round where there's like chaos happening left, right, and centre?
As they're collapsing on the site
exactly.
as well. Like, oh yeah, I could just like hip fire, or you know, maybe fair enough if you're not like in the position to maybe ADS, but like at least a hip fire. But no, it was just straight up, I'm gonna try and knife you.
It was like they were having their own separate we round to themselves while the rest of the team were like doing their business. Do you know how you get like that one player that always enters into the map by themselves while the rest of the team's trying to do the utility work? That was almost that, except in an execute format.
Yeah. We digress. But no, again, they're setting up nicely for what looks like more of a standard push this time. It looks like they're going to try and get that breach open into the CC area. We already see Safers clearing out towards the lounge area as well to make sure no one's lurking there of any C4s. Often we find people in these kind of positions to kind of try and go for a flank once they get that garage control, but also prevent this utility as we go from helping the hard breach get through. Interesting to see the nade come through like that when the Thatcher is on the board, but of course Thatcher's actually going to fall. It's almost ironic, Dilly taking the head of Cyphers there.
Yep, he is the sentinel in garage, and well, he's certainly providing that, well, I guess that kind of mechanical ability in this form is he's managed to take out the player on towards Mere Breach. Diffuser down, and he could probably protect that from this one position. We did hear some sound calls coming through there from the ace charges. I believe that was a breach in towards the garage walls below, which will maybe mean that there's going to be some sort of burn and then a nade out to try and get rid of Dilly. But the thing is, though, he's got so many WMI charges, so many ADSs, that he'll probably be able to just to sit there. But we have went down to a 3 versus 4 as Scythus has finally struck, and he's taken out Illy, who's been having a bit of a bad map so far here, Grace.
A little bit, but you know, Dilly, however, having an incredibly good map.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely on a tear this map compared to the last one. Getting a significant amount of those kills, the most kills on the entire side of Leeds, to be honest. And I think again, being the WAMI in that position, it's such a nice position to just clean up if people are trying to get that garage control. Ooh, shield getting blown away, and of course, with it being a go, shield's going to leave a nice little ring of fire there as well. Safe is taking a fair bit of damage, but the Finker kind of revives him a little bit. Still a relatively nice bit of time to work with 50 seconds, but they do start setting up and maybe clearing some of these players, especially in that garage area if they want to go for that CC breach. But it looks like now they're going to try and go for a construction collapse instead. But the Alder in hand on Heizo, it is like a hot knife through butter. This could be very, very upsetting indeed. And there we go. Sen is going to fall to TXC. And if they try and swing through that door towards TXC now, the Alder is ready and waiting. And they should have just heard it there, to be honest, Cairo.
Yeah, they should have, and already the dinner bell is starting to ring, or maybe even just the danger bell in general. 15 seconds remaining, diffuser is down. We need to see some sort of movement, and maybe they'll start to push towards kills. As the ace starts to push through, TXC will take him out. It's all up to Seth. This is all up to this one-man army. Can he do it? Can he find the last 2 remaining kills? No, he can't. The meat grinder comes out. The bullets and the left trigger held. Well, there we go. We will see a round go in favour of Leeds. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yep, it is 3-2 in favour of Loughborough. So we're almost kind of having that deja vu from Coastline right now.
Yeah, but again, it's like I say, Leeds needed to kind of get the rest of these defensive rounds in a row to at least maintain some of their dignity before going into that attacking half, because typically you would have a bit of a nicer time on this defense, and going into this, Loughboroughs were looking so strong on their attack. I think that it's just individuals having the chance to kind of pop off a little bit that's really benefiting Leeds here. It's less to do with the actual setup they're bringing, and it's less to do with what Loughboroughs are actually bringing to the table themselves. It's more to do with the individual plays. Again, Dilly just absolutely having a little bit of a field day in that last round, and that certainly helps when you are cleaning up a majority of the other team's roster like that. They are going to go back to gym bedroom, however. I can't get my words out this morning.
Okay, it's alright. It's early in the morning. You can be forgiven. I mean, the thing is though, Grace, a little bit of Monster, you know, you got to get that plug in. You'd be feeling much better in the morning. You know? Absolutely.
And again, speaking of Monster, we do Monster plays at the NSE. So if you have any nice clips from throughout the tournament, within this winter tournament as well, you can submit that and you can win a ton of Monster. Again, nice and early at the moment, so potentially you could get a bit of a chance to get those clips in, and a bit more of opportunity to get those prizes before people wake up and try and enter themselves.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, also, we do give away Monster drops at the end of this final, Grace. That's another opportunity. People, you know, not a lot, what do you call it, in the early mornings, could maybe sneak a little win there. That's another one we need to point out. Get that in, Monster drops in chat.
Do you know what? Sometimes you're late for the bus, but then you get on the bus, you've got a flapjack in one hand, a Monster in the other, you're good to go.
Flapjack, yeah, that sounds great. I mean, I can't remember the last
breakfast.
What?
A well-balanced breakfast of
exactly.
carbs and energy.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, your body will be absolutely loving you after having a Monster, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter though, Grace, because we are going to see the Jacuzzi Breach get bandit tricked. Absolutely huge from TXC. We don't see bandit tricking happen too often. It's almost like a forgotten trade in a sense, and it's beautiful to see when it does come out.
Absolutely, it's so much harder to do nowadays as well, especially given the changes. Especially, you know, the changes that we had this and last year to Thatcher as an example. So, really, really good plays there from the side of Leeds. Safe's really holding on to his angle for dear life. I think he is very aware that Dilly is kind of lurking there. Again, this is a really nice position for people to hold when they do break out that gym hatch. It is a relatively well-known one, but it's whether or not Loughboroughs are going to read into it or not.
Yeah, I mean, well, it seems as if they've already read into something, at least Dilly being taken out on the roam there. Is Saith is just waiting very patiently, almost like a saint, as you said last time here, Grace, and will take out that Roman player, the player that's been almost popping off for Leeds. Well, I've just noticed something. I thought Leeds were actually 3-2 down, but they're actually 3-2 up, and I don't know how they've snuck this one out. But I'll tell you something, Loughboroughs need to be looking at the time, or else they're going to sneak another round as there's only a minute left.
Absolutely, this setup needs to start coming around the side. It looks like they are... Okay, I like Mr. Chuckle's positioning as well, holding that CC run out just in case anyone does decide to get aggressive on the side of Leeds as well. But again, the collapse needs to start coming through, and no one's really taking the bite just yet. Perhaps the lack of intel is why they're holding off a little bit. And there we go, Tien's going to take down Sen as they try and make that initial engagement happen.
Yeah. That initial engagement is just not working for them. Still for a piece on either side, but Sides has actually been able to pick out that, well, that one Myra, an absolute freebie, and maybe another one in towards construction. Yes, there it is. There goes the Thunderbird, and one elsewhere. I believe that was in towards the bathroom area. It's all up to Ellie, it's all up to the mute. No C4 in pocket here, so the diffuser is going to go down. No verticality to be used, and we'll have to take the gunfights with the SMG-11. But Scythe is with, well... With his gun, I can't remember which one it was using, but it doesn't matter because he's going to be able to win out the gunfight, and he's going to be able to make it 3 each on the half here on Clubhouse.
I think that's exactly it, 3 each on Clubhouse. This is usually the part where if you're then switching onto that attacking side, you're a bit like, Jimmy Russled, to be honest. Again, still a slight defender favour. They themselves are taking that current meta of the Finker and the Yana as well. In fact, a very similar lineup. Instead of seeing the Habana, we are going to see the Ace instead. Which is fair enough. Again, the utility still does a relatively similar thing. I do prefer, realistically, the Habana over the Ace on Clubhouse, unless you're bringing the Habana Ace combo. I think those ex-Kairos and the changes to them that we've seen in the last few years, it really benefits you when you're clearing a lot of the utility, especially even things like, fair enough if it's basement, that's a lot of ex-Kairos to deal with the hatches, but even things like gym bedroom with those castle reinforcements that we often see, you can just stick one little ex-Kairos on it and it will deal with it nicely without, too much hassle. So again, with the Salmas, it'll be interesting to see how they're used in conjunction with that Thermite as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing is probably a key point to point out is the fact that, with the Habana, she's so flexible in the way that you can use her utility. I mean, again, you point out the fact you can kind of flick down to 2 pellets and will be able to take out castle barricades. Exactly. Other things, etc. I mean, the fact that you can you have that capability of going 2, 4, and 6 was such a huge buff that we couldn't actually, almost predict how strong she would become. But yeah, it was an absolutely huge change that came through. Another thing though, I do like the Thermite pick, because if it is a mute, which it isn't, I was going to say, but if it was a mute to kind of hold down the breach by themselves in terms of denial of breach, I mean, the Thermite almost counters that.
Yeah, and you get the smokes as well, which is, again, always really useful, especially if the team you're against are feeling a bit too fraggy. It's going to cut off those lines of sights and give you a bit more protection when you are going for that final execute. So yeah, completely agree with you. And again, the defensive setup from Loughborough is very kind of intel denial feeling. You got them Aussie with the mute as well.
Oh, I thought that was going to land there. But no, it was shot out just as it flew through the sky, unfortunately, for Cetus. But he's on really low HP. He does have the Jaeger to almost support him here, Grace. This is a position you don't really want to be caught up in, and he might have to rotate off, but no, surely not. TN's taking out TXCs. They've tried to rush into sight.
How did that even happen? I am so confused by that one. Did he get a bit too close to it, maybe?
I think they've tried to run into sight as the breach charges went off, and everybody knows if you get too close to a breach charge, things can go just exactly like we've seen in 2 players down on the breach. You don't really want that. Diffuser stuck in no man's land, can be watched all the way from the CC door where there is a shield. This is looking like another round that is in favour of Loughborough.
100%, unless Sen decides to completely whiff this now, as they are trying to still contest this garage control, which is quite interesting. Dilly taking down Safus, at least. Again, Dilly having a little bit of a good game here compared to the last one. Again, this very awkward standoff where you're just waiting for one of these players to peek, and there we go. It is indeed Sen cleaning things up with a nice little 2k at the end here. Another round on the board for Loughborough, and again, if you're Leeds, this is really starting to feel risky biscuits.
Risky biscuits, I love that. I mean, I've noticed a trend. I mean, what was it? Risk it for a chocolate biscuit earlier. I mean, I'm liking it. I
don't know if got biscuits on the brain. Maybe that's what it is. I
just think I'm hungry. I just think
I'm so hungry.
I just hear Lucky Chickens, brisket for a chocolate biscuit. I mean, I'm just noticing this trend here. I'm kidding on. We are moving through on towards Church and Arsenal for this next round in this half for Loughborough's defence. Interestingly enough, about this site, we have seen the likes of Leeds actually turtle down on this site, Grace, where they almost let the fights come to them, and it didn't really work out apart from an individual performance from Dilly. We maybe might see something different from Loughborough, considering when we saw Cetus play earlier on Coastline, he was the almost main roamer. So we might see him maybe go off on a little wander through the map, because, I mean, this site, if any of the sites, really promotes that kind of roaming playstyle.
100%, and again, it's just really interesting to kind of see the kind of, again, revenge arc. Again, Leeds won 2-0 last time these two teams played together. In fact, I believe in the best of one, it was a 7-4 to Leeds. And then when it got to those best of threes, it was a 2-0 to Leeds.
Yeah.
And now Loughborough's have completely flipped on its head. They've woken up on a nice Sunday morning. They're feeling themselves. They're feeling fraggy. Leeds making a lot of mistakes, to be honest, as well. Again, there have been some unfortunate team kills this map. Again, maybe the pressure's on for them now, so it's just getting a bit squiffy around the edges, but they need to try and get a little bit more coherent with it to at least try and pull this to even Stevens, so they don't want Loughborough's to start taking this round advantage.
Yeah, I feel as if they take this step forward here in this next round, I think it might start to slowly get out of the reach of Leeds, because then you're kind of looking towards tertiary site wins, and if it goes towards tertiary site wins, then Loughborough will win out, and that kind of respect, because they will be able to win out, or should probably win out on their kind of main sites of CCTV, Cash, and the bottom floor here of Church and Arsenal. But nothing about that just yet, as we're still to have this full round play out, and it seems to be kind of focused towards Dirt and Kitchen as already. The Habanas just waiting to see if they can maybe beat out the impact charges, and also any sort of utility with being confirmed with the fact that they're using the Thatcher. So all in all right now, it's just a very slow and progressive round here from the side of Leeds. They're doing the kind of checklist, they're taking their time, and I mean, that's probably the best way to do things right now, considering the fact that Loughborough last round were able to be so dominant.
100%. And again, the utility changes that we're seeing on the side of Leeds for this attack as well are quite pleasant, I think. They've got, obviously the BUEC with the soft destructibility, and they've got those 2 secondary hard breaches. And they've gone back to the Habana, which I very much prefer, again, when it comes to this map. So they're definitely trying to be reactive to what Loughborough's are bringing to the table. They're trying to be reactive to what's going wrong as well. So again, let's see if this reactivity plays off. I think they are aware of the player approaching from there. We see a few warning shots being fired there by the side of Loughborough's.
Yeah, there is. Oh no, I was wondering if they cut out Sathis' roam here, this retake upstairs, because he did destroy the drone, but he has a player in tow here, Grace. This could really get worrying here if they haven't realised Heisel is on a drone, but his drone is downstairs, and there is one on the rappel, but they'll take out Sathis. Oh no, though. I was about to say, I thought the fact that they would be able to pick up Sathis there, but they're not. Frank's been able to take out Illy. That's well played, but right now there's only 20 seconds remaining. The execute's still to come through.
100%. An SMG 11 to the face as TXC falls down. All left down to Dilly and Tian. Dilly has been feeling themselves this game, but no, Frank is going to shut them down before they have a chance to pop off. All left down to Tian now on the Habana. 3 flashes in hand. They can try and make it work, but they're just going to drop down anyway. Get the pick down to Mr. Chuckles, but Safest is going to shut that down. And that is Loughborough's taking a comfortable lead now.
Yeah, they really are. And Grace, it kind of goes back to this point where kind of just started to dwell on, is the fact that Leeds... Well, sorry, if Loughborough had won that round, it might just be out of Leeds' reach here. And it seems as if that's what it's coming down to. You look towards this, that's 2 rounds now. We're going towards a tertiary site. We almost expect Leeds to win this one in a sense. But when we start to head back towards your Cash and CCTVs, your downstairs in Church and Arsenals, Loughborough are almost expected to win that out, especially after 2 dominant performances on those last 2 sites. This could mean the Loughborough could 2-0 Leeds here.
I mean, this is it. It depends how this final site in this rotation goes, in my opinion. If this last round goes to them, that's when I'm being like, yes, it's match point, and most likely Loughborough's are going to take this. They're showing up there being, relatively dominant on their defense. Again, I feel that last round was a little bit squiffy, but it's because they were trying something a little bit outside of the box, and sometimes that does have a risk to it. But I do love the fact that we saw that duo push of the roam come through, because again, it's this idea that if you swing out and you try and take someone down and then they kill you instead, at least someone's there for the refrag. Something that sometimes, again, a few of the uni teams do overlook at times is how beneficial things like that are. Just going with as a duo and trying to play that together, and even it could get to a point where you are pinching people together and things like that, and just applying so much pressure to that attack that's coming through.
Yeah. That's it. Right now, this extension's probably going to be the first kind of sign of what's going to happen here. 4 players over by Cash. Hopefully a couple will retreat, as we do see Scythe and Mr. Chuckles trying to retreat there. Yep, there we go. And that leaves 2 remaining players on this side of the map. I don't know, Grace, I'm going to ask your opinion. What do you... I'm going to ask your opinion on the CCTV kind of Cash extension here. Do you like it? Do you feel as if it needs to be a little bit more reserved? Because we are seeing one player out towards Rafters already.
I think I prefer a safer CC hold when it's gym bedroom. I think I prefer, again, more utility investment to protect that initial push into Cash. We are seeing 1 ADS, I believe that is. We're not really seeing the doorways being held by anything, no Aruni, no castle, things like that. Illy's going to get a nice pick there onto Sen as they try and overextend, and now there's only 1 player here trying to defend Cash. They do manage to shut down Illy though, so that is pretty good going, and they do have the shield utility at the top of red to also protect them a little bit extra. But again, there's so much time wasting you have to do here, and you are expecting yourself to die eventually, and it is all about just burning out as much time as possible. That's the point of that extension, is to prevent that final collapse from coming through as fast as possible.
I mean, I totally agree, and that Twitch drone there just trying to go through, clear any sort of utility that was in towards Cash so they can clear that out. Maybe a nade to go through, it sailed through the sky, but did not pick up anybody just yet. Legion just saw someone, but a nice little walk in towards Cash. We'll only pick up 1, almost 2 there, as a massive amount of damage was dealt to the players on Rafters. Mr. Chuckles can close down this push from construction. Well, the line side is into construction, but his position is in towards Logi. The players will surely know his positioning, but there's no needs to clear him out, so it needs to be gunfights to be taken here, Grace, which might not work out too well. They do have the Echo drone to help out, but no, it's not going to help out now after getting destroyed. Starting to move through, 45 seconds remain. Well, we need to see that plant go down very soon. Just holding that angle, playing passive, and waiting for Mr. Chuckles to make the mistake, but he's dropped off. Well, we'll need to see exactly how Leeds make this work. Hyzo outside, just playing that Overwatch position. Mr. Chuckles trying to get aggressive here. Will they pick up the Ayana? No, they're just waiting to peek out and they'll win that one out. Dilly, an absolutely huge pick. They know the last remaining player is in towards the bathroom position, and Leeds with an emphatic attack in a brilliant way to respond to the way that Loughborough were playing all throughout these rounds.
Absolutely, but again, we've gone through the full rotation now, so CC and Basement are both back on the board. Now, yeah, there we go, they're going to go to CC now. I think this is the thing that is, I would say, slightly concerning. It's just more the fact that, again, both teams at times maybe not playing around that timer as much as they could be. I wasn't sure if the Yokais were on the board / available then, but I feel like that's the point where you're kind of like, yeah, I've got this utility. Maybe I pull back a little bit. Maybe I go to spar wall of all things, because I know exactly where this push is coming from, given the information my teammates have presumably given to me. I know they're going to be forced to collapse into bedroom. I know timer is ticking, so perhaps they're forced to plant there. But I've got a cheeky yokai lurking about. Perhaps I can just, take 5, maybe put my feet up somewhere else and just let the yokai do the work.
Yeah, I think another thing as well is, see if Mr. Chuckles had maybe almost, well, just play a little bit more passive on towards main stairs, because again, as you said, you know it's got to come in towards the bedroom area. You know that there's, well, only 2 main areas, or kind of 2 main pathways to get in. One can be watched from bathroom, where we saw one of the players already positioned. The other can be is that main bedroom doorway, which can be watched from main stairs. So on top of that, and to swing into bathroom from that area, you need to pass that kind of main stairway, which would allow an absolute freebie there for the Frost, because there was 2 players there. So all in all, I think maybe just a little bit of, again, focus, reorganisation, a little bit of kind of evaluation in terms of what's important would have done them the world of good there. But all in all, not a bad round from Loughborough, but a great round from Leeds in the way that we're able to pick apart their defence there.
Absolutely. And again, though, Leeds, they've really struggled to approach this CC attack last time. Got a little bit chaotic in parts as well. Hopefully we're not going to see any team kills from those exothermic charges either.
Preferably not.
Preferably not, yeah.
Preferably, we'd like to see 5 players on the board when the breach goes off. But hey ho, I mean, this is Siege. People like to do things a little bit crazy sometimes.
They do indeed. And again, I think that they're going for something a little bit more standard. They're trying to apply this garage pressure earlier rather than later, which is certainly going to benefit them. And there we go. Cypher's taking down Dilly, though, as the opening pick for this encounter. So that's the Ayana off the board. And again, Dilly having just an absolute monumental time this morning.
Yeah. Only thing is, though, he's off the board, though, Grace, which is maybe a warning sign on the side of Leeds. Maybe not so, as Heisel's actually started to wake up on himself, as that's him picking up Mr. Chuckles. He got a couple in the last round as well here, Grace, so maybe there is another champion for this round for the side of Leeds.
Certainly, and again, it's a little bit of a standstill here, as I think both teams are trying to work out what the other is doing. We're not seeing the immediate pressure just yet from Leeds, and we're seeing a lot of this Bandit and utility being used in conjunction. Wait, that didn't do anything? I swear those both bandit charges were down then.
Oh no. Maybe I'm just gonna maybe Illy and Heisel stay in the same house, and hopefully the internet hasn't dropped. That would be absolutely heartbreaking, because both those players were up on the board, and it's now a 2 versus 4 here, Grace, which is pretty emphatic towards the defender's side, and especially on a CCTV cache.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate to have connectivity issues if that is the case. Especially given the fact that Loughborough's could probably take this to match point now. That is so unfortunate. Sen taking down TXC. It's all left down to TN now in a 1 versus 4. What can you do in this kind of situation? Don't go for the run out. Come on. Don't kick a man while he's down. Two of his teammates being booted offline like that, it's not exactly great. And there we go. We're going to call that technical pause as we try and wait for these players to get back into the lobby. But again, this is now match point because of that.
Yeah, we are now moving. So we are potentially going to come back to our faces here, but while we wait for the players to try and reconnect, Ilya has managed to come back, and it is so unfortunate in that last round because, well, they didn't look too far out of it. We're at the halfway point, and there was that kind of assessment of where do we go, what's the kind of key points for us to move through. They had got the main breach open, they had traded the first entry through. Grace, Leeds will really be feeling hurt after that one.
Do you know what, like, I genuinely do feel for them, because again, they kind of had this idea where they were applying more aggressive pressure towards that garage area. They were trying to go for the garage control before even considering that wall being open, which I think is the best thing to do. I think often, yes, it's nice to get that garage breach open nice and early, but sometimes it gives that person playing on garage the opportunity and the flexibility to kind of have their moment and pop off a little bit. And we've all been there kind of defending that garage rafters 2 kind of position, and then you're just literally swinging between the doorway and the line of sight that you get onto that breach, and it's kind of easy dubs at that point. So I do think that applying that doorway pressure first, completely 100%, that's the way to go. Just unfortunate whatever's happened there has happened, to be honest, which I just really feel for Leeds, to be honest. Again, this is certainly a revenge arc for the side of Loughborough, where they were like, okay, you've beaten us so many times now, we're in this grand final, and maybe we do want it a bit more than we perhaps let on throughout this season, so we're going to show up a little bit. Again, seeing less iron sights now, which is quite enjoyable. Is how I describe that.
Well, it is almost an NSC anime arc here in Rainbow Six Siege. So, Grace, we are only 2 rounds away. Like, I mean, let's not kind of make this. Let's not make it a canyon of a gap. It's actually within touching distance between these 2 teams, because all in all, I mean, if Leeds can somehow convert their basement defense, their basement attack, and win out the tertiary site, which we know they can do, it might not actually be that bad, and we could push it towards overtime, and in that OT, I mean, anything can happen.
Yes, I think that's it. I don't think Leeds have got this far for it to not go to overtime, I hope. Again, it would be a super, super duper massive shame if they did lose this out now, especially in this next round. But there have just been a lot of mistakes today. And whether that's just like maybe a stamina thing, it is an early time first game of the day. Again, we do have Valorant next, so if you are into Valorant, stick around and watch that. But it's just an unfortunate one, I think, really. And I do really feel for them because I think they've worked really hard. And again, I loved seeing the progression of how they played maybe previous seasons compared to now. The setups are a lot more clean cut. It's more like they know, okay, these are the motions we have to go through. It's then just fine tuning it now with things like the timing of things. Do you need to actually push this, or can you let the timer burn out? Can I force this into 1v1 engagements if I am at a player disadvantage here? Much for them to think about regardless of what happens today, but I'm really happy to see the progress that they've made within the last 12 months. So, yay.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's a winner almost already. I mean, especially Grace, you seem to be a winner.
I agree with that. Yeah, no, 100%.
So we are just waiting on readies for both teams. We're almost and on our way towards this match point, Grace. So I'm going to ask you the question that, Gennaro started at the very start of the match, but I'm going to ask you now your prediction for these next couple of rounds. Does Leeds make it to OT, or do we see a Loughborough win?
I mean, I predicted Loughborough winning in the first place more out of fear for the Twitter timeline. But I do think that given, what's happening and how people are playing, I do think maybe Loughboroughs are going to take this now. I think the momentum may be lost for the side of Leeds. If they do manage to pull this to overtime and win it, I will be losing my mind completely. I'd be so stoked for them, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Well, let's hope it does happen. We are finally in towards the basement defence. Last time, Loughborough did go for the turtle setup here, Grace. I thought maybe we'd see Sathis, Tristan actually go for that roam. We didn't. But this time, he is on an Oryx. And, well, we both know Oryx isn't really much of a sight player when it comes to that sort of stuff.
No, not at all. Again, curious to see if he's going to kind of go top floor because of that, and maybe... blow out that construction hatch looking into the bar area as well.
Yeah.
Gonna be, again, just very, very curious as to where this will be. You can even use that bailiff, to be honest. You go into logistics, and then, the classic spot in logistics floor where you shoot out the floor. It gives you a nice line of sight, so even if those X-Kairos go onto the kitchen hatch, you just kind of go beep, 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 and you shoot them out. Makes those exact noises as well.
Oh, does it? I play with my sound off most of the time, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
I would not do that. That is asking for a loss. But
we're seeing the double room upstairs, top floor. We love to see it. Oh.
Okay. Just like that, we are just going to see a kill go straight through and towards blue, and it seems as if Leeds are just going to be direct here, pushing straight down, trying to pressure the Wamai, and that's him going to get a double. Is it going to be a triple? Yes, it is. It's almost over. As well, we are down to 2 remaining players. The roam doesn't even need to come into play, but the 2 players upstairs will be waiting for the I guess these players to come to them. This is almost over before it's even begun, Grace.
I literally have no words. I understand. Okay, maybe we go for a big direct push like that, catch them off guard, be aggressive, but it's like, no. Like, it's match point.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a bold move to be making on match point. Again, especially considering the fact that they are now essentially sandwiched by these defenders. So this is going to be quite a spooky one. Again, how much work can they do here? Tien, yes, maybe they can get the hatches open and apply some hatch pressure, but Illy's just now lying down, collapsing their hitbox onto the middle of that lower main stairs area, and already it's just feeling a little bit silly sausages from the side of Leeds when they really can't afford to be doing so. And there we go, Tien using the X-Kairos beautifully. They're getting rid of that Kaid claw by positioning those X-Kairos either side of the hatch. The hatch is going to open up nicely. A little tiny bit of pressure there, but again, how much can they actually do here?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're opening up the hatch and seeing if they can get anything from it. But, I mean, look at this. I mean, Loughborough already know that they don't need to contest it. And if they do, they can just contest it from a pixel angle. And there's an absolute freebie left up to Illy here with 50 seconds remaining. All up to the Argentinian operator. He'll go for the gunfight here. And, well, the pistol has came out from the K. They're waiting to confirm this round. Confirm their championship of NSC. And with a knife, Loughborough will do that. They are your NSC champions, and well, they'll prove to you exactly why it's so hard to be the undisputed champions of UK Uni Siege. What a game, what a match, and I guess Janela was saying, I mean, it's been an underdog story all through NSC, and it's come out right here in Rainbow Six.
I think that's it. The underdog story, indeed. I just feel disappointed, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel that could have been a lot better from Leeds. I don't know whether it was just maybe the mental was just a bit washed at this point. But certainly rushing like that when it's match point, I don't think that was the play at all. And it's kind of frustrating, especially when you know that that roster can do a lot better than what they did. Again, this defense, it started relatively well. We saw kind of trades going bye. And it just got to that kind of, third round, and then everything started going a bit more hectic for them, really. Both sides kind of fighting tooth and nail, and it kind of became a little bit of a free-for-all, and that's why we did end up on a kind of free split for it, when I would have liked to see a bit more of a dominant defense from Leeds there. And it's kind of this idea that, well, if you've managed to get a free split on your attack, you should be able to clean it up nicely on defense, and that is exactly what Loughborough did. Yeah,
that's it. And I mean, on top of that, the way everything kind of went out, I was kind of trying to craft a storyline that maybe it isn't too bad after a 3-3 split, but I mean, Loughborough just showed you exactly why. Just the way they were so calm on the defense, Grace, here, everything that happened. I mean, this is an absolute moment that we need to talk about here. What was this knife fight?
What on earth?
But all in all, yeah, I mean, Loughborough just really managed to take that advantage and run with it. Leeds just trying off strategies like rushing through main breach that didn't work, trying to rush in through blue. Again, Loughborough just able to create that meat grinder, turn everything on its head. Leeds a few unfortunate mishaps in terms of technical issues from their side. All in all, Loughborough just took complete advantage of everything that happened in this match.
Exactly, and I think meat grinder is probably the best word to use there, because I do think that Cyphus and Safus went on a little bit of a tear together, especially towards the last half of the map, and when it got to Loughborough's defensive half, that's when we started seeing some really nice duo roam from those two players as well. And yeah, Sen popping off a number of times, especially in that final round. Again, yeah, this was it where you saw the nice duo play where, yeah, Safus went for the swing out, but then Safus with the refire. Oh my god, it's so confusing with those two names. I beg one of them changes. Yeah, just, again, those kind of duo plays is what you want to see. You want to see people playing together as a duo on that roam, and that's perhaps something that Leeds weren't doing greatly. I also think that Leeds weren't playing time, as I said several times. And then this, what was this? Come on now. Like,
no, I know.
That was just frustrating. Again, you're on match point. You've decided to just conga line towards blue, when 9 times out of 10, yes, someone will be holding behind that electrical box. So it's kind of just, yeah, that was a bit silly of them. I think they should have done better, and they deserve to do better in themselves. So frustrating is that one.
Yeah, I definitely. yeah, I think frustrating is a good point. I mean, and the way that everything just happened. But the thing is, though, we've got to reintroduce someone, Grace. We've got to get Gennaro back in here and see what maybe she thought of that match.
I feel like at this, sorry about that, I was muted for some reason. I think it was my microphone. Anyway, sorry about that, but I thought it was an absolute incredible match to watch. I feel like at this point, is it a host curse or something? Because literally every single game so far is just the underdogs coming in and just yoinking that win, yoinking that title. Was incredible to watch. I absolutely love the casting, by the way, guys. I feel like I have to throw it out there. It was really easy to, walking us all through everything, and just wow. I noticed there were apparently some internet issues as well for the opposite team, which is a little bit unfortunate. Definitely, I do feel for them. But, Loughborough, they got the win on the map that wasn't even their pick. So I think after that, it's just like the mental for Leeds just, I think it just went downhill from there. And then you saw We saw them rushing one of the rounds, and it just didn't work out. You can really tell they're just like so tilted. So yeah, I honestly don't really know what to make of it at this point. I feel like there has to be a curse in the NSC.
A curse, or just maybe it gets to that, idea where it gets to the finals and it's very much going to come down to who wants it more. I think it's like, in the main season, it's kind of like you show up, you've had a long day of uni, you play the games, you go through the motions. When it comes to those finals, that's when I think people get a little bit more try-hard, and they are being a bit more like, oh, well, like even if they pretend they're not caring that much, it's like secretly you are. Secretly you're like, actually, we have a chance to get this really nice prize, and I kind of want that. And I kind of, it's nearly Christmas, maybe I want to treat myself, get that little prize, So I think that's when we do start to see teams show up a lot more. No one really wants to lose out a grand final spot. No one wants to go that far and then be like, oh no, I've got to go home now, empty-handed. So yeah, not exactly ideal. And again, if you're Leeds, I think the pressure really got to them. I think Janira is completely correct. You could see the tilt as time went on. Certainly when they rushed in the last round, like I can't get over that. Like it just,
yeah.
I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a while.
Well, speaking of the predictions that we have had, Grace, you were correct. I know it was out of fear for the Twitter timeline, but you were still correct, so we have to give it to you there.
Thank you.
Kara, how does it feel to be wrong?
I know. I mean, at the end of the day, women are always right. That's the way that I've been brought up. So that's what you've just got to learn. You know what I mean? If I remember correctly, you did mention that it would be a 2-0. So at least you're right on that one. We didn't go through the whole 3 maps. We actually just had 2 maps here, and it was incredible to watch. The teams really pull through. They really put on a show for us, and absolutely incredible to see that. Looking at the games really here. So talking about both Leeds and Loughborough's, I'm going to throw this one to you, Cairo. What would you say they have to focus on as a team coming into next split here? Well, I mean,
piece of advice.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, there's a lot of good things happening. I mean, these players, from both teams know exactly what is required of them. I think maybe just stop going for the crazy stuff and just go for the simple stuff. I mean, Siege is built upon doing the simple stuff right, doing the basic stuff right. And, I mean, I think if Leeds were to do the basic stuff, keep the strategy simple, I mean, I think they could really start to thrive again. It was just unfortunate we didn't get to call them the champs or the undisputed champions. So I think that's the heartbreaking thing from their side. They'll probably feel gutted and be gunning for that spring split that will be coming up.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, an anime revenge story. Just use that as fire, fuel for that fire. Just come back next spring just stronger, better than ever, and just focus on that improvement. Grace, what did you really like from today's performance when it comes to Team Loughborough's?
I think the duo plays, again, I think that was really important. It's something that I think teams do overlook a lot of the time, especially when it comes to that roam game. I mentioned it at the start of the morning, 9 times out of 10, sometimes, especially at this level, we'll see people go on a solo roam, and it's like, that's great if you're feeling fraggy and you pop off, wonderful, but 9 times out of 10, if someone takes you down, there's no one there for the refrag. And depending on how much time you've wasted is really how beneficial that actually was. So I think Loughborough's did a really good job of how they played their roam game and how they played together, to be honest, in those 2 different duos. Of course, some squiffy parts, but that was on both sides, like the knife fight. We're not going to talk about that one. But otherwise, I think they played the roam and the duo plays really, really well.
What if I say I want to talk about the knife fight? What happened?
I mean, do we have to? It's something I kind of want to erase from my memory at this point. No, it was chaotic. Tian had a shotgun and the SMG-11, and even as the attacker, you're running into that situation. It's like you should have been shotgunned to the face immediately. You weren't, and then you're not even pulling your gun out and even trying to hip fire. It's like fair enough. It's too chaotic. Maybe you don't want to ADS. At least try the hip fire. But no, they were just like, let me just try and melee you.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was literally just like the mind boggles, honestly.
It's kind of honestly just been the tilt there. They're like, we got to do something here. We have Scythe as confirmed for the interview here. I'm really sorry, by the way, if I am butchering his name, but he actually subbed in the second game for Stunt. So he's here for the interview today. Hello there.
Hello.
How's it going? First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very
How
much.
does it feel?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to come in the second game and play well, you know, not let the team down.
Yeah, you guys did great. I'm assuming you're still kind of processing that you guys won the NSC Championship title, so congratulations on that
Yep.
again.
Thank you very much.
But I'm gonna ask you here a couple of questions. So first of all, I want to
Yeah, that's
start off with. It was a rematch, so you guys have already played Leeds
Yeah.
before, and you guys went 2-0. But now you just did like a yoink, and now they went to like what happened here? How did it feel coming into this match, knowing that you lost before?
I think that the fact that we lost before meant that there was no pressure on us, so we could just do whatever we wanted to do. Yeah, we kind of just tried to play our own game and then not let them. Because once you give them the control they want, they'll win the rounds. So you just gotta be confident against them, you know.
Just be confident and just have that
Yeah,
mental in place. No, absolutely agree with that. There was a bit of a, speaking of the mental in place and just being confident, there was a little bit of a tug of war really in the first game, but you guys ended up winning on their own map pick. How did you guys make that happen? And I know you came into the second game, but maybe you can give
Yeah.
us a little bit of insight on that.
I only really caught the second half of the game because I was busy, but I think it gave us the confidence going into the second match, and it gave us the momentum and the control. I think the first match, we've played them before on Coastline, and I think we lost 7-2 because we allowed them to play their game. So going into it, we were just like, we're just gonna, you know, peak them and just take the gunfights to them.
Peek them and just make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So how did you guys keep that momentum going really? Because, you know, you joined into the second game, so I'm assuming there was maybe something off, or not entirely sure here, but how did you guys keep that momentum going?
It was just nothing we did in particular, really. It was just the confidence, keep the mental in a good position. Yeah, wasn't much we did specifically.
Keeping
I'd
that
say.
mental on a
good
Sunday
position,
morning, you
yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's an early morning.
I would ask here, you know, do you usually wake up this early for uni? But I'm gonna skip that question.
Not usually on a Sunday, no. Is it Sunday? Yeah, I think it's Sunday, right?
Yeah, it is a Sunday. It is.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely gamer kind of things. What day is it today? But yeah. Just here for the casters as well, you know, I'm going to start off with Kairo here. Do you happen to have any questions specifically here for Citus today?
Yeah, sure. I mean, straight away, I'm going to ask you probably what everybody wants to know. Like, I mean, what's it like having someone like Tristan in your team? I mean, obviously, everybody kind of looks straight away at Loughborough, hears that like Tristan's on that team, thinks he's going to be that kind of talisman. I was going to ask, what's his influence like when he's maybe IGLing or kind of keeping you guys with the mental and going, like, for instance, on your other team's map pick?
Yeah, Tristan doesn't really do much. It's a bit of a letdown that I'm invested. Yeah, he helps out in the background mainly. But obviously he's a really good player as well. So we just try and enable him to play what he wants. He tells us what he wants, and we try and play around that. And obviously he knows the game, so if we follow what he says, we usually win the rounds.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Not much. He doesn't really do much.
Fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Grace, do you happen to have any more questions for Citus here?
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm just wondering, like, how much prep work you guys actually put in, and if it was very limited amount of prep work. Of course, I understand that certain people are indeed busy, but perhaps over Christmas, if you were to kind of go over comp VODs, things like that, and kind of get more of a feel for different setups that you could perhaps use within the spring split. I guess whether there's any plan to actually do anything like that, or whether you're just going to kind of vibe with it.
I think the plan is to kind of vibe with it. I know a lot of people have like deadlines and stuff coming up, so we haven't really practiced coming into it so far. I mean, we've been playing some ranked. No, that's about it.
Woohoo!
Yeah, we haven't really scrimmed or anything recently because of people have been busy,
Deadlines,
different schedules. So
I was just gonna say, I mean, you would have good mental if you are playing right together.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to keep the mental good in ranked against the cheaters. So.
The classic uni deadlines and, you know, just interfering with everything you want to do in life. I've been there, done that. Just a final thing here for you, Saipes. Do you happen to have any shout outs, anything you want to say before the end of the interview?
Shout out to Spebo, my mentor. And I just want to say thanks, I guess. Thanks to everyone, the production, the casters. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time. And again, congratulations on your win. Enjoy the celebration.
I will do, thank you.
Okay, bring it back here to the casters. Now, we're going to have to ask you now, in turn, if you guys happen to have any shout outs or any comments you want to make. I'm going to start off with you, Grace.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
this is so. I normally people don't want me to make the comments. That is the issue. Like, no, I don't know. Shout outs wise, I hope everyone has a really nice Christmas and hope everyone gets their assignments in. And if you do have assignments to do over Christmas, remember the Pomodoro technique works very, very well. You can find little videos on YouTube that will give you a nice audio to work to, and then a nice little 5-minute break in between each slot. I found that very useful when I was at uni, and drink lots of water and eat your vegetables.
Wow, I think that's a very adult and responsible shout out here. Never heard of that technique myself, but I will make sure to check it out then. Caro, do you happen to have any more adulty shout outs here or just shout outs in general?
Why am I like this?
No, I mean, shout out to Grace, Joan. Her was a pleasure today. What do you call it? Rainbow Six. The Rainbow Six game was, I mean, awesome between Leeds and Loughborough. Shout out to them. And well, shout out to NSC and Epic for like having us on. That was awesome. And I can't wait for some more Valorant next.
True, and that is exactly what we have next up. We have some Valorant followed by some Overwatch. Valorant is going to be starting at 2 p.m. So if you want to have a break from your screen and just go to the toilet or just have something to eat, you are more than happy for you to do so. You are free to go. I release you from your duties. Also, just another reminder that there is a couple of giveaways happening. So there is the Intel giveaway. Just make sure you do !mark giveaway so you can figure out how to enter, as there are a couple of drops. And there is a Monster Energy stock drop giveaway. So if you want to get stocked up, just type Monster Drop, one word, in the chat, and you will be entered into the competition to win one. So you still have the chance for Valorant and the chance for Overwatch to secure some of that Monster Energy. Final giveaway is the NSC Socks giveaway. So if you are having a viewing party, make sure to post a picture on Twitter using hashtag BUEC Winter 2021 and hashtag Socks for Socks. Just make sure that if it is in person, like I'm gonna be the adult here, just if it's in person, make sure you adhere to COVID restrictions and just stay safe out there. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we will see you in about an hour, really, with some Valorant.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out, and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epic LAN a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At BUEC Esports, we're very keen on breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and, we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I love a thing on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second segment of the final day of the British University Esport Championship, powered by Intel, sponsored by Monster Energy and Barclays. So, just to stay up to date on all of the latest action and information that is happening, make sure to follow the NSE on their socials and just check out their website so you can stay in the loop. Now, we have a little bit of an underdog story going around here in the NSC this weekend. I'm not entirely sure what is happening. And honestly, this morning's siege proved to be no different. So far, we have crowned 5 champions. Manchester University for CSGO, Keeley for Rocket League, Dota 2, we crowned UCL, and Warwick for League of Legends. And this morning, we were able to crown Loughborough for the Siege Championship title. Now, which team is going to be winning today here at Valorant is going to be a little bit of a mystery because there isn't that much information considering Valorant is quite a new game. In the recent year, the University Valorant scene has grown by 300%, which is absolutely incredible. So let's just be completely honest here. Anything is on the table and we can just probably expect a lot of good content here. So joining me for the cast today are going to be Haza and Cairo. Hello, guys. Welcome back. Cairo, you're putting in the double shift here. How's it going? How are we feeling?
Well, I mean, I'm feeling great. Double shift. I just like to love esports. So it would be great if I could speak English. I mean, considering my hobby is just talking. But yeah, I'm glad to be joining on the desk with Haza. I mean, my boy. Me and him did a couple of casts together already, and I'm super hyped to be in this next cast.
Yeah, Haza, how are we feeling about this cast? This is your first cast here for the NSC finals today.
Yeah, so same goes for me. Really looking forward to it. Ginny, I know we've worked before a bit as well, so familiar faces on the desk for me, but not two really familiar teams going into this matchup. So anything can happen. Lots of promise on the table. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, so let's actually start off talking about the teams and their performance this season. So it's going to be a best of 3 between KCL Lions and Birmingham Bulls. So being completely honest here, Birmingham Bulls didn't really have the cleanest start of the season here at stage 1, but they completely flipped it and won every best of 3 in the latter half, which is pretty impressive. On the other hand, however, we have KCL Lions here. They secured the bag just completely, going 15-4. So, Cairo, what more can we expect from these teams here based on their season's performance?
Yeah, it really is going to be interesting. Obviously, you've kind of already touched on the performances of both teams, but the fact that, well, I mean, we look towards KCL, we look towards Birmingham Bulls, and the people that they've actually faced. I mean, they both faced a Swansea and Warwick, 2 massive kind of universities within the esports scene, not just Valorant. But I mean, the thing is, though, we can't knock their Valorant teams either because they've been playing really well in the past season. I believe it was, I think it was either Swansea who won the winter split last year as well. So, I mean, obviously these 2 teams have went up against really good teams and been able to show that, well, they can beat them. Another thing to touch on, Birmingham Bulls have had probably a longer playoff bracket. It's been elongated by their poor kind of start. So with that being said, it will be interesting to see all in all how this kind of how this interaction between these 2 teams comes out with the performances they've obviously put in through the playoffs and the main season.
Yeah, and clearly, based on all these games that we've seen in the statistics here, they are both incredibly good teams. Obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be here today. So we got a couple of interesting facts, especially about the maps. So we can see here that Birmingham loves Icebox. Now, Icebox is a map that you either love or hate, really. It's just a bit of a controversial map, maybe so to say. And then we actually have more classical Ascent for KCL here as their favorite pick. I'm going to throw it to you here, Haza. Maybe you can give us a little bit more information about these teams, what we can expect from their player base, from their map picks. What do you want to see today?
I think this one could be really interesting, to be honest. So I had a look at both teams and the map picks that they go for. Obviously, as you said, Birmingham do favour Icebox. And speaking to some of the players on KCL Lions, that's a map that they like as well. Whereas on the flip side, KCL Lions favour Ascent, but I think Birmingham Bulls, actually, that's their insta-ban. So it's not a map that they'll maybe want to try and play at all. So Icebox will definitely be a given. And I think it's always one of those ones where in a series where you've got 3 maps and then one of them, maybe it's your pick. If if the other team are also favourable on it and it doesn't end up going your way, it's maybe not as beneficial as you'd hope it to be going into the series. So like just coming straight out the blocks, if Icebox is the map that we go to first, then we're probably going to have to go to Split or even Bind, maybe not Bind, sorry, Bind is the insta ban of KCL Alliance, so it's basically just going to be going to like Fracture or Breeze even, so these are very new maps into the pool, so it could be just who gets out the blocks fastest essentially, and who's going to establish their advantage early on.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see some Fracture gameplay today. Not sure about you, Cairo. What are you expecting to see here?
Well, I mean, Fractures, obviously, we've been seeing a lot of it during Champions. It's been an absolute, I guess, a kind of place where we've seen teams really uncomfortable on, and other teams have pocket strats. I mean, when me and Hazza first started casting together, I almost had a phrase where I'd love to see Icebox, but it's almost becoming lethargic and almost boring. Me and Hazza kind of did a little bit of prep and we're talking about it, where Icebox a little bit stagnant when it comes to the agent picks. There's maybe a few flexes in terms of a Killjoy or maybe even a KO, but at the same time, it will be interesting to see what actually happens when we get to that map ban phase. One thing I really wanted to touch on was the kind of favourability of agents, and I mean we saw that lovely graphic there where it showed exactly what kind of types the teams like to go for. KCL prefer a double duelist, whereas Birmingham Bulls prefer a double initiator, which is something that maybe we could draw on potentially when we're going into maps and how the structure of their agent pool might look like.
Yeah, and these agents are going to be playing a crucial role in both the attack and the defense side of these teams on every single map that they're going to be playing on. So based on the information that we have currently available, I'm gonna ask for predictions again. I know you got in a little bit of issue you got a little bit of issues on Twitter right now, Cairo, because of these predictions, and I'm really sorry, but I'm gonna be throwing you guys out to the wolves here again. I'm gonna start off with Hazza this time. What are you predicting?
I'm really not sure. I think it will go down to that first map of Icebox. Obviously, it's not been confirmed just yet, but I'm thinking that probably wherever Icebox crops up in the map pool, because I think it's highly likely that we will see it, whoever's able to take that one has my bet to go all the way. If I've got to throw a name on it, I'm going to go for KCL Lions. I think just round the board, I've seen some of their comms, they look well structured as a team. They've got a mature approach, and I think that they might just edge this one out, but I'm not going to get into it too much, but I think whoever wins Icebox will be in the best stead to pick this one up.
What are we thinking about that, Cairo? Are you agreeing here? Do you want to go for the opposite team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm one for creating a little bit of discussion, a little bit of drama. I'm going to go complete opposite Hazza. I'm going Birmingham Bulls. They're going all the way. They're taking 2-0. They're going to absolutely smash KCL at the park. Hazza knows nothing about Valorant.
It's tough love. It really is.
Knows nothing about Valorant. Okay, I respect that. I respect the BM. Always a little bit exciting to see here that both casters are going for a different team. So at the end of the day, I can tell one of you guys that you've been wrong, and that's pretty interesting for me. It makes my job a bit more interesting as well. Just a quick reminder for those of you at home that there are giveaways happening at the moment. So if you do ! Giveaway in the chat, there is an intel drop happening and you can get information on how to enter. Monster Energy is also doing a stock drop. I see quite a few of you typing that monster drop. So if you want to enter into the competition for the before last actually monster drop of the NSE finals, just make sure that you type monster drop in one word in the chat, and the NSE branded socks, a little bit of merch that you can cop if you put a picture of your viewing party up on Twitter and you use hashtag BUC Winter 2021 and hashtag socks for socks, and who knows, you might actually have some NSE swag on your feet in a couple of weeks. I'm not really sure how long the delivery is going to take, so please don't come for me. Okay, don't come for me, Twitter. Like, this is not legally binding. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, casters, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all the information that you've provided us with so far. I'm going to throw you to do your casting thing and have a discussion about all the maps, the picks, there's no bans. Except I think Hazza mentioned that there will be the ban for Bind, so that's going to be really interesting to see. You guys can do that, and good luck to you on the cast today, and good luck to both teams on the Valorant maps as well.
Awesome, cheers. Well, Hazza, here we are, mate. We're getting into it. We're now getting to actually do a little discussion thing. I mean, I'd give you a little bit of BM. I said that you know nothing about Valorant, but me and you both know you're the brains of the operation here. But, right, going into this, we've already talked about Icebox, Bind, Ascent, Breeze and Fracture, but there's a couple that we've missed, and I mean, Split for one. I mean, you were kind of talking about the KO Fnatic when we were having our little own discussion. What are you thinking for those other maps?
I think, as you said, Split, Breeze and Fracture actually find a way into this map pool somehow. I got it a little bit wrong in the pre-show. I spoke about Bind. Bind is probably going to be the insta-ban for KCL, whereas Ascent is the insta-ban for Birmingham. So the fact that KCL favour Ascent kind of means that we probably won't see that, and we will see both teams on Icebox. That is where the train of thought went there. But both teams have sort of left Fracture and Breeze as an unknown. I think the fact that Birmingham Bulls haven't really put their stance on it makes me feel like maybe it's not a map that they want to try and play into. But when it is a best of 3 series, you're gonna see it cropping up in the pool here and there. So ultimately, I think it would be nice to see those newer maps. It would be nice to see KO as well, off the back of Valorant Champions getting a lot of usage. We spoke as well about Icebox, it being one of those maps where the meta's got a little bit stale. You'll see that sort of trifecta as we described it, the Sage, the Viper and the Sova, giving you a myriad of different things you can work with. But so I'll throw it back to you. Why do you think that is? Why are those agents so good on Icebox?
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, it comes back to basics. I talk a lot about basics because at the end of the day, if you do basics right, then the advanced stuff becomes a lot more easier. I mean, you look towards Sova, it gives you information, Sage, control, and healing, and obviously Viper even emphasises the control in terms of the smokes. I mean, the Viper wall, I mean, the buff happened so long ago, but the Viper wall is so huge now, especially when controlling sites, and we know that, well, it can actually be elongated throughout the map in terms of it could even help control mid and in towards A or B depending on where it's placed.
Yeah, it certainly can. So I think actually we're going to be able to go into the vetoes now and see if we're going to be going to Icebox. I know we said that we think we would. So here are the map picks. It's the first time that we're seeing them as they come up on the screen. First of all, we're going to be going to Haven. This is what wasn't one that I'd actually thought about at all in the map pool, but I suppose it makes sense. Neither team really said that they favoured it nor disliked it, and sometimes in these situations where you've got to find your battling grounds for your series, there's going to have to be one of those picks where maybe it's not too favoured for either team, but actually it's KCL Lions that have said that they want to play into this one, and well, it's the IGL's paradise. How do you think that Yayi on the Astra is going to maybe try and set up into this one?
I mean, it will be really interesting. I mean, me and you, when we were doing our prep, actually prepped on Haven when we were doing our kind of like practice casting. So maybe we will see some of that coming towards this. I mean, Astra's just so huge across every single map. We kind of are at a point where if you don't bring Astra, if you don't have a competent Astra, maybe a little bit of a troll, you could argue, but I'm not going to say that. I mean, obviously both teams have their own picks and bans, etc. when it comes to agents and stuff like that. So Haven going to be a really interesting and a real test for the IGL and the competency of the teams when it comes to defaulting, when it comes to baiting, when it comes to all sorts of strategy. I'm really interested to see how Haven will turn out in this best of 3.
And also, I think it leads to the sort of 2 different styles of IGL rollers. We see Icebox come up here as well. It's Birmingham Bulls that have gone for the pick on this one, so maybe that lends to their disadvantage. Not too sure, don't want to call it too early, but yeah, it's 2 different styles of IGL roll here. Folly on Birmingham Bulls likes to play the Astra, or Initiator, sorry, like we said. So it's about being more proactive, collecting the information for your team and then building with that to try and set up for how you want to push. Whereas Yayi, as we said on the Astra for KCL, is going to be playing that controller role, so you have a lot of information that you've got to take in from your teammates, but then it's having that sort of omnipresence across the whole map. Essentially, Astra can be so potent and have so much control, so really it's from 2 different positions that you're taking it, similarly to how, you know, Boaster would play that on Haven. But I guess it really depends on the styles. Haven is quite aggressive as well as a first map, so you know, Yampy is the IGL for Liquid playing Duelist, so it could maybe be more of the mid-round calls that go the distance. But Icebox as that second pick, I think whoever can lead an advantage into it will already be in a good position, but this one is really going to decide it for me.
I think the interesting thing as well is that kind of double initiator versus double duelist coming out. I mean, Haven double initiator will probably find a lot more usage, I think, personally, with information gain. I mean, if it's a Sky and a Sova, well, I mean, you've got the Trailblazer, you've got that info dart that will be so useful. But on Icebox, the double duelist is more common in the fact that you usually see a Reyna and a Jet come out. So all in all, there's the kind of different styles between the two teams coming out in the first two map picks kind of colliding. So maybe we will actually get that third map, and we're just waiting for the confirmation on exactly what that third map is going to be. And well, there we go, Hazza, it's Fracture.
Oh, I am absolutely stunned by these map picks here, because something I wanted to note actually that we hadn't mentioned is that both teams, where they've got their choice to be starting, they're going to be starting on attack. So Birmingham Bulls, they get the choice of side, they're going to start on attack. KCL starting on attack, and well, Fracture, it's an attacker-sided map, and I think the other two probably follow suit in a similar kind of style. So it's going to be real end-to-end stuff here. So I think ultimately we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressive plays. The ways that these teams want to set up their defender side on the flip side of things is going to be really, really key. If they can actually get some coordinated pushes and take those few rounds that you're going to need to carry you over the line, it could end up being that late game. Like we said, we spoke about Haven a little bit. Sometimes you need to do that minimum work to set yourself up for your attacker side, which is going to be much more favourable. So 3 attacker-sided maps starting out on Haven. Would you still stick by your prediction, or how are you feeling going into this one now?
Well, do you know what, Hazza? I mean, you've got to stick to your guns. Got to have a little bit of honour, you know what I mean? Got to trust the word. You've got to go with that. So I'm still going to stick by Birmingham Bulls. I think it's going to be interesting when we see the clash of styles. I really like the double initiator comp that they usually run with. Obviously, we had that kind of graphic that we ran. I mean, I think that's going to really favour them coming into Haven first. And then with them both teams being comfortable on Icebox, I think they might actually have the advantage there. But at the end of the day, I mean, KCL, they're here in their own right, so again, it's a really hard one to judge.
Yeah, I think Birmingham Bulls, they got the pick of sides on both maps, or at least they got 2 pick of sides, and then it was KCL that got 2 pick of maps. And the pick of map that Birmingham got was Icebox, as we said before, the one which we think both teams will be most comfortable on. So it can sort of go either way. You don't want to call out any potential blunders ahead of time, as we will be going into this first game of Haven shortly and seeing what kind of picks come to fruition. So we're into Agent Select now. Having a little look at what we're going to be seeing here, something I wanted to note early on is that we're going to see Justice on that Jet. So something I want to mention about Justice is I was doing a little bit of research. Justice has 752 hours on Jet with 977 wins across their account. Obviously, we don't want to bring ranked into this too much, but that does put them in the top 0.2% of players worldwide when it comes to Jet. So I think when it comes to their role in the team, this one is going to be pretty much certain throughout all of the maps that we're going to be seeing today. Jet being such a strong agent as well.
Yeah. I mean, how does Justice get his studying in if he's playing so much Jet? I mean, does he study while he's playing Jet? I mean, come on, man.
I have no idea. Maybe tailwinds to the lecture hall.
That's it, mate. But interestingly enough, we are actually seeing, well, I mean, a little kind of hint towards maybe both teams going for double initiator here, as we see the Sova is hovered by Nossa. I mean, we're already seeing on the defenders side here that there is that double initiator confirmed. So all in all, has a really interesting the fact that I guess when it comes to the Sentinel kind of sort of things, both teams have went for different Sentinels.
They have, but both teams have gone for that double initiator, like you said. And it's going to be basically, I think the key duel here to note would probably be Funny Keyboard on the Reyna versus Justice on the Jet. So it's how they're going to be supported by their teams. We have Folly and Noza on the side over there, on the attacking side of KCL, I believe it is. And then we're going to see that we have on the defending side of KCL, sorry, MCAT will be on the Sky. And MCAT normally likes to flex onto a Jet maybe. We sometimes see them on a double duelist. So it's interesting that they've gone to Sky here. I know that it is a pick that they're comfortable with as well, but when you've got a Sky that can sort of play like a duelist, maybe it adds that dimension to your gameplay, and I think they might even be setting up for a mid-aggression here early on.
Yep, certainly. And I mean, there's that whole thing that you talk about where there's that, people say, oh, well, Sky's basically just another duelist, but played with, that has that kind of information to initiate onto Hazza. So all in all, I mean, it's not really surprising that they've flexed onto the Sky, and already Birmingham Bulls are kind of looking towards a default style where KCL, again, as you said, are looking towards this mid-aggression.
Yeah, and we spoke about how much aggression might be required from the defending side, and we're going to see that straight away. They've sort of reeled it back just a little bit, going to be sneaking up, but even if they can get one player into this position under window, it's so much information as in regards to noise, and, well, I think actually that first duel taken in window, it doesn't go their way.
It doesn't, but has a look at the way they're positioning and poisoning themselves. They're actually looking to go towards A. The Trailblazer went into the A site, so they have a lot of information, and maybe that pick could be absolutely huge, and where they make their decision and where they decide to execute.
Oh, well, the spike hasn't committed anywhere just yet. Smine is waiting in the wings for this A take, so they do have the recon dart to try and play some information if they want to. That guiding light does also head towards window, and well, I think they're trying to finish A here. Birmingham Bulls starting to think about the execute, and this surely will be a free spike plant. Smine not really looking to face, does get some early damage, but well, as that spike comes in, I think Birmingham Bulls, we're going to be playing a 5 versus 4 retake here.
Yeah, they're already at an inherent disadvantage here, Hazza, and well, the spike is going to be planted. The attacker's trying to just watch this flank here, the Melon doing the work and using that Astra Stars already. Though they're going to win out that gunfight, shut down the flank here, Hazza, but it's the other side that they need to worry about.
It is, but it is a 5 versus 2. Those gunfights going their way on the flank will do huge work. MCAT able to even the pressure just a little bit, but it falls solely onto their shoulders to try and clutch this round out, and they can't. Noza shuts it down. Birmingham, they take that pistol round.
Yep, and I mean, Hazza, the way that they played that, the way that they were just slow and methodical in making their decision. I mean, we saw the initial frag come out through mid, absolutely huge, but Birmingham Bulls just left so much space to allow KCL left so much space for Birmingham Bulls to actually make their decisions. I mean, the Trailblazer, I mean, they had info darts, they also had the Eldrone to make that decision on towards A, and I mean, the Smine on Sova just really struggle to kind of stop that push.
Yeah, it's always hard when you're trying to play through heaven there, and well, the team's just giving each other a lot of respect early on. With that being said, MCAT is just going to drop that Marshall over to their teammate, taking a little bit too much damage early on. Justice seeing if they can finish them off, and well, the spike is still towards base, so nothing committed just yet, but well, as the Trailblazer comes in towards B, that first gunfight is surely close.
Oh no, Justice has managed to
all
the way through. No! Into the link between A and B. Smine just following as well, but doesn't actually fall here. Reigns actually managed to walk out from Garage and shuts down that turret, but allows B to go straight into the hands of the attackers here, Hazza.
Oh, it does. A few more frags start to go the way of KCL, but it's going to be decent here for Birmingham Bulls. As long as you can hold on to at least 3 of those weapons, then I would consider it a round success. MCAT's still alive somehow after losing out on that first opening duel. That shock dart, a little bit too much damage there for Funny Keyboard to try and contend with. So now it's just going to be a case of exit frags. If MCAT can get anything here, I think it's going to be very, very big for them.
Oh no, not even able to pick up an SMG, Hazza. And just like that, the attackers win 2 rounds in a row. Almost expected with the way statistics go, but I think the key point that we have to make is the fact that, well, they'll be able to keep so much in their pockets and even go for a hero rifle in the form of Folly.
Yeah, I think Folly buying up a Phantom here is pretty good from Birmingham Bulls. You know, you're always going to lose maybe 1 or 2 players, have a couple of casualties in that second round, but this one here as the bonus is a great opportunity. If you just throw a rifle on it and you're able to get some key picks out of it, it could be huge.
Yeah.
Justice on the Marshall as well. Those headshots going to be making plenty of opportunities for their team here, potentially. Looking towards C long early on. That tripwire gone with the spy cam as well instantly. So not too much to work with here for Cypher.
I mean, the Cypher might be feeling a little bit of pressure here. He's backed off already behind the box in the middle of sight here. And the fact that the Sky can push up...
Look how high up she is.
Yeah,
oh, she gets the pick as well on that Phantom.
That's absolutely huge, and MCAT's trying to take the fight on towards A long here, Hazza. But the thing is, though, the spike's already moving towards C.
It certainly is, and well, there's not going to be anything in between these 2 players posted up on the C site, Justice and Folly, to actually stop them. So we're going to be in that 5 versus 4 retake scenario once again. Better guns on the side of KCL this time. There is a lurk with Nosa just trying to watch the flank here, and well, that timing could be imperative to a round win here after Birmingham have already made that advantage and got themselves into this retake situation, and there we have it.
A lovely frag there, and well, well. We're waiting to see where when the retake's going to come through, and finally it does. Absolutely huge information there, but the Astral Utility is absolutely huge as well. A flurry of kills has her, but the attackers win it out on the bonus, and they can pick all the rifles up from the ground. Their economy is going to be absolutely huge going forward through the rounds. Look at Nosa.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the setup there from Rayan on C, and as you said, Nosa now has 7.3 thousand credits available to their disposal. They've got 5 rifles on the side of Birmingham Bulls here, and KCL, they're forced onto a light buy. So yeah, I don't know if they didn't really have enough time for the setup there or whatever, but most of their utility was gone, and it allowed Folly to get up nice and close, take that pick, and well, with the reserve default style that they've gone for, it's able to do justice. And well, there we see another little set play from KCL is able to pick off that first pick of the round for them.
Yep, certainly. And now they're going to be able to pick up that rifle, pick up that upgrade Hazard, and maybe do a bit more damage towards Birmingham Bulls. I mean, in Ecos, you're not really expected to win things out, but if there's anything to go by champions, I mean, we've seen so much in terms of Ecos, so much damage being done. Seaside, that's probably where most of the attention's being put towards from both teams. But really, Birmingham Bulls, I think, should probably rotate and go elsewhere. But whether they make that decision, that's another question.
Well, there's nothing wrong with just cutting noise and waiting for a bit. I know we probably speak about champions quite a lot during this broadcast, but I think it's just such a good hallmark for where the meta is at right now. And, well, on these lower buys, you want to go for those pistol aggressions, grouped up, take those fights together, and those Astral Stars might actually bait these players back in. Yeah, the rotate will come through from KCL, but maybe a little bit too late because Justice is already in towards the backside.
30 seconds left.
Yep, certainly, and yeah, he is just lurking here. No, decides to back out, and the plant being confirmed. The Seeker's coming out, so they know maybe exactly where the players are coming from, and maybe that last Seeker up towards the top right there will give signification that Rain is on the flank, and yes, there's a player to react, and will shut that flank down.
Funny Keyboards managed to get out into the backside, but there's turret for contact. These players are locked out towards long with the Nebula smoke, but plenty to work with in this post-farm. That flash comes through, although Funny Keyboard able to capitalize off it. Justice in the back lines, though. Lines up 1, 2. Oh no, only takes down just the one player. MCAT looking to do a little bit more damage.
Funny Keyboard.
To a 1 versus 1 here.
He knows what they are.
I think it's going to be just a little bit too much for KCL to try and do here, but weapons saved on there, actually. A pretty good round on the board there for KCL Lions, or, well, not on the board necessarily, but the economy is going to be feeling a little bit better after that, and there's the potential that you could maybe bring in an operator here if you wanted to.
Yep, certainly has it, and I mean, the thing is though, right, you say it was a good round all in all. I mean, we don't want to, like, talk about Eco too much. The thing is though, that isn't too great, because at the end of the day, the next round, if they lose this one out, they're going to have to go back to this eco cycle again. I mean, there is 2 light shields. They still lost that round. Birmingham Bulls still firmly in the driver's seat here, and they're looking towards this A-long area.
Oh, and I think MCAT's just going to get caught out. Peeks into the operator, and it's that first pick lost once again for KCL. If Smite backs up here, well, 4 versus 5 retake, Bob's your uncle. You've got it once again. And I think that might just be what we're going to see here. And, well, Cairo, speak of the devil, here it is.
Yeah, exactly. Plant coming in, and there we go. Confirmed that the players will need to retake this site, will need to try and, well, get these kills, but the amount of utility, the amount of, the way that Birmingham Bulls are setting up is just absolutely beautiful in terms of shock darts, in terms of everything elsewhere, but Funny Keyboard has managed to even out the man count here, but time is firmly against them. Attacker Killjoy does come out to deny time, but a nice little spray transfer doesn't work out. It's Melon to pick up a double. It's all up to Spine, it's all up to the Sova. Malaysia are going to be able to pick up another, being able to escape, and as I say that, his opposite number will shut him down. Hazard 5-0 for the Birmingham Bulls, and even an investment of an ultimate from the KJ to make sure that round is theirs.
Yeah, it is. That Killjoy ultimate does come through, and it confirms the round there for Birmingham Bulls. An important round, obviously, as they're now on the low money once again. Got to try and make that work. Justice maybe with the troll Bucky pick. Not sure what they were going for there, but it's just one of those ones where they're going to be teasing the casters in the pre-game as they do go back onto the operator, which on the attack actually worked out well. It's sometimes on this map when the defenders have to get aggressive, like we see them doing again here towards mid, you can punish them, and Justice does exactly that 2 times even.
Maybe even 3 though. Hazard just misses out, but Folly's there to follow up. MCAT just trying to maybe do some, I guess, a little bit of damage there, but won't even be able to do much. It's all up to the remaining Sova, and this round is basically all but done. They're probably going to try and pick up a rifle that was on the ground in towards mid. I believe the Reyna did have it, yes, towards his left, and maybe we'll try and escape with it. But it seems as if he's actually going for the fights.
I'm not too sure. I think the best decision here might just be play X. Justice doesn't spot the head. Smine just able to get in towards double doors, eventually taken out. Triple on the round for Justice there, doing justice to their teammate who they maybe slipped under the bus there a little bit. The timing quite unfortunate, but Birmingham Bulls on the ball once again. KCL Lions with 5 ultimates now. They really need to hit back. I know this map is attacker-sided. There are opportunities to try and get into it, but they're going to run out quicker rather than later. And these buy rounds, it's not going to be another one that KCL are going to have for a while if they're not able to find this once again. It's just a repeating cycle at this point.
It really is, but at least this time though, KCL, they have the rifles, they have 5 ultimates on board here, Hazza, so surely KCL can make this one work. I mean, you think there's game or round winning ultimates there in the form of the Hunter's Fury. I mean, you've got the Seekers for information, you've got the Cypher ultimate for information, Empress for that fragging power, and obviously the Cosmic Divide as well. All in all, KCL are looking really good in this round, but it's whether they can actually convert those ultimates, convert these rifles into actually rounds.
We're going to see a very, very fast B aggression here, which is interesting. It can be quite a hard site to try and keep a hold of, and well, Birmingham, they can't get a grip. They're just going to back off, and now they're trying to push through C towards Garage.
Yep, and here comes the rotates as well, Hazza. The ones towards A little bit slow. There is at least 2 players on the site, but it is allowing the attackers to get through here. But no, MCAT's luck is absolutely huge. They're waiting to maybe put out this. Oh no, it's the Hunter's Fury that's going to come out though, Hazza.
Oh, and it forces them into the crosshairs of Justice with the Bladestorm now trying to find another one. Spike not in their position. They'll dash towards the site to try and make a bit of space for their team. Only 30 seconds left. Yayi stuck in the gravity. Well, that vulnerability will put them on a plate. Justice finds them, pushed in the corner. MCAT gets another though, a triple traded out. Justice goes one better. Smite peeking into the quad. 7 on the board now for Birmingham Bulls.
That is absolutely huge. Has a 7 rounds in a row. The utility usage, the ultimate usage, the way they were working in unison, that was absolutely gorgeous. Valorant there from the Birmingham Bulls, the way that they used the ultimates to actually make people go into other crosshairs, the fact they used the Bladestorm to get aggressive, get that spike back, and also on top of that, I don't know if you noticed, Hazza, but there was also Astra utility, I believe it was, to actually make players vulnerable to these knives if they didn't necessarily hit the heads on the form of Justice. All in all, Birmingham Bulls thoroughly deserve their lead right now, and they're going to probably try and even make it bigger after this round with KCL on the low buy.
Yeah, only Spectres available, and MCAT does quite a bit of damage, but it does not matter. Noza wins out that mirror pick. Yayi has different ideas. It's going to be a bit of a cagey one to start things off. Birmingham Bulls still with their eyes set firmly on this A. Execute 3 Astral Stars placed towards it, but well, as that rotate comes through, maybe reconsidering their options here.
Well, the options are being considered right now, Hazza. And I mean, the thing is, though, they've got so much time to work with. 55 seconds, more than half of the round still to go. And, well, they already have that initial information, but KCL have already reset their formations, already reset their structure, and have evened out the agents all across the kind of map. The only site that's a little bit free right now is C, which I don't know if that's maybe the right decision, but probably one of the easier sites to retake compared to the others. Right now, things are really slowing down, but as I say that, the spike is now moving towards C, and so is the lone Sky.
There's a very aggressive tripwire here, actually, from Rayan, though, so that information will come in quickly, and they're going to have an abundance of it, although Folly gets a pick on the other side of things, makes it a 3 versus 4. The flying shorty into the site will be all the entries that they're going to need. Time ticking very low. Rayan, no way to really deny this, able to find one, although Birmingham Bulls, they extend their advantage. It was an eco, so KCL Lions, they do have a bye here, but they're going to have to win all 4 for me if they want any chance of having some more success of their own on that attacker's side. We could be looking at, double digits at this point in time here for Birmingham Bulls.
We really could, Hazard, and I mean, this is just me kind of flooding a little bit. But I did say Birmingham Bulls. I'm just saying, bro. Like, come on. I'm the one that predicted the Bulls, and they're now 8-0 up on Haven. I'm just saying,
We won't go into that too much. It is a best of 3 series, so there is still an opportunity. And, well, KCL Lions, they're going to go for a stab at it early on. Although, is it a stab in the dark? I think it just might be from Smine, not able to connect that Hunter's Fury. And, well, it's a pretty big ultimate to be throwing away early on.
It really is, and well, obviously there is still 2 ultimates on the board, Hazard. We need to comment on that. Cosmic Divide is really good at slowing these takes down, and also the Empress just to help on the retake as well. All in all, I don't think it's too bad right now, but we'll need to see.
We certainly will. I think we might be having that first engagement. Folly just getting so aggressive every time as that gravity well comes in. Smine pinned, disturbed in the back of the site, struggling to try and find anything as the peak eventually comes through. MCAT is there for support, something we've not really seen too many times, but, well, they might just be forced to back out once again for this retake.
Concealment.
It certainly seems like it, and well, the good thing is though they are actually on a 4 versus 4, so things aren't at a disadvantage just yet. And here we go, the Cosmic Divide is coming through to maybe shut out players that are playing the long angles. Funny keyboard just can't quite get in yet, but there's a players in heaven that we need to watch. The drop that might come through, the layer comes out, but so does the flash. But look at this is huge! Melon's picked up 3, and Noise has even shut down Ryan. All up to MCAT now, has it, and I feel as if them backing out is probably the right decision, saving that rifle, but that look close to the kind of defender side of the map was absolutely huge for Birmingham Bulls, and they're going to make it 9-0 on this half of Haven.
A real statement coming out from Birmingham Bulls early on, and it just seems like the rounds available for KCL Lions have decreased as time's gone on. When Birmingham Bulls were leading 6-0, you thought, well, maybe they can try and push to tie it up on the half here, and then it went from 6 rounds to 8 rounds, and now we're looking at 9 rounds, only 3 available for KCL Lions if they're even able to get it. Saving this gun through into the next will be key, and really trying to make it work. As you can see, it's pots and pans that they've got to work with here, so there are a couple ultimate abilities available, as we said, but Birmingham Bulls just shutting the door early on, and that's why it's so strong on the attacker side.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is though, Hazard, we were talking about how double initiator would favour Birmingham Bulls coming in towards this map. Obviously that's what they favour, that's what most of these kind of their agent comp kind of leans into, and already Folly pushing all the way up. That initiator doing so much work, just as taking down Rain. I was just about to say, Birmingham Bulls, Haven seemed to be as if it was going to be their map pick, and it's certainly seeming to be.
Smine's just going to back off, and you start to feel here that this is another round where it's just going to be going the way of Birmingham Bulls. MCAT put in their early grave, and Smine nothing left to do. A flawless round to bring Birmingham Bulls up to double digits here on their attackers half. So KCL Lions, they're going to have one hell of an attacker side of their own to try and make this work. Is this maybe a Phantom Vandal diff here? I don't know, 4 Vandals on the side of KCL Lions. Do we want to even go down that route at this point in time, Gyro?
Hazard, you're going to start a debate in chat between the Vandal and the Phantom fanboys, man. We're going to end up with NSC never inviting us back after that comment. No, but the thing is, though, it's just not happening here for KCL Lions. They can't even make it look as if they should be here, and that's no disrespect. It's just that's such a confident performance here from the Birmingham Bulls. The way they're using your utility, the way they're making everything work. The Seekers do come out, and finally the first frag does go in favour of KCL. Maybe, just maybe, they might actually be able to get the first round.
That's going to be a jab to the gut there for Birmingham Bulls, losing out on that first pick. And, well, it's forced their hand. They lost a player towards C. Now they're regrouping to look and try and finish this A. Execute. Aldrome coming in, but the rotate is well prepared. It's just going to be a case of whether KCL actually want to fight this, or if they're going to back up. And, well, Smine, the attempt is half-hearted. Melon or Yayit's left them all alone. And once again, it's that familiar situation here. Deja vu for Birmingham Bulls.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. Cosmic Divide also invested to stop the push, stop the retake, maybe delay things a little bit more, make the time actually go in favour of these attackers. But the Trailblazer will be absolutely huge in identifying where players are. But again, the Gravity Wells, again huge, but so is the retake. But Justice is even bigger and goes on a triple kill. 11-0 Hazza, which means if Birmingham Bulls can win out their pistol round in the next half, they have all but confirmed the map of Haven.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, I think we were certainly expecting to see quite a lot more from KCL Lions, really, on the replay. Funny Keyboard able to hit a nice shot, but that was about it, really, on the retake. MCAT's not able to get anything done, put in a really tough situation there. And Justice just leading their team forward. If we look at that, 17-3, a real statement there. And, wow, Haven on this first map, one that we consider to maybe be open territory, has been firmly Birmingham Bulls right now. And, well, Rayan, not much you can do there against the Hunter's Fury.
Really there isn't. Finally we see the Empress being used here by Funny Keyboard as they look to go for this retake. Oh, managed to take out Justice, and we hear the shouts of more. Well, they will need more, and that information is going to be huge for the retake. The alarm bot for the flank is huge as well, but the Trailblazer for the information is even bigger. Right now, it seems as if the players are stuck outside Hazza for those long angles, but can they deny?
Well, they do have that Nebula stun and a Gravity well available too, but the defuse, it's not even going to come in halfway there, forcing these gunfights. In Birmingham, they're coming out on top. Smine on low HP gets taken down now to that 1 versus 2 with the operator holding. MGAT gets a triple. Finally, KCL on the board in that last round of the half. A thrifty, but will it be enough to generate the confidence they need to get back into this Cairo? Is that a question I should really be asking here?
I don't know, Hazza. I really don't know, because now KCL are at a point where every round is almost like their last. If they lose out on Eco, if they lose out on this pistol, they essentially hand Haven to Birmingham Bulls, because the Eco advantage could potentially, and historically, will just be too much. But the thing is though, Hazza, KCL have quality in their ranks. They deserve to be in this final for a reason. They've obviously fought some of the best of the Uni Valorant scene. The thing is though, can they make it work here? Birmingham Bulls already looking to get aggressive in towards A, and KCL are going to have to meet them here. But it's all going to come down to who can win the gunfights as they push through already.
Justice with that shorty, we know how much damage it can do at close range, and Rayan feels the wrath of it, pumped a couple of shots into them there, and they're just starting to funnel into the site. The crosshairs, Justice looking for more, finding another as well. Yayit eventually fells them, but the advantage still sitting with Birmingham Bulls here, and KCL Lions have to try and find a way in. Low HP on Yayit, there's not much they can do, it collapses. They find match point, and with no spike plant, the opportunity for a force is looking like a real shot in the dark, and well, it's the only shot that they're going to get before losing out on this first map in a very convincing fashion.
It really needs to be a force here, Hazza. We need to see Spectres, we need to see Sheriffs, we need to see everything thrown at the side of Birmingham Bulls to catch them off guard. But right now, with everything that they have in pocket, with everything that they have to set up for these sites, already we've seen some sort of maybe an indication towards a B aggression from Justice. I don't see KCL being able to survive for much longer.
they're able to punish this mid-aggression, they could really carve an opportunity for themselves here. Although aggression is met with further aggression, Justice carries on their rampage down mid. They don't care. They are the horns of the Birmingham Bull right now. They are personified. What has been so great about this team early on, Rayan not able to get it done, and now left in a 4 versus 2. Much work to be done. Those finishes things off. 13-1 for Birmingham Bulls there on that first map. Cairo, would we really have predicted that? I said KCLs were going to be favourites in this one. They're going to have to pull off some hell of a reverse sweep to get out of this one.
I mean, that was just a statement of intent in these finals. The way that Birmingham Bulls came straight out the traps and just were able to build on their momentum round after round. Haven, I said, was going to be probably favoured towards Birmingham because of that double initiator, because of what they're used to, their standard agent comp. But I thought it was going to be like 7-5, like 8-4, you know, that kind of scoreline. Not 13-1 coming into the end of that game. That map was just absolutely crazy.
There were glimpses there from KCL Lions. You know, we were speaking about they beat Warwick to get here. They won the Winter Champs last time. But the thing with uni seasons is it's not always going to be the same players you're up against. And both of these teams are completely new beasts in this environment, I suppose. Neither of them been in the finals, but Birmingham Bulls have adapted to it so well, carrying on that momentum that they've garnered across this playoff bracket. They beat Swansea after losing to them 13-6 in that first sort of Swiss stage, and they've been dominant so far. And as we said, KCL Lions, we know that they're mentally resilient, but they're gonna have to really pull something out of the bag here to get back into this one. 2 maps now to try and work with.
Yeah, I know. That is now kind of moving towards the icebox, right? Where we said both teams are competent and comfortable in playing. So with that being said, I'm just starting to think about the double initiator and the kind of double duelist. I'm going to ask a question. Could we maybe see Birmingham Bulls deviate from the normal kind of agent select and maybe try and push a double initiator on Icebox?
I'm not too sure double initiator on Icebox might be the solution here. I think what KCL I want to see them do is just try and play off of each other a little bit better. It was some of those team plays that they were quite good at, although with that being said, they were playing for retake towards A so often. Maybe just don't have the priorities in place, because when you want to think of team play, you're thinking of some great retakes that you see sometimes towards that A site, but it was never the case. Just losing out on those opening picks didn't favour them whatsoever, and it was actually their map pick of Haven. So we talk about favouring both teams on Icebox, but if it's Birmingham's pick, then maybe that just doesn't even shift whatsoever.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I mean, the thing is though as well, we've talked about strategy, we've talked about map picks and kind of comps as well, but the thing that we've not touched on, the thing that we've not really spoke about, mental reset coming into this next map. I mean, you've just been 13-1, and it wasn't even, you said there was signs, but it was glimpses and very sparingly across all the rounds. Now you're going into Icebox and you have to try and reset for your opponent's map pick. Is the finals over before you even go into this map?
It really does depend how you set up. You can either let it be a setback and sort of ruin your mentality, or you take it in your stride and you bounce back stronger because of it. I think when it is as rampant as 13-1, the problem is it's a grand final, right? So you don't want to completely write yourself off. But I have seen times before, I'm thinking back to when York played UEA a long time ago. There's a series where there are maps that you know you're going to concede. UEA didn't favour themselves on split in that example. They said to me, they just wrote it off and said, GG, go next. We go into the next map and we're stronger. At what point in that series do you think KCL decide they've got to cut their losses and move on to the next one? You're sort of tied between two minds as to whether you want to carry on or whether you sort of forfeit it, I guess.
I mean, on top of that, I think as well, I mean, see that halfway mark when you get to the kind of half-time where you're switching sides, I think surely they wrote that one off. I mean, it was 11-1. You're not really going to muster much of a comeback unless you come out absolutely cracked in that pistol round and come out flawless and the kind of bonus as well as anti-eco. I mean, all in all, that Haven I think must have been written off maybe even before the half-time kind of switch of sides. It was just a bloodbath, a meat grinder. Everything that Birmingham Bulls did, just they were almost perfect in. So Icebox is going to be extremely interesting when we get into it.
Yeah, so I think we are now going to be going into this second game of Icebox. Will the mental reset be enough for KCL to fight their way back into this series? We are yet to see, but we're going to see MCAT going onto the jet here. So it's a change of pace from KCL. They're going to be switching up the strategy, which I feel like, obviously it's a different map, so you're going to want to change up the agents a little bit. But when you do lose 13-1, there have to be some errors there in the way that you're playing. So MCAT is going to be taking those opening duels for their team. They have 26% headshot percentage, so it's the highest in their team. And hopefully they're going to get a bit more value out of it than they had on that initiator.
Yep, and already has stuff that we were talking about, the kind of triple Sova, Viper and Sage being brought out here for the defenders. A double Sentinel comp, which is very interesting. Obviously the KJ being flexed out here by the Birmingham Bulls. But KCL have went double duelist. They have went for that kind of, oh no, it's the standard setup that we're used to seeing, the Jet, the Reyna, the Sova, the Viper and the Sage, so they're not deviating from the standard of Icebox, whereas Birmingham Bulls are, which is an interesting kind of interaction. But one thing that we have to talk about, Melon's Astra play, I believe it was Melon, yeah. I mean, it was absolutely gorgeous the way they were working in unison with the pushes, initiating the gravity well to kind of make people, well, I guess uncomfortable, making them vulnerable to the bullets that were going to be coming their way. I think, honestly, that was probably the MVP for me, Melon on that last map, and the way that they were playing in unison with their teammates.
Yeah, but Viper's a completely different playstyle, so it will be interesting to see this time. And we do actually have Folly playing on that Sentinel role of Killjoy, which is interesting because Flip is normally who we would expect to see playing that kind of role. So Folly, from the IGL perspective, is going to be running this Killjoy. It is a very standard comp that we're seeing here from Birmingham Bulls. I think it's a complete mirror of the Fnatic comp that they often run on this map. KCL Line's a bit more aggressive with that double duelist, but we spoke about MCATs. That's what we're going to want to see from them. And, well, it's the aggression of the defending side early on, which is to their detriment. Justice trying to channel some of that confidence they gained on the previous map, but it was not to be.
Yep, certainly not. Icebox a completely different map, and look at this. It seems as if all the frags are going in favour of these attackers. KCL being able to take out Flip, the Sage, the Sentinel, and they've been able to shut out the players from the site. Players on towards TV will need to actually use the nice but allowed players to actually pick up absolute freebies. Melon gets mine as a consolation, and they're going to go for the Viper smoke as well here, Hazza, to almost try and gain some sort of entryway in towards the site. But look how many guns are trained towards this position. They're going to be able to pick up Melon, and there we go. MCAT getting that frag. KCL responding, well, in the manner that we would expect after such an emphatic loss.
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely hope so. I think KCL have done what they needed to do there, winning that round, you know, pretty cleanly overall, only losing one player of Smine there, but they did the damage. They found that first pick for their team, and it was enough to get them into the site. Spike Plant goes on. Melon not really able to do too much. The Poison Cloud did bring a couple of players down to very low HP, but obviously not enough to wipe them off the board. So KCL now, they are on the board. It took them, 12 rounds last time, but they've done it inside one here. So good stead, and Birmingham Bulls getting very aggressive down mid, and well, it's almost like two ships passing in the night, the old cliche, and we're playing capture the flag here.
Seems to be, and I mean, they're almost trading positions here. If the spike goes down, the defenders are becoming the attackers, and the attackers become the defenders. Has the retake coming through from behind as well, and maybe the Viper coming through the kind of rafters area might be a little bit of a distraction here for the side of KCL.
Look how close up they've got. Don't know if they expect it. Well, Smine certainly does. Another double for them. Not quite able to find the triple. And, well, that second round was even better than the first. KCL doubling up now, going into this third round, which I think, you know, we saw it last time. It was so key. When Birmingham Bulls got that, the momentum was so heavily in their favour. Obviously, without any casualties, they won't be forcing up a rifle. However, it's a very good position to be in early on.
It's a huge position to be in early on because Hazard, right now, the Spectres aren't really too bad when you've got to engage against rifles. It's Phantoms versus Spectres right now. Well, maybe I see 4 Phantoms versus Spectres right now. I don't think this is as bad as what people might think. I think the Spectres might be able to cost a good few rifles here on the side of Birmingham Bulls. Again, the aggression isn't punished, whereas they're going to drop off very quickly, and we are going to see another A execute here from KCL Lions.
Six screen goes across, quite conservative in the way that it's put up, and well, KCL Lions will have to hold for a bit longer. There is a nano swarm there, although, well, they're finally greeted with the opportunity. Folly gets dropped, barrier orb towards the back of the site. Justice just seeing if they can find anything on an off angle, but they have to concede the plant now, and Birmingham Bulls, it's a retake on this A site.
Oh, the retake doesn't work because it seems KCL might go another flawless round. It's all up to Nosa. Can they make it work? They'll only get 1 for their attempt. Has a 3-0. The bonus round, confirmed by KCL. A huge round on their side as they'll be able to pick up all the rifles on the ground right now. Birmingham Bulls, they're looking lost.
Look at the money as well. Around $4,000 per player, as well as a couple of Spectres for those who weren't able to recuperate some of those rifles that had been dropped by the Birmingham Bulls players. But a really nice start here for KCL. Whether they're able to see this map out or not, it's the response that you wanted. And I think as long as they don't give away too many silly rounds to Birmingham here, and they're able to get a good half, this could really go the same kind of distance to double digits as we saw on the previous map. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're only looking at 3 here so far. But Icebox, I would probably say, is probably even more attacker-sided than Haven. So, yeah, there we see 2 early picks. KCL Lions have control of the B site, and they carry that rampage on. Against an eco, I'll admit, but very strong setup from them so far. And this double duelist is leading the way for them.
Certainly, Flip has managed to creep their way up towards Tunnel, and we'll... I thought was going to get that freebie there, and we'll get finally traded out by MCATs, all up to the KG of Folly. Sheriff in hand, Hazza. We'll only be looking for exits here. Won't be doing anything in terms of retaking. Surely not. Smine not looking the right way. Finally does and will pick up that kill. But one thing, I think the point that you made of the fact that Icebox is even more attacker-sided than Haven maybe means that right now, while KCL have the momentum and they're rolling with the punches, I think Birmingham Bulls might be able to have, I guess, a better mental kind of reset when it comes in towards the half. It's just a matter of the numerical advantage that KCL can work here. I think Icebox certainly is going to be interesting.
I mean, it also does completely depend on the setup, right? So this map on paper, maybe it's more attacker-sided, maybe it isn't. Honestly, it's probably about the same. However, when we see Birmingham Bulls bringing that Sentinel, the Killjoy, into their lineup, they have to do better on defense. They can't afford to lose as many rounds. KCL Lions, on the flip side, they have double duelists, so you'd expect them to do better on attack, although I'm not too sure how that really evens out in the end, as you sort of got to play aggressive as a median here between the two. And, well, Folly will make that Sentinel work. First of all, KCL losing out on their first pick, actually, and, well, the first 3, and Birmingham in an advantage for the first time that we've seen in this series.
Oh, and finally we see Justice on the operator here. Hazza, Smine... just stuck outside generator right now. That information may be being gained on his position, but Nosa won't look the right way, but Folly does and will pick up that Osova, the last remaining player for KCL. Right now, not too bad, because, well, realistically, they only lost, 2 players, so they'll be able to walk into this one with a majority rifle, especially keeping that operator alive as well. Not a bad round all in all there from the side of KCL. Sorry, from the side of Birmingham Bulls. I'm getting mixed up here.
I mean, you've got to be clutching at straws if you think that was a good round from KCL.
But
I know. No, what it is really there, the difference maker is Folly on the Sentinel. It wasn't even necessarily the way that they were playing their role. They were just a bastion on the site and doing plenty of damage. So KCL, they're going to adjust the approach and go for some mid-aggression, which we haven't seen so far.
Yep, certainly information being gained on towards mid in the push that seems to be coming here, but this could easily be turned into a meat grinder. But Funny Keyboard has other ideas. A huge double kill as they push through in towards mid and walk into A for absolute free, as the KG utility is absolutely worthless as the KG has been taken out. MCAT looking in towards mid here. Hazza will not pick up the freebie though, which could be huge on the retake.
Well, Funny Keyboard doing some good early damage. I wonder if that's their name because they've only got the W key bound, because it seems like that was the case as they just plowed their way into mid. They'll find a triple here as well onto Melon. A good trade for their teammate. The flick not quite landing for Justice, but KCL, now they know the operator's in play. It is going to get dropped actually, but maybe this retake is a little bit too little too late. Although the spike is planted very deep into the site here. Funny Keyboard's got to try and win this one out for their team. On for the ace, just looking around that position towards the back of the site. Flip is going to go down here either way. Both drop to the bomb. Do they get the ace? No, they don't. Both eventually fell to the spike, and KCL, they get that 5th round on the board. Operator lost. A big investment doesn't reach its due diligence there for Birmingham Bulls.
No, it certainly doesn't. And now KCL, they punish Birmingham Bulls from taking that round previous from them. So all in all, KCL are looking pretty good here. 5 rifles as well, Hazza, against what, a Bucky and a Phantom. This next round will be firmly in the favour of the attackers, I'd imagine, unless we can maybe get a sneaky kill. Oh, the Viper's Pit is going to be invested in this one.
Yeah, and well, combined with the Bucky, it's probably the best case scenario as those Vandal shots rattle on through, being the preferred weaponry choice on this map, I think, with those longer distance angles. We see MCATs floating around the top of the smoke, just seeing if they can spot anyone poking out a little bit too much. That owl drone will do a lot of work here. The position of Melon revealed, but not really capitalised upon. Funny Keyboard dropped by the shot dart of Smine, and Flip's got a really nice flank. Lines up one headshot, but that's all they're good for. KCL Lions just pincered in a little bit here, trying to find the plant. They're trying to connect the shots, but it's going to have to be a retake for Birmingham Bulls. Lockdown available, but both players from the flank. I don't think this is one that they're going to favour themselves in.
Yeah, well, the information has been gained on where the last 2 remaining players are, Hazza. And right now, it's just almost over and done with for this round. They know where they're coming from. They do have a rifle. Maybe they can make it work, but the positioning of the attackers is just key. The fact that they're playing so passive, the fact that they're not peeking, the fact that, well, let's be honest here, they have all the kind of crossfires that they need and all the mechanical ability that they need. Finally, we see that champion Vandal come into use and we see the finisher coming through. But right now has a 6-1. KCL Lions do not look as if they're going to stop, and finally the first time out of this grand final being used by the side of Birmingham Bulls.
Yeah, Noza is going to be calling that timeout for their team, and well, that's what we're going to see here. It's going to be a timeout for Birmingham Bulls. They've got a bit of time to reconsider their options. 3 ultimate abilities online, Hunter's Fury, Res, and that Lockdown. So plenty for them to work with here, which is going to help them carve out a round. I'm not too sure what the play is. I think it's key to call it now to stop the rot. If KCL Lions get to 7, then they're probably going to be looking at 8 as well from the way that the economy is swinging. So Cairo, what do Birmingham Bulls have to change? They were able to find 1 round. Maybe it was just off the back of individual brilliance slowing that push down. Do they maybe try and play retake here with the lockdown, or do they just stop the plan as a whole with that Hunter's Fury early on? Is it ultimates even, or just the setup?
I don't know, Hazza, because the thing is though is Birmingham Bulls have been trying different things and it's just not been working. Obviously we saw Folly being able to look, but I think what happened after that, the kind of looking underneath rafters beside the Sage Wall, was that KCL actually shored up their tactics, shored up the way that they were clearing things, didn't leave anything to the wayside, and I think it's more the fact that Birmingham Bulls are trying their best, but KCL are just so much better on their attack here on Icebox. Everything they do just doesn't seem to fail, but we'll need to see if that timeout is going to work for them.
I would have liked to have seen a little bit more money invested to potentially get an operator online for Justice. We saw what they were able to do it with their attacker side on Haven, which set them up so nicely. But we need to see them leading the charge on the Duelist, but it's just Folly who's going to be doing exactly that. Nice double dink through the side of the box onto Smine. That little bit of util to slow the push here. Birmingham Bulls looking much better adapted early on.
Yep, they do. And that first key pick is going to be huge. Taking out the Sova, taking out the information. I mean, that info dart can't come back up for them. It means that they can't use an owl drone. We're just going to have to rely on the utility that they do have left. So double duelist is still available though, Hazza. So I mean, they do have flashes, they have layers, they have smokes, they have things that they can work with. But the fact is, they haven't droned out Justice, but they will win that gunfight, which is probably a key point. The long angle from MCAT is huge, and while they're all starting to collapse in on the site. The spike's been planted, and the retake needs to come.
And well, Flip is going to lead that charge, although the work that they've done was slowly and quickly crushed by the KCL Lions players laying in wait. Nice crossfires established to finish them off as they pushed in towards the site. I think that poison or toxic screen there towards Rafters did a good bit of chip decay as Flip tried to peek in through it. So, oh, KCL Lions, they find the 7th round. Birmingham Bulls, they weren't good enough for it after finding the opening pick. That none of the ults were invested whatsoever, and they're running out of opportunities to try and use it. They've gone for an investment here, so maybe that could be that little bit extra they need to get them over the line. But if they don't invest them soon enough, you just start to question a little bit. What's the point in even having them? Funny keyboard holding down that W key once again with volley dropped low, and MCAT landing shots like that onto Justice. It's just collapsing for Birmingham Bulls.
Oh my god, Melon, no. He can maybe make this work. But look at this. Look at this. Look at the KCL Lions. Mate, honestly, the thing is though, right, is Birmingham Bulls, yeah, they're being aggressive. Yeah, they're maybe being caught out. But see when you're hitting shots like the way MCAT did on his updraft there, as soon as he brought out that rifle, being able to take out the opposite number of Justice. I mean, Hazza, what can you actually do? I mean, that is just absolute god tier mechanical ability in the way he's won that gunfight.
I think, to be honest, you say there, Birmingham Bulls, it's the aggression from them, but I don't think we've necessarily been seeing enough, or at least in the places that it counts. Justice on the Duelist only 2 and 8 after dropping like 20 plus kills on that first map. They've sort of gone missing right now, and it's been Duelist diff. MCAT has been doing a great job. Former Blokes player, of course, went to Epic LAN and managed to take a map off of 10-star there, so we know what they're capable of, and they've carried it on here. 55 kills in that series, maybe a bit of a long shot in this one, but they're certainly racking up the tally early on here.
Yep, the layer has went out here, but so does the smoke to almost stop that layer's effect on that site. But has a look towards the map here, look towards your top left.
Yeah.
Where does the thing is, those spikes nowhere near A site, but every single defending agent, well, apart from the Viper, is.
Oh, Funny Keyboard has just dropped the shoulder and has just been selling those dukes. They're gonna get dropped by Noza, but it's too little too late. That spike is planted. MCAT now has an opportunity to get even more aggressive. Viper's pit dropped just for good measure. It will eventually reel it back in a little bit, but it's gonna be a hard one for Birmingham to contest with. I don't think the Owl Drone is online available either. Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown to potentially squeeze them out, but a lot of work to do. It starts us off though.
Certainly does. MCAT though will shut down Folly, trying to regain in towards Min. Smine taking out Justice. Rain, look at this, how aggressive are they being? And well, it works out. And well, KCL Lions, they tap their head twice and they say this is a KCL map, respectfully.
Respectfully, well, not been too much respect from those Duelist players so far, just rushing in and doing a lot of damage. Right now, it's the more defending players that are getting the picks for Birmingham Bulls, and maybe that says a lot about their setup, I suppose. The Initiator and Duelist of Justice and Nova not doing so much. Whereas, yeah, Flip and Melon, I say leading the charge, it doesn't even really feel like that. Right now, I mean, in the pregame, we said that these are attackers' maps, and the attacking teams have just left no opportunity for the defenders to even get into it whatsoever.
Yep. Nobody has been able to... Oh, flips up vertically. They have identified his position, but Melon on the flank here. He can't even get one, but finally he does. Can he get two? Denied that kill there. But the thing is, though, Funny Keyboard's still up here, Hazza, and we know how good they can be on this Vandal.
They certainly can. Pushing in towards the kitchen position. We'll be waiting Justice on that operator. MCAT's just trying to look for a bit more space. I think they might... No, they don't spot the gun barrel, but they will spot out Flip, but you get dropped. MCAT now falling brings us to that 2 versus 3. Recon Dart will alert them to the position. Spike not currently in their control. With the Empress online, there are more opportunities to try and do work here, but... Well, as the trades go back and forth, the advantage still sits with Birmingham Bulls. They see out that round. Justice finally getting on the operator and letting that birdie sing. And, well, finally, it's a second point on the board for Birmingham Bulls. Already doing better than KCL were able to on their defending half the previous map, but we won't read into it too much. Right now, the stronger team certainly being King's College London.
Well, the thing is, though, Hazza, right? We now go into a kind of review stage where we're 1 round away from the next half. If Birmingham Bulls win this next round, it could be absolutely huge for the structure of this entire map. We could potentially see a comeback coming in because the 9-3 curse could come out here. I mean, Icebox is absolutely huge for the 9-3 curse, but this Viper's Pit is going to be huge for shutting down this B push.
Just as you say that though, the Owl Drone has cleared all the way through. Plenty of space to be regained by these attacking players, and Melon just thinking about pushing into it, but they are low HP, so only 2 points of health to try and work with. Any kind of chip here just pulls them out of the game and leaves that B site to be taken by these Lions players. With that being said, they are going to actually re-aggress towards A. The res comes through, although, just like I said, Viper's Pit no longer in play. Less avenues to work with, and now A is wide open.
Mate, with the way that they've been able to pick up that operator, the fact that, well, Birmingham Bulls have just read too much into the push that came through. I don't know what is happening here. Funny Keyboard's going to even pick up Folly. It's up to 2 remaining players. They have a Hunter's Fury, has a... But right now, it feels as if this round is over and done with, especially with the fact MCAT lurking behind Noza. He doesn't even know. He'll turn round into a barrel, and well, it's all up to Flip to find 5 with time ticking away. He knows where 1 is. He's going to pick that 1 up for free. But with the 4 remaining players just sitting back, an operator, a resurrection, and a Hunter's Fury all in pocket, that round was over before it even started.
It really was. Noza getting caught out in mid there, and it left Flip, their Hong Kong duo, to try and finish that one off. But no, it wasn't to be. 10 rounds on the board for KCL. Really, really strong half from them. MCAT and Funny Keyboard leading the way. I also want to note that plant that we saw there from KCL Lions in the final round. They only did it once, but I think it was really, really nice to use top danger there as the top of the site to plant the spike, because it makes the retake a lot harder, especially when you have an operator in play. Funny Keyboard choosing to completely ignore the post plant and go for those aggressive picks towards spawn either way. But going into the pistol round, Birmingham Bulls need a response. Like we said in the previous half, if they're not able to pick this one up, it's going to be really difficult. A spike plant, at the very least, gives them an opportunity to go for a 4 spy. But with this early information, I think KCL might be looking to maybe try and deny. Although, with the Sage Wall committed, that opportunity is now squandered.
Certainly is, and the thing is, though, they can be aggressive on this retake with the double duelist. The fact that the Reyna and the Sky, sorry, not the Sky, it's the Jet, can be aggressive here and maybe catch players off guard. Already they're pushing through, but the Sage lurking gets caught out. That's absolutely huge, and the defuse is going to start as they actually move towards yellow box. They'll pick up more, but Folly is even bigger.
No way!
And wait,
no way, the defuse goes all the way through. Folly able to get a quad off the back. There wasn't even a Sage Wall of their own committed there, but Yayi gets it done. They do not care. Birmingham Bulls may be looking at a 4 spy here, but KCL, they picked the pistol up.
I was getting carried away with the action happening at the back of like the retake, but the fact that they were just like, okay, you guys have left Spike, that's fine, we'll just take it for free.
Yeah.
Absolute freebie. Absolute freebie. I keep using the word free because that's the way it's been.
It has been, and just going into this one, you would not expect to see it. This has been two incredibly dominant performances from both teams, not even on their own preferred map pick. With that being said, Justice doesn't care about whatever script you've written. It's a double for them. Melon will finish things off, and with an advantage like this, Birmingham Bulls try and look to turn the tide and find a round of their own.
Yep, they certainly do. Trying to maybe knock the eco of their opponents here, trying to knock their confidence, but trying to knock this lead will be an even harder task. Collecting this round will be the start here, Hazard. They're trying to pick up Noza above. They won't do so, but Smine has picked up Flip. Can't pick up his opposite number. Time is ticking away. The shock darts does go out, but I feel as if time has just ticked too far here. It's all but over, and they're just trying to collect this round, waiting to collect this round. As Smine finally enters the site, he will get picked up here, and that's 11-3 on the score count. All in all, not too bad for Birmingham Bulls, but maybe just delaying the inevitable.
Potentially, we know how strong attackers can be here if played correctly. Birmingham Bulls, they were able to get all of the frags on that first round. Whether they ended up picking it up or not was a different story. I think it's just those early kills that KCL Lions were able to get towards the site was just enough to bait them enough space to make the defuse work. But Birmingham Bulls have looked maybe the stronger side on this half so far. I think it's probably fair to say. And with KCL on that lower buy, it's going to be more difficult for them to try and get into it. And, well, if the buys don't start to go their way, they aren't able to find that match point sooner rather than later. It's sort of like one bite at the cherry every now and then, rather than it just being that consistent back and forth that you'd maybe expect to see. But they are in a very advantageous position at this point in time, so I don't think there's too much to read into this round. It's just going to depend whether they can pull it out the bag on the following one.
No more so.
Oh, a nice little pick there from Folly, picking up Smine. There goes your Sova, there goes your Info Gatherer. The thing is, though, it's actually a K hit. It's actually where the players are going to start to go for MCAT's going to be good for one, but finally, no, they haven't been traded out just yet. They've been able to shut down finally the two duelists, and while the site is strongly in the hands of Birmingham Bulls. Just Rain on the flank here, has it?
Yeah, Rain slipped through the net. They've got in behind that turret from the Killjoy, and Yeet's able to do good damage as well onto Justice. If Noza drops here, this could be doable. Not. Justice is low. Folly, they surely don't hit the shot. No, they do not. But that got very, very close in the end, and well, actually, that's guns lost for Birmingham Bulls. I'm not sure what the economy looks like. It is good enough to sort them out. They should be able to buy up 3 more rifles here if they choose to. Spectre's currently in hand. But KCL Lions, they've just given themselves a really good opportunity through Rayan there to try and make this one work. I'm not too sure what happened there with Folly on the flank. The turret was down, and well, Rayan was able to punish and put KCL in a good position here. Viper's Pit now online as well.
On top of that, though, Hazard, they were able to keep the rifle that was actually the only rifle that was committed last round in terms of that Phantom from Folly. Thing is, look at MCAT here. Look how aggressive they've been up in towards Nest. They're going to be good for one. They're going to pick up Flip, pick up that Sage. Are they going to pick up another? No, Justice going to win that one out, and they're going to get aggressive into sight, and it's not to be advised. Not when Funny Keyboard's there. Not when he can pop off at any moment. The attacker Killjoy is going to be absolutely huge, Hazard. Is it going to be enough? Or maybe, look where the spike is going. Is it going to be a bait? Well, it's certainly going to put players in towards the crosshairs of Melon.
And that could certainly be enough to win this round, I think. Melon completely turns the tide after the player advantage was not in their hands. And, well, especially because Justice got dropped, that duelist player meant that they didn't have the fork to try and carve that one open, took it into their own hands. Viper's Pit available to try and recommit here, but plenty of post-plant on the side of Birmingham Bulls as well to shut this one down.
Yeah, he has picked up Melon. So let's not look, I was about to say, let's not look by this. This retake could work, but it's not gonna. That Viper's Pit, and the fact that there's still utility on the spike, can they pick them up? The shock arrow, the shock dart is good. We'll pick them up, but wait, what?
Oh no!
Oh,
Yayi
no
gets the
way.
defuse. I surely thought that the shock dart would be enough damage, but we've seen it happen once again. KCL Lions, it's a mirror of that first round. Yayi says, yeah, yeet, I'ma get on that spike and defuse it all the way.
No
Sorry
way.
for that analogy, but I mean, that's just what's happened. Absolutely zero care in the world. They just don't deal with the issue. And KCL, they find match point.
I think everybody would have thought there with that second shock dart coming through. I was like, oh, well, it's done. Like, you know what I mean? That's second shock dart. We'll just finish it out, but that is a huge let go. That's your like margin for error gone. That's it. They can't make any more mistakes. And yeah, he's good for two.
Is taking names towards mid here. They've found 2 picks. They've got a res online. Gonna be a little bit too deep into enemy lines for them to try and pick it up here. But Birmingham Bulls, they look shattered. I mean, KCL Lions, they don't exactly have a buy to work with here of their own. With that being said, MCAT is on an improved weapon, although Justice does find Smine. Just right now, it's that fraction of a second that it takes for the shock dart to pop that makes the difference between the rounds now. And, well, we're gonna see here a 2 versus 2 situation. Ults for both players. Could be a potential res, although that spike is already somewhat ticked. Yayi does commit it. If Noza gets caught out, could be a tough one.
Yeah, could be tough. MCAT will updraft through though in towards the site. Trying to retake here, trying to catch the player off yellow box. He will do so. Nosa left with it all to do, and like that, Hazza, we now go 1 each on towards the map, and finally, we do know, we will confirm, we are heading to Fracture.
I mean, what a place to take it to, honestly. A 13-1 win, met by a 13-4 response. We said coming into this that it would be whoever has the better attacking sides, and I mean whoever started on attack went on as they meant to go on, really, and it was just a complete romp in the end. A few really unlucky CT rounds there, but well, MCAT closes things out for KCL eventually, and it takes us to Fracture. This is a map as well where I think even on the defending side you have to get really attacking, so it's just going to be aggression all across the board. Whereas, you know, on Haven or on Icebox, sometimes you see that reserved playstyle come through a little bit more. I'm not sure if these teams can afford to do that on Fracture. It's going to be all-out war. I'm predicting a bloodbath, Cairo, going into this third map.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, both teams have had, great success on their attacking side. We're both seeing, like, both teams struggle on the defense. So I think it's going to be a kind of, I guess, a storyline of how good is your defensive half. I mean, you're saying that it's going to be a bloodbath, but right now, Hazza, whoever's been on the defender's side, has just struggled continuously. We'll need to see if this can continue though, mate. And
yeah, and well, I think it's one of those ones as well where it's that aggression, you know?
Yeah.
Even on the defender's side, whether they do well on it or not, they're going to have to push, and that's why it's going to be a bloodbath. So we will have to see on that third map. I think advantage maybe sits with Birmingham. Although they weren't able to pick up this map, they will be starting on the attacking side, although what do we know at this point in time? So I think we're going to be taking a short break, and then we will be throwing over very shortly as we just look through the rest of these replays. I mean, Justice was able to do a bit of work on those rounds, but I think overall it was that duelist diff for KCL Lions that really got them through.
yeah, it really was. I just kind of, well, I guess almost a jet diff. I think that's probably the best way to do it. But the thing is, though, Hazza, we are heading towards this break. I mean, well played for both teams, but we'll be back in 5 minutes.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Oh, I'll do it. Hello everyone and welcome back to the NSE Winter Grand Finals. Me and Kara have just had a moment there staring each other in the eyes, star-crossed lovers of course, but we are back here for our third map of the evening. It's going to be Fracture. We've seen Birmingham take that first map in a very, very dominant fashion, 13-1, and then the script was completely flipped. KCL Lions came back with a roaring response. A 13-4 on Icebox, 2 very questionable diffuses in and amongst the madness. And, well, the madness will continue. It brings us on here to this final map. It could really go either way at this point.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, Gennaro, she gave me this script that said Birmingham Bulls were meant to win 2-0, and like for some reason they've not. I don't know what's happening here. The KCL have went off script. That wasn't meant to happen.
What was that? What was that again? Hazard doesn't know anything about Valorant. 2-0 wasn't going to happen? Oh, I'm not too sure at this point in time.
Well, the thing is though, mate, I mean, after that first performance on Haven, it really looked as if this was going to be a quick one. Birmingham Bulls would just be able to reset, go into Icebox, and just dominate, or maybe try and pick up as much as they could on the defense, then dominate on their attack like they did on Haven. That isn't what happened. They didn't follow the script. They just couldn't perform the way they did. I don't know if they had a loss in performance, a loss in confidence. I mean, both teams were meant to be confident on Icebox, and we didn't see it.
I'm not too sure. I feel like, I don't want to read into it too much, but that first opening duel maybe sets the standard for how that round went. We saw Justice on the first pistol round look to carry that confidence through. We saw what a dominant performance they had on Haven. They lost out to Smine. The site went the way of those attacking KCL players, and in the post plant they just saw it out. It was 4 players left alive going into their bonus round with the Spectres. They did a great job to just keep that momentum going, keep building that economy. And after a while, it was just that unstoppable force. We saw a timeout come out from Birmingham Bulls, which, I really appreciate from that sort of an analytical perspective. It's nice to see that they wanted to try and steady the ship a little bit. I think if they were able to generate a couple more rounds, they could have got back into it, but it wasn't to be the case. And now we are on Fracture, the newly introduced map into the pool. It's been sat in there for a while now. We sort of get an idea of how it's played. Breach got that 100% pick rate throughout VCT, so definitely going to expect to see him get some usage. Not too sure about Flip on the Brimstone. But with that being said, I think it's not always about the agent selections, but the way that you try and play it. Yeet going to be using the Astra here as well, as we saw them do on Haven. So overall, going into this one, it's looking like a bit of a clash of styles. I'm thinking probably that the Birmingham Bulls team looks maybe a little bit more robust in the way that it's set up, whereas it's all-out attack from KCL here once again.
Yep, certainly. I mean, insert Ronaldo, insert Ronaldinho licking lips, kind of rubbing the hands, GIF has about the way this is going to go. I mean, we look towards the kind of the way that Birmingham Bulls are setting up. We're seeing Nossa is actually flexed on towards a Sentinel, which is really interesting. I mean, the Brimstone pick, I've got a big question mark on that one. Obviously, there needs to be smokes in there somehow, but a Brim is an interesting pickup, I think, from my perspective, when there is maybe a Viper available, etc., that we are seeing being brought from KCL Lions. Double controller from the side of the KCL Lions as well. Double controller, double duelist as well. All in all, Fracture could really be interesting for both sides.
Yeah, I think looking into the decision-making process here for Birmingham Bulls, I think Flip typically being that sentinel player and Noza usually being on the initiator, that Sova kind of role, means that they've had to kind of work with what they've got. This is KCL's pick, so maybe they're a little bit better equipped coming into it. With that being said, the duelists they've gone for maybe don't pump out as much damage as, say, a Raze would, and with Brimstone, you get a lot of damage. That's the trade-off that you're actually buying into. We don't see him get picked too often, but Orbital Strike will be doing head and shoulders above the most damage in the game, the most damage on the Incendiary, so you can really just lock down spaces, and when you're going for those aggressive takes as well, not to mention the smokes last for 20 seconds, so it's way more than you'd get out of an Astra. Maybe the range is a little bit different, but on a map like this, sometimes it's not just about having that coverage all the way across the board, it's just about having certain pressure points that you're able to exert force on and do well in, and that's what we're seeing with KCL pushing towards the B side and some early aggression here as Birmingham look to descend onto this A site.
Yep, they're really taking their time though, making sure to check all the corners, making sure to tick all the boxes on the checklist, make sure that they don't get caught out from all these corners. They are going to pop this Sage Wall, and straight away the barrier orb has been used, but it's Rain to pick up the first frag here on this of KCL.
Oh, and they managed to find another onto Justice as well, dashing in. That push is quashed. Flip gets spotted towards A main and has to back up with their teammate. Is now a 5 versus 2. In this situation, Kyra, what do? Do you back up? Do you cut noise? There's just so much control from KCL they've got to try and break down here. I think whatever option they go for, they're going to be facing up against players just because of how the man count is a real detriment on their side right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, and there's a highway from A to B for these defenders without having to contest anybody right now. So all in all, when we're looking at this right now, it feels as if this is almost walking into this meat grinder scenario where the players are just sitting waiting. Right now, for the side of Birmingham Bulls, they just need to get this spike down, Hazard, get that extra eco, and then reset. Yeah, Yeet's not even going to let that happen. Folly is going to get down. They're trying to stop the spike. Will it get stopped? No, it won't. It's actually... Oh, wait, what? That's huge!
Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, Yeet from the shadows just grabs Folly or Flip by the scruff of the neck, pulls them into the spotlight, and they get dropped in that gravity well. I mean, because you're still on the plantable area, you're able to make the plant. The same can't be said when you're trying to defuse the spike, but, well, in that situation, they were brought into the arms of MCAT, who finishes them off, and KCL Lions take the pistol.
And what a pistol it was. Thing is though, Hazard, now things get harder for Birmingham Bulls. They need to try and make it work. And the thing is, they're at an equal disadvantage. They're at a push disadvantage because after that last one, now you're getting your confidence knocked a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually play this.
Oh, and, well, look at MCAT just shifting around. They've got these players boxed in. Not sure what kind of information is on the side of KCL right now, but they certainly know players can be around there. Oh, MCAT drops the spike into the Suez position, the B tunnel. Birmingham Bulls have to try and recollect. It's just damage early on. They're on classics here. Not too much they can try and do, and when we go back to thinking about agents, the problem with them having Flip on the Brimstone is they have to commit to those pushes. They have to just send straight in because they only have 3 smokes to work with. No, nothing left anymore. Yeet continues on a rampage, pulls out that sidearm of the Ghost, finishes off Justice. And now this one's going to be the real kicker. If Birmingham Bulls aren't able to get too much out of this bonus here and KCL Lions continue with these nice little microaggressions they're making across the map, then it's going to be a tough one to bounce back from. I don't think either team is necessarily going to say that this is more attackers or defender sided, really. It is more just how you play it and who wins out in those aggressions.
Yep, certainly. Now is Rifles versus Spectres. KCL will be able to luck though, Hazard. They'll be able to play these kind of ratty spots. But whether it works, I don't know. Because look at this. All the players are towards A for this defenders. All the attackers are heading towards B.
Yo, and Cairo, I've also just noticed as the scoreboard comes up, Birmingham Bulls, they don't have a single kill yet in this matchup. Both rounds have been lost without a single kill going their way, so they've got to try and find one early on. That Sage will allow for a safe passage towards the B site, so we'll be in a 5 versus 5 retake without any of that damage done. But they've got to try and find some of these picks early on, and that first one will be coming out from Noza, eventually traded back, and well, Birmingham Bulls finally get on the board.
Yep, they certainly do, and there we go, with only losing one rifle in tow there, Hazza, which is absolutely huge, and something that we need to kind of emphasise there, because now, heading into this next round, they'll be able to battle their opponents as KCL Lions Eco does come alive. On top of that, next round, they'll be able to buy into it as well, or should, for the most part, be able to. All in all, I don't think that was a bad round. Well, obviously it wasn't, but the fact that KCL didn't really read into that one right, in my opinion. They tried to get aggressive and they got caught out completely as Birmingham Bulls just kind of went the other direction.
I guess that is the problem with the defender side. One of the issues is you got to play your cards right. You're not always going to have that perfect read. It's a 1 in 4 chance as to where you're going to be pushing that you maybe find some enemies. With that being said, maybe it's about 50-50, I guess, as Funny Keyboard is going to eliminate one of those threats towards the A main position. Right now, Noza's just going to post up for info, which I like, actually. Birmingham Bulls a little bit more reserved. With that being said, we've got some players who've already come through the door here, and they're just greeted by Smine.
Yep, I was just going to say, I thought they were going to rotate, because if they heard the kind of crack of the operator go off, I was like, surely you rotate off, surely you don't even chance it, but no, they are. They're going to try and push down in towards 8. Only 2 players as the Cypher tries to rotate on towards drop here, Hazza, through Dish. I feel as if this round and this push might be over as Folly almost confirms that the fact that, well, this is where they're going to be coming from.
Funny Keyboard still waiting in the wings. Could maybe try and crack the whip another time. They do. They find the pick onto Noza, but it is leveled out now to that 2 versus 2. MCAT and Yayeet trying to finish this one off and keep them thoroughly in this, but I don't think they've accounted for the push of Folly taking this round onto their shoulders and doing it for their team. MCAT's position still unknown, but well, as that Vandal shot rattles out, stuck between a rock and a hard place, can they wiggle some room to try and get it done? They find the first pick, shoulder peeked out from Flynn, they get the flick as well! MCAT finishes things off. KCL, they break that bye from Birmingham and get a 3rd round on the board. What a clutch.
That is certainly some absolute crazy mechanical ability. That flick at the end though has how does he pull that off? Can we get like a scan on his wrist? Maybe he might have broke it after that flick. Honestly, man, that stuff was crazy. I mean, the way he played it so patiently. Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous, Hazza. Absolute inches being able to flick onto that, and what a play from MCAT. Now, we are still seeing a little bit of a, I guess, it's not a full buy, but it's just less than that, as we do see a Spectre being brought and light shields on Melon.
Yeah, really, really big round for KCL. They're able to keep that operator in play as well, so it's going to be available for Funny Keyboard to carry on their funny rampage with their funny gun there. I think, you know, plenty of complaints about the operator in the scene, and, well, we'll see what use it can be made of here, as it looks like Birmingham are going to be pushing towards this door area once again, and they feed the beast. Funny Keyboard finds that opening jewel once more.
Yep. Well, I mean, the only thing that's funny is the fact that they keep feeding this man kills here, Hazza. How has Smine not picked up that kill? But the thing is, though, Funny Keyboard will be able to. Justice not being able to catch him on the rotate. Well, that Cypher ultimate is going to give away all the positions of these players, which may mean that they might go for a rotate. But Hazza, look, B-Site is already in control of these attackers.
You say that, but MCAT's waiting in the wings here. I'm not sure if Folly expects the cross. If they can drop the spike, it's a huge play. Now it's a 3 versus 2. KCL Lions have the advantage, and, well, Birmingham Bulls still got to get that spike down. Funny Keyboards here again. Gets dropped eventually. A triple's all that they're able to do onto this round, but Noza has to clutch things out. They can't quite do it. The rampage continues. KCL Lions take another gun round.
The thing is, though, the weird thing about Fracture is because we have such a small pool of it, because we don't have a large sample size, it's all we know is it's being attacker-sided. The thing is, though, I mean, with the way these two teams are interacting, you could argue, right? And I'm gonna kind of
okay.
Put a little bit of theory craft here, a little bit of something that might be out the norm. Maybe because these two teams aren't maybe that comfortable on it, this could just be defender sided, or maybe it's KCL pocket strats.
Potentially, I think for the most part, when you're looking at maps, if you don't have that attacker sided down, defenders is going to be where you get a bit of a respite. And, you know, maybe I retract my statement that it's attacker sided. I think the more fair thing to say would be that it's whoever's taking the fights, whoever's making the aggression is going to be favoured. And, well, we see that there. Noza gets a nice opening duel onto Smine, and that is going to set their team up nicely with that big MCAT with the Judge of Rage. Does big damage. And, well, Spike not even in their possession anymore. KCL shut things down.
I don't even know how you kind of respond to this, Hazard, because, again, everything they try, Birmingham Bulls, I mean, KCL can just do better. That's just the way it seems to be. Another timeout coming out, which, I mean, maybe means to us, Hazard, that they need to have this discussion. Maybe they don't know what's going wrong, and this is where the assessment comes in. They're saying, guys, what's happening? In this first map, we were so good, but second and third map, Hazard, they look like absolute hollows of themselves.
That's true, and it is important to note, just like you said, it's been a while since this Birmingham Bulls team will have seen success. This timeout is going to be imperative to the way that they carry on playing, because the problem is that their confidence has to be low right now. There's no way that you are fully backing yourselves 110% coming out of the last map, going into this at a 5-1 deficit. However, I think there are things to be taken here. They've now got a buy round, Orbital Strike online for Flip. I think the way that the Brimstone has to be played is you've got to just use it in those microcosms, those smaller areas, not look at the thematic greater picture of things. Try and hone in on a site and really nestle your way in there. Then maybe you're lacking a little bit on the retake, but we haven't even really seen these site takes in the first place. It's been 4 round wins purely based on frags for KCL Lions so far, so they've just got to be incisive in the way that they're pushing here, I think, and try and make the most out of the utility that they have available to them.
Well, the thing is, though, we'll need to see here, we'll need to see it work, because this is where it all comes into practice. It is a rifle round, it is a buy round here for Birmingham Bulls, so everything that's been said in that timeout needs to work. The thing is, though, Hazard, do these players know? I mean, the dash out from the Jet, the thing is, though, the Astra's there, and well, the Judge are going to be good for one. Thing is, though, MCAT is taking gunfights on the other side of the site. Funny keyboard where the operator pops up as well, but MCAT with a double. Make that a triple! And now it's all up to Justice. But the thing is, though, Hazard, can he do his team justice? Because right now, they're not doing his performance justice.
Well, justice will be served either way. I don't know if it's the justice of giving MCAT the 4K. Yes, it is. A quad for them now. The timeout doesn't pay off just yet, I suppose. I think, realistically, it would have been called for that round. Maybe you could be looking at the future there. You have 60 seconds to talk over what's just happened. But, well, MCAT does a great job. I thought maybe they'd left Yayi out to dry by dashing away there. But with the Judge, they're good for one. That's good enough to be enough bait to set MCAT up now on a 6KD leading the way. Justice 1 and 6. Things have really changed since that first map. Just that the wind in their sails completely lost.
It really is crazy, and it might kind of be a matter of the fact that KCL just don't know how to play Haven. I mean, that could potentially be a kind of defining factor here. The thing is, though, is, well, KCL have lost a man on this push, and with the aggression from Birmingham Bulls, maybe they've finally cracked it, because if you think towards Haven, they were being so aggressive in the way they were playing. The plant being confirmed, and this is it. We now need to see the retake coming through from KCL.
We do. I think if Birmingham Bulls can take this round, it would be huge, especially off the back of not being able to convert that main gun round they had. Justice finally gets firing again, able to find Funny Keyboard, forces MCAT to retreat. The Orbital Strike's still online for the post plant, but will not be needed in this situation. MCAT has to go huge if they want to see this one out. It's a very cagey gunfight against Noza, and it's a flawless Thrifty round there from Birmingham Bulls. It doesn't come up as flawless because it was thrifty, but it's both. 5 players still alive.
Yeah, that's it, Hazard. And I mean, another thing that we need to point out as well is the fact that, well, obviously the Eco will be a lot stronger now and they can take it to KCL, but maybe they've found a winning formula. I mean, you think towards it, they just thought, right, do you know what, guys, lay down the gauntlet, let's full send it, let's not be slow, let's not take our time here, let's just go and take these gunfights. And Hazard, they were able to catch players off guard there, and it really started to work for them. I'm wondering if maybe now we'll start to see a more aggressive Birmingham Bulls as already that's happening here towards the A site.
Is just laying behind that smoke. The flash is big, but not big enough for Rayan to capitalize. It leaves Smine all alone to try and work this one out. Spike not yet committed with a fairly healthy rotate to support these KCL line players, so maybe Birmingham Bulls reconsider. It's going to be a slower push of sorts. But pretty evenly matched on this round so far. There is an operator in play for both teams. Although, no matter how hard Birmingham push here, the most that they can get is 6 rounds, tying us up in the half. So, KCL Lions, they've done some good work early on. They just need to try and close out this half a little bit better, and we will see that A execute come through.
Yeah, they certainly will, and it's Smine stuck underneath, but he will be good for one. MCAT, though, will shut down Melon. This push might not be as convincing as what we think, especially when you have Funky Keyboard up the arena with the operator. The plant coming through is all down to the 2 remaining players of Birmingham Bulls. They need to win this one out. But here it comes. Here comes the retake, Hazard.
Oh, but the retake is shut down just as soon as it starts. Noza with the cam now has the information. Yayi forced to reload behind the box. Can they emulate the success of MCATs in the 1 versus 2? It's going to be a lot harder to break down this time around. They don't even get the first duel. Noza with the quad will find that round for Birmingham Bulls. KCL Lions now on the brink of breaking the economy, and it's looking a lot better for Birmingham Bulls. That timeout, it does pay off, not immediately as we maybe would have guessed, but, you know, the sort of late-term effects, the long-term progression here has come out nicely. And, well, Noza is the first player on their team to go positive. 11-7, a quad from them, charging on into this 10th round.
Another thing though, Hazza, as well, that was a great round there. Look how many ultimates have just came online for the side of KCL. Think how like good this will be for the rounds coming forward. The fact that they could probably use, I guess, 2 of which are round winning ultimates, so you could probably almost confirm an 8-4 here if it is going to happen in the way that we think it's going to happen. I mean, obviously this is Valorant. Things don't ever happen the way we expect them to, especially when we think towards Crew last night when they played Gambit. So with that being said here, 6-3 on the side of KCL and Birmingham Bulls, and delay and time and default and all coming through in this round. Patience is a key word here.
Patience is certainly the key word, and I think this might be the right strategy here for Birmingham Bulls. Folly using up both flashes towards B, so they don't have that initiator to really help them make too much space, although it has brought 3 players towards B, and with the Sage Res online being the key one here for Birmingham Bulls, it means that if they do lose a player in these gunfights, they have the opportunity to get them back, but they're not even gonna need it. Rayan gets dropped, it's information for a rotate, but that just gives Folly more opportunity to try and sneak one in the back.
Oh no,
and
the
they
Sage
do
just
it!
being caught there. Yep, this Folly's good for 1 though, Hazza. It's only 1, but Funky Keyboard, he's still up. This is the man that we need to keep talking about. He could pop the Empress at any point here. Justice has backed out and is going to be playing long angles. And the main push is coming through in towards the A site. A main through that highway between both sites. And for me, the kind of utility from Breach is huge, and so is the Jet Knives. The Blade Storm coming through. MCAT picking up Noza, but flip underneath is good for 2. That double kill, it now puts it down to a 1 versus 1. But no, surely not like this. Justice coming out with a shorty to shut down Smine and gain another round for Birmingham Bulls. But Hazza, the thing is though, how is the eco for the side of KCL?
Oh, the eco not looking too great. There is the opportunity to try and force through here, but well, Flip on the replay gets a really nice double, and Smine is tagged up enough for Justice to do work on the shorty there. I thought in the post plant that they had things figured out, but No, MCAT actually gets a really nice play with the Bladestorm there, eliminates one of the threats in the crossfire with, we see a Flip playing towards the backside as well. Oh, it's aggression early on. There's not even time to think. We're straight back into the action. 2 Deegs getting nullified out by Folly. He finds a triple, making a quad! Shuts the round down for KCL, and now we're leaning towards that 6-6 half. And if you're a KCL Lions player, you don't want to let your head slip. This round is so key. Cosmic Divide still available on a retake. Empress as well. You don't want to lose this one because it's just that momentum now that Birmingham Bulls are starting to get. You don't want to leave the door open for them to try and make their way back into this matchup after having so much dominance across the last 2 maps.
Another thing is though, Hazza, you're talking about the ultimates on the side of KCL. Think of the ultimates on the side of Birmingham. Like, think of they are probably even better than the side of KCL, and that's the worrying part. The fact that Birmingham have the momentum, the fact that they've been winning rounds. KCL may be starting to doubt themselves a little bit, and then Birmingham Bulls can maybe even use a couple of cheeky plays here to catch players off guard. Right now, I think this might be a Birmingham Bulls round.
I don't know if this ult is actually going to catch off Yayi, and they might be able to find Noza here, who doesn't expect it, and yeah, they do actually. So that first pick doesn't go the way of Birmingham Bulls. Eventually, the trades do come through, and like you said, those ultimates will be big. They've got that longevity in the Sage Res if they can find a way to get it off, and well, that orbital strike will definitely slow things down as we see 4 players all playing from this side of the map as the res does come through. Now advantage firmly in the hands of Birmingham Bulls. The neural theft as well. Lots of damage being pumped out.
Oh, here we go. This is it. This is the ultimate we were waiting for. And there we go, Hazza. 6-6 for Birmingham Bulls and KCL Lions. 5 rounds in a row for the attacker's side on that last half. And see, when you think about the narrative at the start, when it was, what, 6-1, 5-1, you were thinking to yourself, right, this is going to be KCL 8-4, 9-3. Birmingham Bulls really struggling on their defensive half. Not to be 6-6 right now. The narrative's completely changed. And the question is KCL Lions, how good are you on your attack? Because Birmingham Bulls have certainly showed us what they've got.
They did. It took a while to get going, though. It'll be interesting to see if that comes back to bite them or not. We're yet to know. This pistol round could make a world of difference for both teams to try and carve out some kind of a lead in this matchup, which, well, it's gone even. Those first 2 maps being so dominant for either side, I felt like maybe we were expecting this one to just go all the way in overtime to really sell it, but no, we're gonna have to see. Those mid-round calls from Birmingham Bulls a lot better. KCL Lions on the attack this time around. Gonna have to see what they can try and make of this, and well, they're grouping up towards the position of Melon.
Yeah, they certainly are, but no, Melon's going to get caught off guard here with the aggression from MCAT Hazza. That's huge. Folly might as well get caught off guard, and yes, he will. Noza has been flashed, and they're going to continue to push through. They'll pick him up for 3, and there we go. The plant being confirmed. The retake coming through from this kind of highway in between both sides, but Hazza, it doesn't seem as if this is going to work. It's a 5 versus 2 scenario. A miracle is needed. Maybe that first kind of kill might be a little bit of a Sam, not a miracle.
Potentially so. MCAT's doing loads of early damage and potentially ending this round already, but, well, Flip and Justice trying to see if they can find anything. The crossfires are going to be difficult. Flip able to find one, though, flipping their crosshair around to collect that one. MCAT gets a triple, does one better to finish things off. Ultimately, it's really unlucky timing there from Melon to try and commit that wall towards the arcade position. Gets shut down, and MCAT's dashing in now. 21-7, 3 KD for them. Not even a single player on the rest of the team going positive. Funny Keyboard doing bits and pieces with that op early on, eventually withering out slightly, but, well, MCAT's just carrying on, really, not withering in the slightest from their performance, and have upgraded onto a Vandal into this first round. And Cairo, look at the players on the map.
Oh no, they're going to be caught completely off guard here, Hazza. We're going to probably going straight in towards a retake here, especially MCAT 21-3, by the way, folks. That's how good he's been so far. And with that being the case, I just feel as if this is almost over.
I don't want to write it off that early. I think this round potentially might be, as Justice is going to take a face full of damage early on. Sometimes these team fights can be beneficial though, and well, are they even good for one? No, it's just the duelists making it work. Smine finishes things off. A flawless round there from KCL. It's really unlucky from Birmingham Bulls on that one. I think it has to be said. They tried to make a play, but they just got it completely wrong. The read was on the other side of the map. MCAT's just spraying through. Funny Keyboards supporting them out when the HP fell low. Now at a 2-round advantage, if they're able to convert this one, Cairo, then I think you have to be looking at maybe waving the white flag. Maybe it's premature, I'm not too sure, but Birmingham Bulls need to show a little bit of something on this round. And well, the problem is, when you're facing up against 5 Spectres, do you even want to get aggressive?
I mean, that's a good question, because the kind of CQC combat definitely favours a Spectre, but the thing is though, it's also a Phantom, so it's almost like the Spectre's big brother in a sense. Oh, well, I was about to say there, Justice is going to be the first person to take the combat, has it, and he's going to lose that out. Folly, though, does take the advantage.
And not every kill is just going to bring it to their advantage, but it's more guns to be taken as well. That Phantom left out in no man's land, so they can't collect it just yet. Leaves the advantage with Birmingham Bulls, and well, they stride on forward. It's a stampede right now. The flash not quite enough to do work onto Rayan there, but Funny Keyboard in the 1 versus 2, ducking and weaving around the box. The dismiss just leaves them in a bit too much of a sticky situation to get out of. 2 gun save though for Birmingham Bulls. Not the worst to have taken, brings them within 1 now of that KCL Alliance lead.
It does, it brings it between 1, but then again, we have to kind of emphasise the economic damage that last round will cause, because right now, I mean, Birmingham Bulls can't really buy up that much. It's going to have to be 3 Spectres, and one of which is actually going to have a light shield hazard. So all in all, pretty costly round from Birmingham Bulls, and may allow KCL Lions to kind of just take that little bit of a lead there.
Yeah, this round could be big though. If they're able to make those Spectres work, we can see Noza has saved up 2.7k instead of dropping their teammate. Melon going on the light shields obviously, so they have utility to work with. If they can get an operator in play on this defender's side, we saw how strong it was in the hands of Funny Keyboard, who could be fighting Justice, who we'd probably expect to pick it up here. But no, it's Folly that they find instead. Advantage KCL Lions.
Yeah, but it certainly is. But ooh, that's an even better one. Smine taking out Justice. Will get caught off by the Cypher. Tripwire, but no. Look at this. It's down to a 3 versus 2 there. Make it that 2 versus 2. Melon absolutely huge here. Rain just watching over this site, trying to see if he can see one. He does finally, but he'll take out Flip. Melon now on an absolute rampage. 3 on the round hazard, but the spike is down. Melon will be watching it, waiting to see if Rain will push through. And if they pop this Viper smoke like they have, might mean and might signify towards this Sage exactly where they're going to be. My God. Lovely clutch there from Rain to bring KCL close, or widen the gap between KCL and Birmingham Bulls.
It will. Birmingham Bulls have some ults to work with. Folly has forced, reconsidering their options there. This is the problem. You can never call guns too early in this game. I think
horrible.
Where it differs from CS or anything else is the way that the economy works. Although, I actually like those changes. I think being able to sort of mold out plays and develop how you want to go for it, not have to commit to anything straight away, can favour or hinder teams, and eventually it is going to be just that light buy for Birmingham Bulls. As I said, Orbital Strike available. MCAT's actually just going to go with the Blade Storm here, and it's all they need. They commit the right click to take down Noza just on a classic sprinting forward. Surely they don't make this one work.
Oh, I mean, they could though, Hazza. It's MCAT we're talking about here, but as they turn their back, you never turn your back on your enemies, Hazza, because they'll just put the bullets through your back. A little bit of an upgrade there as they try to move forward, but the thing is though, there's rifles to meet them here. It's Sheriffs as Ghosts versus Rifles. Need to see if this one can work here as they try to move through. Plenty of utility going through, but with this being the way it is, I feel as if this is almost over. KCL just waiting for the push to come through. Finally it does, and a little bit of an upgrade for Justice here. They try to go for the defuse. We're all up to the last player, but no Hazard. It's down to a 1 versus 1. It's all up to Rain, and they will win it out. 2 clutches in a row for the Viper player. 10 and 7 right now for KCL Lions, and they move ever so closer to that championship point.
It is a close one, right? It's a close one on that round, but KCL, they have a bit of money to work with, so they are going to be good for a little bit more. 5 ultimates for Birmingham Bulls on that last round. It felt almost like they were locked out of the house and they didn't even have a backdoor key, a flank or anything to try and make it work. They did bring it all the way down to the 1 versus 1. Good work from Justice there, but not quite firing on all cylinders this map. They've not had that same impact they had early on. No operator invested either. That's not going to be the kind of finance that you have to work with. So another tough situation, and well, with that pressure that they have towards B, they've got to be favouring an A retake here. I mean, the Brimstone smokes will be good cover for a while, but that execute will be coming in, and well, the A site, it's almost just completely free here for KCL Lions.
It really is, and well, the thing is though, is where does the response come from? Because they're all funneled into the one area, and with that being the case, yeah. Oh wait.
Oh, but
that's so
no
lucky.
No value at all. The plant, the KCL Lions, they're just fully aware of it. And, well, the back door's left open this time because it's just going to be the attackers flanking in round the back. I don't know, the spike's blind for them as well. This is from both angles. Ultimate's invested, now a 1 versus 2. Funny Keyboard heals up. It's absolute mayhem, but Funny Keyboard manages to just play a triple around it. They live through the chaos. They were born in it. KCL Lions, 11 rounds now, 1 away from map point and series point.
Hazza, I don't know why, but as soon as you said they were born in the chaos, I had flashes of Bane and just Bane sitting behind this Funny Keyboard.
That was the vibe. I mean, Funny Keyboard, I mean, it's Bane, but Funny Keyboard's the Joker right now. They seem to find everything hilarious, I suppose, and well, it's just a triple for them on that round. I'll pass it over to you. What are we looking at in the pre-game? Birmingham Bulls have ults available, but a couple of Spectres again.
Yep. They're just kind of forcing, trying to stop the inevitable, I think, almost. If we do see KCL are just waiting, but no, Justice with the Blade Storm will pick up Funny Keyboard. One of the kind of 2 talisman on the side of KCL, but MCAT's still alive, will almost lead to us believing that this is still undoable.
And site completely open as well. That aggression towards arcades left so much space for these KCL Lion players to try and push into. Astra utility available, Cosmic Divide if needed to shut them out, and yet we see it committed. Justice doesn't quite get taken down before it pops, but Folly's aggressed here, and well, with Melon on the res, it's 5 players online for Birmingham Bulls.
It really is 5 players online, and look at that, they're going to be able to deny the defuse there. Smoke's coming down, but they'll take out the breach. 1 player left. Yeah, Yeet to clutch this one out, using the gravity wells to deny the defuse. They're going to be able to deny it with the rifle as well. But look at this, do they have enough time here, Hazza? It certainly seems as if they will, after a great play on the retake from the Birmingham Bulls. They again start to keep up with the side of KCL Lions. I say denied the inevitable, but Hazza, it's maybe... I don't mean this, is maybe a comeback on the cards.
Potentially, I think we are realistically looking at 3 Spectres once again. Birmingham Bulls just not having too much to work with. These rounds are going down to the wire, so they're not able to have that longevity carry much through into the following rounds. KCL Lions are feeling the effects of that fully. 5 Sheriffs all across the board for them. No operator online just yet for the Birmingham Bulls, but I like that aggression on the ult from Justice. Gave them an opportunity into the round. It was the first pick going their way for once. And, well, this time they're going to be a lot better equipped. And if they can find it, only 2 rounds in it. Very close, Cairo.
Is very close indeed to Phantom, just waiting to see who's going to push through, but nobody's pushing through. The rotate's being called here, Hazza. They're going towards the A site. Thing is though, is there anybody lying in wait? That's it. They're going to delay this push, which means there's going to be rotates on the side of Birmingham Bulls. A little bit of mind games here, Hazza, but is that going to lead into the side of the defenders or towards the side of the attackers?
Well, I think they're actually reconsidering their options here, KCL. We saw Noza invested both cages to that defense. A flip with the Brim Molly as well. And somehow, it's actually forced a rotate towards A here, it looks like. No, they eventually do reconsider. Folly will be joining their teammates once again.
What are they doing?
They're just going back and forth right now. It's like some kind of a foreign dance. I don't know, like swaying the hips left and right. They're sort of circling around one another. Melon's going to be left out on that side to try and defend things. After shot comes through, bit of chip, but yeah, A is where things are going to end out. Only 20 seconds left for them to try and make this work.
Yep, certainly they're leaving things very, very late, but Flip's good for 3. Folly actually adding into this, and now it's all up to MCAT. It's all up to the talisman. Time's ticking down, 8 seconds, so that means the spike does need to be confirmed. They're going to start to push through. They're going to start to try and take this gunfight, and they will take out MCAT. The lead is reduced to 2 Hazard, and KCL Lions, they'll be starting to sweat as ultimates do get closer to coming online, and even the orbital strike for Birmingham Bulls.
Yeah, the orbital strike was available in that 1 versus 2. Had you maybe thinking, were they going to invest it just to confirm the round? But they don't go for it, and I think it's smart. They're forward thinking there from Flip, able to keep it online. They now have it. But any kind of plant denial that they might want with the Viper's Pit in the hands of Rayan, it's going to be a very good counter, I suppose, in many respects. The radius being about similar. Once again, we're in that conversation, 5 Vandals versus 5 Phantoms. But this game, it could be for either side at this point in time. No one really looking like they're a cut and above the opposition. KCL were in a strong position, but if they're not able to find this one and bring it to match point, it's very, very dicey.
It really is. Team Vandal pushing through in towards the site, trying to see if they can take out Team Phantom there, but it's MCAT to pop off with the Vandal. He's been so good, Hazard, but can he continue his form in this round? It certainly seems like it, but no, he'll get shut down there. It puts it down to a 2 versus 3, and look, here we go. The orbital strike is good for 1. Thing is though, there's still 2 players remaining, 1 on site. No, Melon just jumps at the wrong time, leaves it all up to Flip, leaves it all up to the Brimstone, and just like that, crushed under the weight of his team, KCL Lions, they move through onto map point, series point, championship point.
Flip with that Brimstone finisher, the weight of the world on their shoulders, and now, just looking at this buy from Birmingham Bulls, they've got odds and ends to try and work with. A breach ult for potential aggression if they opt to use it, but they haven't really pushed very much on this defender's side. KCL Lions have just seemed like the consistent force throughout. The fact that they were able to buck the trend of 5 rounds in a row from Birmingham Bulls off the back of that first half was huge for them, and with a rotate coming through off that aggression, this is going to be a really difficult retake. Viper's Pit also available.
Yeah, this is going to get worrying here. There is ultimates obviously available. The Empress invested has her, and we're going to wait for this spike to be confirmed. Just spam coming in towards the site, and there we go, the Viper's Pit as well. The plant being confirmed, and the players delayed in their retake here. Hazard, MCAT's going to pop off, and well, look at this. We're down to 2 players left on the defending side.
Flip, the last player remaining. MCAT's managing to pull it out the bag. KCL Lions looking to have pulled it out the bag. They have to descend into that toxic pit, and KCL Lions are gonna be your Valorant Winter Split champions. The reverse sweep, I predicted it. What was that, Cairo? A 2-0 for Birmingham Bulls. Hazard knows nothing about Valorant. After a 13-1 loss on their own map pick, they're able to turn the tide on things, and they see that one out on Fracture 13-9. What a series.
Well, Hazard, I will concede you are I guess the brains behind the operation. I already said that, and I mean, it's thoroughly deserved after such a great call. I mean, what a brilliant best of 3 between the 2 teams. 2 emphatic maps going either way. That last map coming down to the wire. I don't think there's anything more deserved between these 2 teams in the way that we're popping off. I'm thinking towards MCAT, I'm thinking towards Funny Keyboard, I'm thinking of, the way that... what do you call it? we saw the jet on the first map pop off as well. Oh, sorry, I forgot the name, but the thing is though, the plays were just so great, the team play was great, and well, thoroughly deserved from the side of KCL Lions.
Yeah, I mean, both new teams, but in recent times we've seen Swansea University claiming a few titles. In the past, Warwick have also been dominant, placing #1 in NSC's ranking across all esports, but both of these universities were felled by our finalists for today. They deserved to be here, and they proved exactly why. KCL Lions, they didn't let their heads drop after taking such a terrible loss on that first map of Haven, with it being their pick even. Whether that was just the way that the bans fell or how it was on the day, it's an emphatic response, and well, both teams really put a show on for us today. Just looking at the replays here, some of those clips, the clutches, the solo plays, magnificent from both sides.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, Hazard, people will be definitely collecting these clips the way that we were playing today. I mean, some of the shots were absolutely ridiculous. MCAT here being able to pick up 2, and then Funny Keyboard helping out with that duel. But the thing is though, Hazard, we need to invite someone back well, we need to invite someone back here, right? Janiro, she was casting a little bit of Valorant at the very start of her career, and now she'll obviously have some great opinions on this one.
Honestly, what I just have to say is what an incredible performance by KCL after they lost the first map, Haven. The 13-1 for Birmingham there, and KCL, you know, they... Honestly, I would have just like been so tilted, my mental would have gone completely out of the window. That was incredible to see. They just pulled it all back together. They just sat down and like, okay guys, we're gonna do this. And they did it. They did it on Icebox as well, which was honestly just impressive, really. How did you guys find the game? I know you guys were casting it, but besides the casting, considering, you know, the predictions as well, Cairo, I see you're eager to speak. How did you find the game?
I was just going to say, I mean, it was almost heart palpitations in that last map. I didn't know which way it was going to go. A potential comeback on the cards. 2 really dominant maps from either team. I mean, I was almost boasting. Maybe, I mean, I spoke too soon. The caster's curse came in and has obviously ended up reigning king on the predictions. But, I mean, what a matchup between these 2 teams.
Icebox seeming to be Birmingham's favorite map, but KCL beat them on it. Some of the diffuses that were coming through from Yayit on Icebox as well, just that man did not have a care in the world as to what they were throwing at him, who was shooting at him. He just like pressed that button and just like kept holding the diffuse out. That was incredible. Nerves of steel, honestly. That's the least I can say. Haza, how did you find this?
Well, I mean, I said in the pre-game that whoever ended up winning Icebox, I think I'd probably favour to take the matchup. It was KCL Lions, so I guess I got that right, but certainly not in the manner that we saw, especially after that first map. I think that just has to be the key talking point of the series as a whole, really. 13-1, that is a very, very dominant performance. Whether it's an attacker-sided map or a defender-sided map, I think it goes out the window. The fact you're not even able to get a constellation here or there off the back of a pistol playing into a bonus against Spectres or anything like that, the resilience that they showed today, that what they demonstrated, is worthy of a title, and that is why that they ended up picking it up. Icebox was that first response, and after that, it didn't seem like Birmingham could really get back into it. They showed spells, but it wasn't enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, and again, speaking about that 13-1 map, it was really interesting to see how KCL was just able to reel it back in. Maybe we can say that Birmingham got quite comfortable, you know, on the Icebox map. They're like, oh, you know what? We got 13-1. We got this in the bag. We can just, you know, pop off. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. And there were a couple of mistakes here and there that you can see, some lurks coming through that maybe shouldn't have been allowed to get through there. And just mainly on Icebox for me was like the diffuses. Is like, you know, they're on the diffuse. The stage didn't even put up her wall to prevent you from shooting at her. And they're just holding that button like, pros don't fake, bro. Come on, we know this. We know this. What are you guys doing? But yeah, and then Fracture did look a little bit shaky, I would say. There was a little bit of a tug of war here and there, a few rounds given, a few rounds taken, and final score was 13-9, which is still pretty impressive, pretty good, considering Fracture is such a new map. Cairo, how are you finding the Fracture performance? I personally really wanted to see it. You know, it's a new map. How did you think both teams did on there?
I thought it was really impressive from both teams, obviously, Fracture being the new map. I mean, we've only recently just got a kind of teeth sunk into the kind of what the pros are doing, how they are setting up and stuff like that, and we're starting to see that strategy probably start to trickle down, and the kind of coming months, etc., when people start to review these VODs and stuff. So all in all, I was really impressed by both teams. That first half though, going 6-6, I mean, the fact that Birmingham Bulls came back into it, and then we just saw the kind of impressive performance from KCL. All in all, Fracture was an absolute joy to cast, and the kind of maps that, as a caster, when you're prepping for, that's what you kind of wish for, that's what you dream of.
I feel like both teams really put up quite a show for us today. Maybe the first map was very one-sided. The second and the third map, a bit more. You know, we got to see some more from both teams. I know, Hazza, you were mentioning this is not what we were expecting coming into the tournament today, especially not from KCL, really. I remember you saying that, but we do actually have a potential confirmation. So it's going to be MCAT for the interview. Was kind of we were told there was going to be Yeet, and I really wanted to ask him about, you know, the diffuse is there, but obviously, unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. We have MCAT confirmed for the interview. So MCAT played the Jet on Fracture. Before that, they played the Sky, if I'm correct. Really being able to make those picks for his team, just making a lot of space for the rest of his team to be able to get onto site, get down their util, get down, you know, the spike, and just keeping that control there. So it's going to be incredible speaking to them today. Hello, MCAT. I've been told that you're here. Welcome. Congratulations on the win.
Hey guys,
How
thank
are you
you.
feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, I'll be honest. After that Haven game, we were a bit, you know, we were fine. We were completely fine. No, yeah, we showed up in the end. It was a really nice game. That Fracture game was great. We had a lot of really nice on-the-fly calls. So yeah, we're just feeling great, obviously.
Yeah, let's talk about the Haven game then, since, you know, it was all fine and all good. So 13-1. What happened? Just be honest, what happened?
I'll be totally honest with you. We've not pranked Haven. It kind of showed. Normally I remember saying before that we like running double duelist. I like going on the Jet. This time I was playing Sky. It's something I haven't played in quite a long time. I did used to play Initiator, but just trying to organize around having a bit less of an aggressive comp. I also think we gave them a bit too much respect early on, and I think that's the main thing we changed for our games going forward on Icebox and on Fracture, is that we started, you know, actually feeling it, taking the control, you know, fighting as a team properly. We gave them way too much, and don't get me wrong, they were the better team on that map for sure. Even if we, you know, gave them the respect, I feel like their executes were just on point. A lot of times we were dying without even having a chance to react. So yeah, 13-1 on Haven. I thought I wasn't going to live that down, to be honest.
That was quite heart-wrenching to see you guys really. You can tell like you guys tried to put it together, but it just didn't work. You mentioned here that you prefer to play Jet, but you decided to play Initiator on Sky even though you haven't played her for a while. How come you guys kind of made this decision there on the fly?
I feel like Sky, just the information that Sky can actually bring, especially on Haven, and we have Prac Bind, but it's our Instaban. Those two maps, Sky, I think is extremely important to have. And we made just a sort of on-the-fly decision, like, we'll try it with Sky. We haven't pracked Haven, so we don't have any setups. And yeah, that's basically how it was, and obviously it was a bad idea. I'm never going off Jet ever again, so that's all fine, yeah.
You know what? You live and you learn, and you guys learned and put that into practice on the second map on Icebox. So, you know, there's a couple of questions about this map. First of all, mentally, you come out of a 13-1. You just, I'm gonna say this completely honestly, you just got whooped. Absolutely. The other team is completely cracked, you know, stonked out of the wazoo. They're like in it mentally. How do you feel? How do you prepare going into that map? Because you're like, what did I just do?
Honestly, when you get battered that hard, you kind of just push it under the bridge, you know, like water under the bridge at that point. We still had 2 maps to go. We obviously feel like we can win, and we proved it. So at the end, Rayan just kind of sat us all down and was saying, like, just don't even think about it. There's no point. We've got a new map to go on, and it's a map that actually we have pracked and we are comfortable on. It feels like, in theory, we had 2 picks, you know, getting that Icebox. We are comfortable on Icebox. We enjoy it. So everything was fine after that point. But if it was a closer game on Haven, I feel like, and we lost, I feel like it might have been a bit more tilting. I feel like we tilt under pressure, possibly. But obviously, the other two maps didn't show it.
Yeah, the other two maps, you guys absolutely reeled it back in and were able to pull through. Can you give us maybe like a little bit of a picture of what comms were like when Yagis was just holding that button on the diffuse and they just didn't stop him?
Firm it, firm it, firm it was the shout going through. I think on every round that we diffused, it was just a sort of, just stick it, mate. Just hope, hold your crosses, pray. And it paid off. Like, we came into those games way more mentally strong. We made better decisions. We played off each other better. And I think that's the reason why we won the series overall. So, yeah.
No, I totally agree with the second and third map. You guys just really were able to get those trades in. There's some cross placements as well. You guys just really got that better down than the first map. I'm going to throw it now to the casters. I'm going to start off with Haza here. If you happen to have any questions for MCAP today.
Hello, mate. What you got for
Nothing
me?
in particular. Oh, well, it's good to see you, mate, first of all. I think that switch onto the jet was the difference maker in the end, especially on Fracture. Plenty of damage there, plenty of kills for you. You were speaking a little bit about the mid-round calls. I know you also said about the IGL. I looked at your comms a little bit going into this game. I think you guys, sort of had that maturity and being able to reset going into that third map or second map even was really huge. So sort of what was the read there? Because obviously we saw a little bit of from both teams on both halves and the way that they set up, but overall your attacking half was a lot better. What was the sort of read there that you had into the way that Birmingham set up?
We had a pretty strong idea of what we wanted to do. We haven't actually looked at any of their games, and as far as I'm aware, I don't even think they've played Fracture in NSC. They might have. I haven't. I couldn't tell you. But it was the sort of thing where it was less about how they were playing. We knew the Cypher was playing over towards the B site on tower a lot of times, and we knew we could exploit that. There was a nice round where we sent 3 under B, and we did just a combined push right in there, which I think was really well done. That's the sort of thing. It was more just our own game that we were focusing on, how we just play off each other, and that won us the rounds. It was a close game, but we pressed through.
Yeah, I think you certainly took a lot of control towards Arcade very often, and you were able to sort of win out those duels in and around the box and towards where Tower was. And it was that sort of combined breach utility which helped you get through in those areas. So, yeah, really strong performance.
Yeah, of course. First game on breach, by the way, for it's mine. So that was an interesting one. Yeah.
If that's
so he's playing breach
by,
now.
then yeah.
Yeah.
I see you guys are just freestyling it out here. I totally respect that. Cairo, do you happen to have any questions for MCAT today?
Yeah, sure. So there was a lot of emphasis put on towards Haven and obviously that result. But I kind of want to throw it to Fracture and coming into that midway point where it's 6-6. I mean, things are like almost even. You're seeing like Birmingham starting to come back into it. At that halfway point, do you guys just reset and think, well, we're good enough, we can win this? Or was there a little bit of nerves coming into that one?
For me, definitely there were a bit of nerves because we started out so strong on that defense half, and then we started losing close rounds. We started doing things. The comms, it's noticeable sometimes in our rounds that the comms start slowing down. People start going into their own sort of individual mindset. But we are so much more confident on attacked. Like as soon as that pistol was over, we were fine. As soon as we got that attacking pistol round, we were straight into the game.
It was just that kind of settling the nerves after the first round. And, well, I mean, another thing that I've got to ask as well is, like, what preparation did you make? Because, like, coming into Fracture, mate, I think you dropped, like, a 30 bomb, and then you dropped, like, more in Icebox as well. That was... What did you do? Were you in, like, aim labs or something?
No, I went and got a bottle of water, and I came back as the game started. So it's just one of those things. It was a mindset change for us all. I think we all started, especially on Icebox, we all smashed it out of the park. I don't think you can really give, one player the credit. But for Fracture, I'll happily take it. Yeah, that's my map now. But no, yeah, it was just, I think we reset mentally after the Haven game, and we just came into it and played like we have done in NSC going forward. Like, that's just all it was. The preparation was us playing a few scrims, just getting to know, getting the comms down, the basics, you know, CS style, Valorant, just playing off each other. That's all it was, really.
And we absolutely were able to see that, you know, coming into the other maps. I'm gonna ask you here if you happen to have any final comments or shout outs, because it's the end of your interview.
I mean, I shout out my team, obviously. They're probably watching this now, laughing at me, looking at my head. I don't know. You know, we just played really well. I have nothing else to say. It was our tournament. We won it. That's all it is. Appreciate it, I guess. Thank you.
Congratulations on your win. Thank you so much for taking the time to have the interview with us. Enjoy your celebration, because I'm sure you guys will do. Yeah, give a shout out to that. Yeah. Thank you
give
so
a
much
shout
for
out to
being
blokes.
here. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Well then, casters, I'm gonna ask you. I love how I keep referring to you guys as casters. I'm gonna ask you guys here to have any final comments or shout outs. Kero, do you wanna take the lead on this one?
Yeah, sure, obviously. I mean, I'm going to do the same shout-outs as last time. Thanks to NSC and Epic Land for having us on. Thanks to, well, my co-caster, Hazza, my boy. And obviously, thanks to you as well. Shout-out to you, Janino. And that's it.
Thank you. What about you, Hazza? You got any comments?
Just echoing the thoughts of the Scotsman on my left. Yeah, I mean, really enjoyed the cast. It was a great series. I think after that first map, we were thinking, oh well, this might be quite a short one. Then, you know, I'll have time to go get lunch or whatever. But no, it went the distance, and I'm really happy for it. It was a fantastic series. Thanks to NSC and Epic Land once again. And yeah, that's about it. And thanks to you guys as well.
And thank you guys so much for being here today. It was absolutely great to watch these Valorant. And, you know, thank you, Cairo, for pulling the double shift and, you know, keeping me company for the whole day. It was great to have you here. Great company, really. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evenings. And you get to watch some VCT, because that's starting pretty soon.
Oh, the Overwatch finals for NSE.
Oh, yeah, we've got to watch them first.
Oh. Okay. You know, you have like two screens, you can watch both at the same time. Just make sure that the VCT one is muted and that you're watching Overwatch on the NSC channel with full volume. So without further ado, guys, we do have the Overwatch in about 30 minutes from now. Just remember that there are a couple of giveaways at the moment. So there's the Intel drop, so ! giveaway, and you can find out how you can potentially win one of those with a Christmas jumper. There's also a Monster Energy drop. So if you want to get stocked up on some of that Monster Energy to help you through any deadline, really, because, you know, Christmas deadlines, we all know how that be. Just make sure that you type a monster drop in the chat, one word, during the game. There is one more drop to claim, and that is the one for Overwatch, which is in 30 minutes. So make sure that you're there and that you write it in the chat. And finally, last but not least, there is the NSE socks. So if you want to get some NSE branded socks for Christmas, just make sure that you take a picture of your watch party, post it up on Twitter using hashtag BUEC Winter 2021, hashtag socks for socks. And who knows, you might be having some swag on your feed during some Christmas dinner parties. So yeah, we'll see you guys in 30 minutes, and we're going to throw it to ad break right now.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESL UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSE. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with, like, trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you, like, the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESL UK, where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, you know, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? Like, it's just talking. talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do, so slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike Major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Like, everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you. I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Welcome everybody to the last and the final segment of this winter's British Esports Championship Winter Finals, powered by Intel, sponsored by Barclays and Monster Energy. Now, the NSE has done an absolute incredible job at keeping us up to date and just giving us the statistics that we need over on their social medias to make sure that we can follow everything in detail. So if you want to stay up to date, because obviously there is going to be a lot more action even after this weekend, follow them on their socials and just check out their website for a lot of insights, because that would be the smart thing to do. Now, so far we have been actually successful at crowning 6 out of 7 champions. So we started off on Friday with some CSGO, and Manchester University managed to claim that championship title. Yesterday we started off with Dota 2, and that was for UCL. Warwick University managed to secure the League of Legends title. Keele University secured the Rocket League title. And this morning we started off with some Siege. That was secured by Loughborough University. And we just had some Valorant, and that one was secured by KCL. So all in all, a lot of underdogs yoinked the titles. Maybe not really for Valorant, but still it was an incredible performance to see, and they took us to 3 maps. So we are now going to be looking to crown the 7th and the final champions of this winter 2021, and that is going to be in Rocket League. That's going to be in Overwatch. Why did I say Rocket League? Anyway, so it's going to be best of 5 between Portsmouth Paladins and Watermelon Waddlers. I absolutely love this name, by the way, so whoever came up with it, good job for that. So joining me today here are the analysts Latark and Daring Hairdox. So hello guys, how are we feeling today, Daring?
Hello. Not too bad. I'm looking forward to the games ahead. As you mentioned, Watermelon Waddlers, they definitely have the advantage in the name situation. So we'll see how the Portsmouth Paladins can come up against them in that department.
How about you, Latark? How are we feeling about this?
I'm feeling excited. I can't wait to get in. I've looked at the record of both these teams and looking sweet.
Speaking of the records of both these teams, I'll look at their season's performance. So Portsmouth Paladins really came in as favorites this year. They had a lot of expectations, and they won the spring 2021. So obviously these expectations were due. They did manage to live up to them, fortunately for them. And Watermelon Waddlers, on the other hand, they are an incredibly new team. When you're looking at the placement history, it just says not applicable. So what are we expecting here? What are we saying about this season's performance so far for both teams, Latark?
Well, I mean, just look at Portsmouth. This season they have dominated. I think, 3 maps that they've dropped the whole season? That's insane. And then, having a record like that is just... I mean, there's going to be people who give you challenges, and they clearly have shown that they can come over every challenge that they get faced with. So it's going to be interesting seeing them go into this. Whereas Watermelon Wanderers, the only matches they've lost, have been against Portsmouth. And so this is kind of like their chance of redemption. They've lost twice, and now they've had that practice. They've honed their skills, and hopefully they come in, show us a nice show, and make it a close one as well.
Yeah, another game, another redemption arc. This, again, seems to be like a theme here at the NSC. A lot of these teams have played each other before. So let's talk a little bit about these teams specifically and the comps and just their preferred map picks, really. So looking at the Paladins, they have really been utilizing that 7-man roster, and they do swap out between players. They have indicated that King's Row is their favorite map. And then when we're looking at the Watermelon Waddlers, they have the classic 6-man, and they prefer the map Paris. Now, I'm going to throw this over to you, Hairdox. What else can you tell us about these teams and these players? Who should we be looking out for today?
I mean, it's just as simple as that. You look at the two teams, there's a clear difference in composition building. Having Lukey Boy swapping between the DPS and the tank position, that could be interesting to watch out for. Having the 7-man roster, it makes them more flexible, but in time, it makes them more readable. If you see somebody swapping in, you know what comps they're going to be running, if they've got Lukey Boy on the tank or on the DPS. King's Row would suggest they want more Brawls type comps, Reinhardt, Zarya, although D.Va is very popular in the meta these days. You'll have Baptiste, that kind of thing. So that's certainly something to look out for. On the other side of the Watermelon Waddlers, however, it's a 6-man roster, so you know who's going to be in, you know what they're going to be playing. If they're on Paris, that screams double shield bunker compositions to me. So your Orisa Sigmas, again, Baptiste has been very powerful in the meta these days. But another thing to look out for is look at the placement history. Not applicable for Watermelon Waddlers, whereas you've got 5th place, 2nd place, and then 1st place for the Portsmouth Paladins. This is a roster that's been around for a long time, so the synergy advantage that they'll have, I think, could be the deciding factor in this match.
Yeah, and you mentioned over here, teams being readable, and we kind of heard that a couple of times throughout this tournament in general. A lot of people saying that, oh yes, we were able to secure this because our opponent was readable and we knew the strategies that they're going to be running. You also mentioned, when you see the map Paris, you're going to be expecting those double shields. So, Latark, if we do say we get the map King's Row, for example, what are you expecting to see on there?
Oh, gotta see the classic kind of Rhine Zarya or Rhine Diva rush comps coming out. Love a bit of the Cowboy as well. Yeah, the Lucio with the Rhine, it's just classic on that map. You do see kind of double shield comps being ran on those maps nowadays, especially in higher ranks. But yeah, end of the day, who doesn't love playing Brawl on King's Row? It's just a classic.
And speaking of these classics, actually, we do happen to have a best of 5. So we kind of just covered 2 maps here. So we covered Paris and King's Row. I'm going to ask you here, Hardox, do you happen to maybe have a feel or an idea for what other maps we can be expecting here today?
Well, it's quite difficult to say. Like, looking at the options here, there's 5 control maps to choose from. Busan could be a good option for the Portsmouth Paladins to pick, because it's a decently good on mecha base and other such stages like that. Whereas the Watermelon Modelers, they'd be sticking to more Elios, Nepal type things, more brawly type, not brawly, more double shield type maps, because that's their style basically.
That's our style, and that also is what makes them readable. And because they are a little readable, I'm gonna throw it out here to you casters for a bit of a prediction. Gonna start off with Latark. We discussed all these information. I'm sure you're gonna be discussing a lot more. With all the knowledge that you have at your disposal here, who do you think is gonna be walking away with the championship title for Winter 2021?
You know what? I've got to love a underdog. You've got to love the underdog coming in. I'm 100% supporting Watermelon. Yeah, I think that this is another story of redemption. As you said, we've had a few stories of redemption today. Doing it again.
If you're feeling a little bit spicy, would you like to throw a scoreline in there?
Scoreline? Oh, I want it to be a close one, so okay. I'm thinking like a 3-1 or 3-2.
Okay, 3-1 isn't that close considering we have 5 maps, but I'll take the 3-2. I'll say 3-2.
Okay, yeah, 3-2.
Okay, Daring Hairdogs, what about you? What are your expectations here?
I am Irish, so I always do love an underdog. I agree in that sense. But looking at the map record, the season record, you can't really bet against Portsmouth Paladins. So I'm going to go with 3-1 Portsmouth Paladins. I reckon the Watermelon Waddler is able to squeak something out, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take away the title.
Ooh, that is quite a little bit of a jab here, but you know what? I hope you don't get in trouble on Twitter for that one, because that has happened today. But you know what? I'm actually really excited to see what's going to happen. We have a best out of 5, as we mentioned earlier, and I am fully confident that this is going to be a good run. So thank you guys so much for being here, casters. I'm going to throw it to you guys so you can do your caster thing and talk about a couple strategies and statistics, maybe a bit more of maps. In the meantime, good luck to you guys with the cast, and good luck to both teams as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, first map's going to be Control. It's I don't know quite what they've picked yet, but the choices are Busan, Ilios, Lijiang, Nepal, or Oasis. And I mean, you went before mentioned Busan being a favourite of Portsmouth, and yeah, I mean, Lijiang as well being quite a strong brawl map. You can see all kinds of different orientations of brawl being ran there, even with a bit of power.
Yeah, I agree. And it does also depend on the stage they get in Lijiang. If they get Gardens, it's not going to be ideal for them, but like Control Center is perfect for that Rhine Zarya composition. And with I'm not entirely sure, but I believe they have the with seed advantage, they get first pick. So we'll see which map it is they pick. If could go for the basics, like it's a fan favorite.
And yeah, I think we've just heard Lijiang is our first map. So like I just said, always going to be a brawl map, and considering King's Row would be their second map pick, it kind of makes sense that we expect them to see that Rhine Rush kind of comp come in, and teams with a lot of synergy and a lot of kind of like background play together always excel when playing the brawl. It just works so much better when people can stick together, and it's all like a hive mind kind of concept walking forward.
Yeah, I completely agree. I expect we'll see some Reinhardt, some Zarya, maybe some Diva, Baptiste, Brigitte. As for the DPS, could be like, well, I suppose we'll see when we get in there. Reaper can be quite strong these days, and Cassidy as well. With the flashbang, just so oppressive against any sort of flankers or dive composition. So if they match them on the brawl and get them on the brawl, that's the ticket to victory.
Yeah, and I mean, for Watermelon, I'm not 100% sure on what they would pick, because they did choose Paris, which isn't in any map rotations at the moment. But if they are more confident on a double shield kind of comp, then they might lean towards more of the spam DPS kind of things, so like Junkrat, Hanzo, that kind of thing. And realistically, if you can play a good double shield, then it can be ran pretty effectively against a brawl comp. So I'm really interested to see what teams might run out with coming into our first map.
I completely agree. There's no point trying to match the brawl if you get the better brawl. And I believe we're just waiting on last few players to get into the lobby. So we'll just say, if you're not going to match them on the brawl, stick to your own stuff. If you play it better than them, then you'll be able to come up with at least some level of success. As you said, double shield, Junkrat, the annoying heroes, basically.
Everybody's favourite. Who doesn't love getting killed by a random Junkrat mine just thrown into the backline?
Of course, yeah. It's a national treasure of Overwatch, but
it's a staple, or like a Hanzo arrow shot from the other side of the map that just hits you in the head as you're coming out of spawn.
That's another
Peak Overwatch.
Li Jiang isn't ideal for the snipers, but we make Hanzo. He does work well with the Sigma and the Orisa, so you get pull, headshots, Sonic arrow, so you know exactly what the enemy's doing. But so long as the enemy isn't a Reinhardt running into you at high speed, you should...
The speed of the Lucio, that amp, just brings you straight into the middle of the enemy team, and with that hammer swinging around, bam.
It's a lot of damage in a very short space of time.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And especially he got the damage buff not too long ago, where his hammer now does 85 damage rather than 75 damage a swing. That was quite a while ago, though.
But even still, that makes all the difference. If it was 75 before, that's one less swing on squishy targets. Like these small changes in number, they don't make the difference, but it can be meta swings as it does. Lives or dies by the decimal point, you know?
Especially in Overwatch. I mean, this game lives or dies by the decimal point.
Exactly. I'm just disappointed we're not in the experimental patch. Give us 500 armor Orisa. And,
yes, and the Santa hat. The Santa hat's the important part.
Well, it is the festive season after all. So.
Exactly. I mean, I've got the little Christmas tree just up here. Got that. That's my Christmas decorations for my room this year. That's it.
Very, very festive. I've only just got home, not even fully home for Christmas, so I have not been able to do such things yet, but for future events.
You're getting home a week before me. I don't finish for another week yet. Still got lectures. But anyway, Overwatch.
Overwatch is
a bit distracted.
Primary thing at this time. I think we're still just waiting on some players to get into the lobby, which can always be very fun, I think.
Some people just still grabbing a drink or something, or not notice it's on, you know.
But so we'll have Li Jiang for the first map. Any predictions for the second map, depending on which way things go? Bald King's Row and Mbani are the options. So what do you think each team's going to be going for?
I've already said I don't know that much about Watermelon. If they are more of a double shield oriented team, you could see them running more towards the Icon world than Kings, because they want to drive Portsmouth away from the Brawl as much as possible, if that's what they lose on. If it manages to go the other way, like if Portsmouth come out with second map pick, I mean, it's obviously going to be King's Row. Why would they say it's their favourite if they pick something else, unless they're trying to bamboozle?
And well, now you mentioned that key part of this is that the Watermelon Modelers, their fate isn't even in the rotation. Paris is nowhere to be seen in the assault section, so it's a bit unfortunate having their best foot forward isn't going to be even available to them. So their best option, I think, is just come out swinging on Li Jiang Tower. And if they can take the first map against, so far, has been an undefeated team, that'll be a big blow to the confidence of Portsmouth Paladins.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, coming in, they said, we said a lot about the win points being how readable the enemy team is, and like that being the swinging factor in most of the series that we've seen over this weekend. So today, with Portsmouth being what seems to be the more readable team than Watermelon Waddlers, it's going to be a bit more interesting. There we go.
And here we go. We're finally in the match. So we'll be seeing shortly what each side's going to be picking. Leaky Boy on the DP and JJP on the tank, it seems. So interesting combination. We'll see maybe. There instantly. The Junkrat, the special on both sides.
The Junkrat, and both teams have gone with the Symmetra. I mean, I completely forgot about Symmetra. That Sim TP with the rotations, the extra speed getting out of spawn. The real question is, will they stay on the Symmetra when they come out of spawn, or will they decide to fall back and switch on to something different?
I'll be disappointed if they don't stay on it myself, because I'm a big fan of the those Symmetra orbs. High damage, great fun. And here we are starting. Looks like both sides are sticking with the Sim TP. Junkrat mines going in, even Matrix is eating everything up. Both sides full HP. Nobody's dead. Everything's doing just fine. Rift on the Symmetra goes quite low. Manages to get out. No damage taken there. No side has fallen, but it seems like Warriors have taken firm control of the point. Big rotation coming out from Portsmouth Paladins trying to retake in that midsection, but Leaky Boy takes first blood. Caesar goes down on the Junkrat. Take down that's a jump if I ever saw one, and Rift taking down Callum on the main tank. That's just that's the fight there. I don't think Watermelon Walrus can really hold on to this for much longer. Shark, what do you think about the differences?
That window from Todos came online so rapidly. That was really quick, and that was the winning factor in that fight. You see them already moving up so quickly. That TP setup from Spawn just gives Watermelon brilliant mobility to get back into this fight.
Looks like the tanks here have been split. Shadow comes out from Callum, but doesn't seem to find anything. So that's a bit unfortunate in that back pretty soon. But they do have the window advantage. Oh, big Riptide comes out, takes down Jix on the Symmetra, who does have the wall, but it wasn't able to utilize it before being struck down. Callum once again to the Junkrat. I bet he's not too happy with that one. Junkrat goes down, and still very much in firm control at this point. They've got the window back.
Portsmouth now looking really confident and really comfortable with a lot of ults online. They've just pulled that tire and won a fight with just the tire. So they're going to have a lot to play with on this hold here.
I think if you're Watermelon Walrus, you want to press Q sooner rather than later. As I say that, ouch. Walker on the Lucio goes straight down. Tire comes in, gets Lucky Boy, and with the window coming down, rival windows, damage and health coming from every angle. Watermelon Walrus hiding behind the wall now, just trying to stay alive. Maybe JJP got a bit too aggressive on the right, gets taken down. He was walking in front of an enemy team that was full HP, so much to be expected there. But Bomb comes in, gets Caesar, who's gone times first in the fight. Diva goes down. Very scrappy right now. Reinhardt's coming back, JJP. He's got the Shatter. He could make something massive. Gets Diva down. Doesn't manage to take her out, unfortunately. Beats traded by Blast. I mean, this is just chaos in the point. No ultimates on each side, basically. There's a Rip try coming up, but Wanderers seem to be taking their first fight of the series.
Beautiful stall coming from Portsmouth there. They completely knocked that point all the way up to 87%. And now Watermelon are really going to have to keep hold of this point. All they need is one more fight, and Portsmouth have pretty much secured it. Committing a lot into it though. They've not really got much going into this next fight, whereas Watermelon do have a lot more ultimates, so it might be more of a dry fight coming out from...
Winder comes out from Yanba, and from there, huge from Callum on the Reinhardt, takes everyone down, doesn't get anyone from it, but that's the space you create with that, and the time you give yourselves to get set up, that's probably even more valuable than getting a pick or two. And as I say that, Lucky Boy goes down to Caesar on the Junkrat, Bomb comes out, big pin, JJP on the Rhine, going down rather swiftly. Close to a remake kill there, but it wasn't meant to be so, as Portsmouth Paladins are once again routed back to spawn by the Watermelon Waddlers.
Yeah, I mean, nice, quick, clean fight. Watermelon are committing quite a few ults. I think it was 4 ults they committed to that fight, but Yanba has already got 50% up to that next window. Like I said before though, Portsmouth I think went in, only commit that window and completely dry fighted that. So
huge Symmetra wall coming out here. That just completely blocks off all the side of the Watermelon Waddlers, and there's not much they can really do. Takes down the tire. It was traded out, but it was traded out too soon by the Watermelon Waddlers, and as a result, Reinhardt goes down, letting the free shatter from JJP go through, and not looking good for the Watermelon Waddlers. They'll have the chance to touch, but it's not going to be at full strength. 88% in counting for Portsmouth Paladins. With the window on the night, I'd say they're pretty happy about this situation.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like they are going to get back in to touch this point.
We're back in now. Windows traded. Nobody goes down so far until Yanba and Waterman Wanderers. That's enormous. That's the main brunt of healing for that team. So they really need to just stay alive, sustain, try and use natural cover. But with walk days now, there's not much to be done here. Big slam comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Can't really swing there because the Diva Bomb is preventing any sort of action being taken there. Beat comes in. And Callum goes down, but only going to be enough. They're going to need more than that to turn it around. And a huge shredder from JJP knocks the entire enemy team on their back. Moira is the only one surviving with Tracer on the point, but it's not going for much longer. Moira goes down. Tracer's still alive, just doing her best to touch the point. Lucy's back in now, but Lucy goes down and
it's still going. That's
the looks of
overtime.
That is the first point going to Portsmouth Paladins on this Leeds Rank Tower.
And I mean, came quite close, 100 to 77. Watermelon definitely looking like they're getting their footing like a bit later into it. That last fight there, though, that shatter from JJP just confirmed the point, really. Hit 3 people onto the ground, and one key knockdown was Caesar, who had just got that tire online. If he could have pulled that and got 1 or 2 kills with it, could have completely changed the swing of that fight. Do however now going into our second point, night market. Lukey Boy has made the switch onto the
Cassidy.
Yeah. But I see Watermelon Waddlers are running the Farah Tracer with the Bull Diva. I actually like this
Symmetra. I quite like it as well. The Cassidy will be invaluable for the Portsmouth Paladins, I feel. They've got control of the point, so really they just need to stay where they are, hunker down, turtle up, and they should be fine. But with Jigsaw, that could be doing an enormous amount of damage if IDW isn't going to be keeping an eye on the Diva. Oh, could have been a huge boot, but unfortunately Lucio has some roller skates that keep him alive. Behind enemy lines though, so he's doing getting a bit too close to the sun there, and just as I say that, Todos goes down, maybe had the extra heals from Lucio, but it probably wouldn't have been enough. The Farah damage was just too much pressure. The dive comp from Watermelon Wanderers seems to have bested Portsmouth Paladins so far at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I love the pick. I love the ball pick. And I mean, look at Portsmouth already. They've already switched to that Zen Brig and switching onto the Bull Tracer Sombra. There we go. We love to see it. Completely switching up their comp, adapting, and they all know what they want to run coming into this matchup. Jix, however, does have that barrage. He can build that up on just poke damage alone. He'll be able to drop into this inside space especially, and as long as ID isn't watching him too closely, he'll be able to get few kills.
Even just one pick could turn the tide of a fight if a Shadow or a Brigida goes down. Lukey Boy on the Echo doesn't have the Mercy Pocket, so at a bit of a disadvantage there, I say, as he takes down Kronos from the mech. JJP flies a little bit too close to the sun with the Tracer around, and Fight in the Skies goes in the favour of Portsmouth Paladins as Jix on the Farah goes down before even getting to use the barrage. This Echo is doing an enormous amount of work with the focusing beam, 50% extra damage for half health targets. And looks like the barrage comes in, gets 1, but Rift takes down Jix. That's enormous. If Jix had stayed alive there, I think this could be going in the way of Waterman Waddlers, but Portsmouth Paladins finally take the point. 60% from one fight. Pretty good stall there from the Waddlers, just trying to stay alive and touch the point only when needed. And Portsmouth just really wanted to take that space, but they weren't able to.
Nice fight coming through as well. Lukey Boy actually coming in clutch. He did so much damage.
Caesar goes down immediately to JJP on the ball. He's got revenge from that first fight after getting chased down. He wasn't very happy with that situation, so takes down the Tracer player on the Watermelon Waddlers. That'll give them another 8 to 10 seconds of stall before anyone needs to come in for a proper fight. And with Boy on the Echo having that copy, it could be a difficult fight indeed.
See that copy coming off now, actually, onto the Tracer.
Tracer's into the copy, but I'm not the professional, so I'm not going to question it. Already gets some value. Bomb takes down. Oh, huge stick. But unfortunately, it's not enough to take them the ball. Eventually goes down to Rift. Another pulse bomb comes out, but that's just a thank you and goodbye from Lukey Boy on the Echo. Gets the sticks all onto Yanba.
On the Echo. He's doing so much work on this Echo right now. Actually just looking so confident and just rolling over this team. Kronos with the bomb only for Watermelon, and they're, I mean, 60-60 at the moment. This fight could go either way, and it doesn't hugely matter either way, but if you're Watermelon, you definitely want to be taking control at this point.
To the point now. Oh, huge EMP, but where the follow-up's going to be, there's the mines coming in. Gets 1. well, basically gets 2 with Yanba stuck in the corner with nowhere to go. Between a rock and a hard place, if you will.
Exactly, just pins them in with that minefield there. JJP, a beautiful use of the minefield and cutting the team in half.
Bit of an over-investment, some might say, with Sheep on the Brigada putting in the rally, but if it works, it works. 88% and counting. So it's the last fight here for whatever Waddlers if they want to try and retake this point and put up a fight.
Plenty of ults online for them, though. They're going to throw out that bomb, but doesn't seem to find anything.
Drix in the Echo, and nobody touches the point. So, of course, Bushman Paladins are going to take the first map with a good old-fashioned... I wouldn't even call it a Charlie Niner, because it wasn't even a... Nobody was winning that fight at the time, but a Charlie Niner's a Charlie Niner.
Genuinely, could have gone either way at that point, and it was just, unfortunate to see that nobody got onto that point and just let it tick down. It does happen, though. I mean, we all know Overwatch.
And, of course, these things just do happen sometimes. Getting that final pick is more important to your confidence and your ego than touching the point. But, unfortunately, these teams mean business. The point comes above all. So what do you think was the best... What was it from the Portsmouth Paladins? What was that set them apart that take the advantage in this map, do you think?
For me, it's Lukey Boy and JJP. Mm-hmm. They've both been big playmakers, showing up and showing that they are the more dominant players at the moment. Lukey Boy, especially on the Echo at the end there, in that second round, doing so much work, finding the stick as we saw in the play of the game with that copy, dominating the Tracer 1v1 when you're not even playing Tracer. So it's going to be interesting going forward into the other maps to see what Lukey Boy has to offer and see if he can carry on this carry potential.
I agree, and I was a big fan of JJP's play, especially on the ball, because you mentioned Lukey Boy was doing very well in the Echo, but you only do well in the Echo when your main tank's making space for you, and JJP was doing just that. There was so much space made by the tank duo that there was nowhere that the Waterman wanted to really go. It wasn't either between a Wrecking Ball and a minefield or an Echo with sticky bombs and a copy on the Tracer. There was nothing really to be done there, because they're just playing out of their goddamn minds, basically. And there it is, the shatter from JJP. that ended it all.
Cheeky little shatter. Yeah, so, I mean, first map going to Portsmouth, we kind of did see this coming in. They were more, they did seem like they were going to be more confident on their ball. Mm-hmm. So
and now we just have to think about it is the Watermelon Wanderers. It's their map pick. So where are they going to go? Choice between Iconvolt, Kings Row, and Numbani.
I mean, realistically, I feel like Iconvolt or Numbani, after seeing them run that ball comp, Kings Row might not be an optimal decision for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and it's a bit of a bad manner statement to choose your opponent's favourite map after losing a map to them. So I would expect to see Numbani, to be perfectly honest. There's a lot of opportunity for different flanks and dives, and sure, we'll see. But it is in fact the Waddler's map pick. So any other insights onto compositions or...
Sorry?
Any other insights into compositions or anything they maybe...
Compositions?
Strategizing?
Iconvolt, I mean, you see it is a lot more of a double shield heavy map.
Mm-hmm.
You see the kind of Orisa Sigma or Orisa Diva kind of comps coming out. That castle being key control point for second point. But I mean, at the same time, you sometimes see teams confidently running a brawl in next
I've just
map.
been given word that it is in fact Numbani. So,
hey, never mind. Not Iconvolt as I thought it might be. Numbani. Yeah, I mean, not one of my favourite maps.
I like that actually.
Oh, really?
The Waddlers, because if you can take high ground on the first point as on defense, I mean, we didn't see any Orisa or double shield from them, so we've been running with that based on them having their favorite map as Paris. I think maybe there may not be a double shield team. Maybe there's just a few messers who enjoy the troll, as we saw with the dive. Dive is still very popular in Numbani.
Exactly.
Take all sorts of angles with a Winston, with a ball, with a Diva. Can make some things happen.
They might be much more confident on their dive going in, and hopefully we see that coming out. We hopefully see Watermelon come out, show us a nice dive comp. I mean, whether they run the ball comp or whether they run a monkey on Numbani is a good question, because ball is not really used that often on Numbani in comparison to monkey. But yeah, it's like it can depend on whether they've got the availability of their player, whether their players are flexible enough, or whether they're.
Well, yeah, it is just that, as you said. The monkey is more of the pick on Numbani, because the clave damage from his Tesla cannon is just immense when you're going to first point, and even on second point. There's just so much mobility that he has that can really throw the enemy team around if you get your primal rage juggling in. So we'll see if any of these, well, by the looks of it, Callum and Winston so far, granted these aren't confirmed picks.
Watermelon are going to be on attack first, and Portsmouth running the ball on defense. Quite nice to see a bit of variation between the defense and offense. So I want to see how Lukey Boy is going to play this ball, because actually that's a good point. I hadn't noticed. Nightmare has subbed in. Yeah, Lukey Boy switching onto the main tank, and Nightmare switching coming in and going on the Sombra.
It's a bit of a throwing a bit of spanner in the works for Watermelon Wanderers to have to adapt so quick from the first map. They can't really take their adaptations and the second map because it's a whole different team. Nightmare obviously going for more of a hit scan role on the Sombra. Get some hacks onto Callum as he dives in, and then that's just GG's for the Watermelon Wanderers. So you've got no main tank, you've got no presence on the point. Coming in from the bottom angle, Winston jumps up, just waiting now for his cooldowns. If he can get that Zen and the Brig himself and the Diva and dive, Cassidy on the low ground. No targets to pick so far. Everyone's just sort of hiding and staying alive. Big boop, massive boop onto Callum from the Brigida. On the Brigida doing work there, just making sure that the Zen stays alive. But even still, the Zen does not stay alive because the dive from Watermelon Wanderers is just too strong. Callum himself goes down though, however, to Nightmare on the Sombra, just hacked and hacked and hacked and hacked. That's their main goal. Keep a main tank out of the fight, then they keep the fight. So Watermelon Wanderers will be resetting here slightly.
Callum had the full-on main tank experience right there. Every time he tried to jump on the Zen and Brig, Sheep just booped him away. He was like, "No, you're not coming up here. This is my high ground."
Hacked and stunned,
and then he got hacked. And it was just a constant loop. And it's full-on main tank experience.
Nightmare on Jix managed to take down the Tracer, so that's the dive essentially done, unless you want to do something with Kronos and Callum on the Diva. Just back into mech now. It's getting a bit here. Rift goes down on the Tracer. That's a good opening for the Watermelon Wanderers, and then Caesar coming out on Cassidy with the High Noon, just zoning people away from the point. Diva on point now. If they can take out the Diva and get her out of mech, then that's a really good opening. But the mines from Lukey Boy, that creates a lot of space and a lot of opportunities for others to come out.
Oh, huge! Out onto Callum.
IDW with the eat, and then the BM takes down the enemy Diva. Love to see it, basically. That's a bit of a bad manners play from the Bushman Paladins. They do manage to hold on to this point once again. 2 minutes on the clock, and not a lot of opportunity for Metal Waddler so far.
Yeah, I mean, some nice ult investment there from Portsmouth Paladins, using that Transcendence just to keep them all alive, going as the fight got longer and longer. And then Lukey Boy just jumps in from the top ropes on the ball, drops a minefield right in the middle of all of Watermelon Waddlers. And, I mean, we saw him just spinning around on point, but he was actually doing work while spinning around on point, denying a lot of the space, and then still booping Kronos back into the minefield that he'd set up.
And what really options do the Watermelon Wanderers have here? Bomb comes out from Diva. I assume that's just to try and get into back. Takes down the enemy Diva. That's a bit of an unfortunate play from Kronos. You need to be getting away from those Diva bombs, and that just leaves Kronos so vulnerable. Callum goes down as well. EMP is out. Gets 5, I believe. That's a huge EMP from Nightmare. And then Rift on the Tracer is just ready there for cleanup. There's not much to be done here for the Watermelon Wanderers. And bit of an investment in terms of ults from Portsmouth Paladins. So, what chances here Watermelon Wanderers have?
I mean, you see them with ults coming online here, and if Jix can come in early with a pulse bomb and find a pick, it'll give them the chance to probably walk forward, give them a bit more space to walk forward and play with. Caesar also with the high noon, also another good space denying ult. It should buy space for Watermelon Waddlers. So I hope, I mean, 30
This
seconds
last
on the
fight,
clock
so
here.
much time to go. I think a pulse bomb here is the key factor, but with that Transcendence up now, Trans comes out, Yanba on the Ana, unfortunately goes down, and IDW with the eat on the Tracer pulse bomb once again. Jix is not able to do anything in this match because IDW is just doing enormous work on this Tracer. Just excellent peel for the back line. I said it last map, but it's the tank line really that sets the difference apart for me in this series so far. Lucky Boy on the wrecking ball, taking down Jix, and there's nobody left for the Watermelon Waddlers to touch.
Can't get onto that point. Overtime ticks down, and that's it. Not
That's
even
a
a
full.
tick. Wow. Very well played from Portsmouth. Looking very, very comfortable, especially now that Lukey Boy has switched onto the ball, onto that main tank ball. And yeah, just dominant as they've shown in their in their past games played. That they are a confident team with a lot of synergy. And Watermelon just struggled to really break that defense and just find a footing in. You saw Jix's point of view in that last fight, going for a pulse bomb. He just gets absolutely denied by IDW. And, I mean, unfortunate time and time again trying to find that pulse bomb. And it probably would have landed as well onto Sheik. Picking off that Brigitte would have been massive.
And a pause coming in here. So we'll get some information on that at some stage, but I completely agree. Portsmouth, they have to be feeling pretty confident at this stage. It looks like we've got a disconnect on one of the support heroes. So, was that disconnect or was that a rage quit? It was a bit of an unfortunate, unfortunate attack from the Watermelon Waddlers, but I think they need to get themselves together, hunker down. If they can get a draw out of this, that's a good mental boost going into the third map. It is a best of 5, so it's not over yet.
It's not over.
If it was a best of 3 as originally planned, they wouldn't be too happy right now. But
they need to take a deep breath and just get back onto it. Get the calmness, feel the calmness in their veins, and think about the game that they're playing, because they are against some tough opponents. I do want to see them coming through again with that win, and the underdogs, I want to see the underdogs come out on top. So yeah, I just want to point out that Caesar has, on that attack, was trying his hardest on the Korean, was doing some pretty good damage, finding off picks here and there. It just was ever so slightly too late into the fight when they'd already lost somebody.
I mean, there's not much the caster can really do if you're on the low ground and the enemy's just hiding behind natural cover. You can't shoot through walls, unfortunately, no matter how good of a shot you are, so there's not much.
Yeah, unfortunately, no shooting through walls in this game yet. You never know. Overwatch 2 is coming.
Well, I sincerely hope that is not on the patch list. We'll keep you updated if that's the case. Nightmare on the Somber once again did enormous work in the last range, just keeping those attacks onto Callum. No could really do. Main tanks really are the key in this stage, as I've been saying. But you can't make space if you're hacked and booped and flashbanged and Brig stunned and whatever. Big anti coming out, Yanba onto Todos and Sheep. Both supports going very low. Doesn't manage to finish off the kill, but even still, that's going to create some space. Both Tracers using recall immediately. Jix, it seems, is not capable of taking the 2v1, or maybe just has other plans in mind. But so far, Watermelon seem to be holding on decently well. Callum gets discorded. That's enormous. If they can just deny this Winston, that's the trick. Rift uses the recall. Oh, and now there's a Brig there. 75 HP in a dream. Go on, Rift. Get out of there. Callum goes down first. As I said, the main tank is the key, and now the supports being targeted. Free reign, Lucky Boy on the ball. It's spooked off high ground, but Toto's taking down Caesar. That's quite enormous, and gets the Transcendence. No,
that's
Transcendence comes out now.
Transcendence.
Not for the Watermelon Waddlers here. Ronos goes down. Just Walker now on the Brig, the last bastion of hope. Bomb comes out. Oh, and that's a massive bomb from IDW. Gets 3. Tanks and the Brigida to close out the map. Horsemen Paladins go up 2-0 in this best of 5 series.
That bomb at the end, cleaning up point. Oh my god, just 3 people. Boom, gone. That's it. Point lost. Well played for Portsmouth and very, very dominant showing. Really gives that proper question of how are Watermen and Waddlers going to come back into it?
Well, anyone in the chat predict a reverse sweep? If so, you must be hoping and praying right now. Fingers crossed it could happen.
I mean,
it's just clinical from Portsmouth Paladins. It's clinical.
I did predict the 3-2. I didn't predict the reverse sweep, but I predicted the 3-2. So hopefully might see that coming through. Come on, underdogs, give me a bit of fun.
Of course, all they need is a mental reset. Nothing can be overcome. Overwatch is a very momentum-based game, and when momentum's a vector, it can change directions at any time. Just need to give it a bit of a push. The Watermelon Waterers, I wouldn't want to be in the dugout right now, or the virtual dugout, as it may be.
And I mean, it was mentioned right at the start that Watermelon Waddlers actually do have a 6-man roster, so they don't have an option right now to make a sub going into our 3rd map. They are stuck with what they're running. They might switch up a tank or to a DPS or so on, but then probably better off sticking with what they seem comfortable with at this moment.
We've just been informed.
Anubis
is the final pick. The map of doom that always end up in my ranked games. What are we going to see there? I'll be honest, I'm going to make a hot take prediction. I think Lukey Boy's going back on to the position on the Junkrat for first point, and that's what they'll do. And I'd say something similar from Watermelon Waddlers. Any thoughts?
I mean, the defense, I hope that we're going to see something different. Might see some of that good old horse gameplay, the Orisa, the really, really entertaining stuff, you know?
Exactly.
But yeah, we're probably going to see a ball defense coming out from both sides, probably, because they've shown that they're confident on that comp, and that comp is a good comp. It always has been. And I mean, they're both. I mean, Portsmouth are playing it, like you said, clinically. They're picking out their target, going on to them, and it's not really getting shut down as much as they should be. Making the space, taking the duels, and winning what they need to do.
Yeah, as you said, it's just they've got their set list. Here's the plan: hack Callum, flashbang Callum, rigstun Callum, then kill Callum, and then it's done. There's nothing more to be done after that. If you don't have your main tank, it's not going to be very fun.
Yeah, the note that they had going into the last map was bully Callum.
Exactly.
And that was it. Yeah, that's all the coaching they needed. And they followed through on it. Just denied him a lot of that attack. Yeah, Anubis though.
I believe we're
going to see this map pretty soon. I mean, first point being attack-wise, a lot more dive prone. You do see some teams running a brawl. But yeah, second point, definitely moving more towards the brawl than the dive. So we could see some comp switches coming through halfway through this map. Yeah, who doesn't
exactly as predicted? Lukey Boy back on the flex DPS and JJP back in on the main tank. These two have been explosive so far this series. So,
and JJP has picked up the Orisa IDW also with the Sigma. So going for a double shield comp.
Finally, the horse makes an appearance.
The horse makes an appearance. I say that as IDW switches onto a Diva. And actually, I prefer the Diva pick over the Sigma pick on a map like Anubis, because the Diva has a lot more mobility to high ground than Sigma. So IDW is going to be able to peel for Rift and Lukey Boy much more effectively than he would be able to on Sigma.
Exactly, yeah. And unless he's been practicing his Sigma rock jumps, the Diva is just able to get places. And we've seen previously, the last map, IDW absolutely carried his goddamn brains out on the Diva, so I'm happy to see that character staying in the roster. And a very classical dive from Watermelon Waddlers. With the Moira and the Lucio, that's a bit more interesting. Bubble comes out from Calm already. Yanba goes incredibly low. He manages to get through the choke just about. Now they just have to try to set up, get their cooldowns back, and approach this choke. A delicate machine that needs to be cracked open.
Yeah, and we just appreciate this positioning coming in from Portsmouth.
Oh, Callum goes incredibly low. So low. Yamba as well. They managed to keep them alive. And
I think that might have been a shot from Rift combined with Lukey Boy's stickies. Yeah, as I was saying, sorry, the positioning from Portsmouth, it just means that it's going to be so much harder for Watermelon to engage. And
look at all this pressure Lukey Boy's putting in onto this enemy team. Moira is super low, goes 1 down 1, and Lukey Boy gets the kill. Rift gets the headshot onto Jix. That is a difficult shot to make, but these are the professionals. They know what they're doing. They hit the shots that we don't hit in our ranked games, and that's why Jix is currently in the spawn room.
Yeah, tell me about it. The mechanical warlords over here hitting shots that we are never going to hit. Rift with that dragons now online, and you can
I expect to see some sort of pull dragon.
Yeah,
classical 2018 maneuver. Another dive coming in here. They're going right side this time. The Sombra gets uncloaked, so that's a few seconds. Hack goes in onto Lucky Boy. That could be huge, but the peel from Sheep and IDW again just keeps them alive. Inside of the unsung heroes of this roster. Dragon comes in. Oh, the Moira goes so low. Rift gets the kill once again. Get bit. It's taken down, but I don't think it's going to be enough with this Echo ult. It's been Diva bombs on all sides today. EMP comes out. I'm not sure about that EMP from Caesar after so many people go down. Lucky Boy takes down Kronos. Beat invested as well. This is a huge investment from the Watermelon Wanderers. I think at this stage they're desperate. This fight has not been going their way so far.
Yeah, I mean, that whole investment in that fight was all over the place. Committing the EMP was probably a dead cause anyway, and then they commit the beat. Really believing that fight can go on, but to 3v5, and in that situation you just kind of die on point or reset, get back into your spawn.
And with 90 seconds remaining, that's a bit of a mistake to make. You'll probably get an EMP back, but are you going to be able to use it effectively before the clock runs out? Hopefully they touch the point this time. They've had a bit of an issue with that in the first map, so Rift on the Hanzo getting lots of damage done, but Callum gets melted down. The bongo onto the monkey is just it's like a hot knife through butter.
So much work.
I would not like to be Callum right now. He's just getting absolutely bullied in this game, and it's not particularly fair. JJP goes down on the Orisa, but Yanba, it's a very scrappy fight this one, but Rift on the Hanzo is doing absolute bits right now. Got the Dragon Strike once again. If you can get this Diva out of mech, then they can keep this fight going, but I don't think they really need it. Jix takes down the Baby Diva, but it's a bit of a very scrappy fight all in all.
Yeah, I mean, it's going all over the place, and actually didn't notice Callum has made the
full
switch.
Dragon straight from Rift and from JJP takes down Walker. That's really all you need to secure the fight now with the oh Jesus, look at that tracking from Caesar. Jesus, who is this man? Good tracking on Caesar, that is. Jesus, Lukey Boy has been doing absolute bits this entire series, and with 10 seconds remaining, it's looking like they're not even going to be able to touch. Even if they're going to win the fight, there's no one even in the vicinity. Just about with Callum on the ball, and it's Caesar next on the Sombra. They can take out Sheep here.
Does come through.
But, nothing goes through. Kronos goes down. Caesar goes down. I expect it'll be Baby Diva next. Yeah, Rift taking down the opponents. With a big bomb from IDW. Just about the Lucio on the roller skates. Can he do it? Don't believe so. And with Walker going down, that's
1v6.
Another full hold from the Portsmouth Paladins. It looks like the Watermelon Wanderers are a bit. Put up at least some sort of performance on the first map, but since then they've been more or less invisible.
Yeah, I mean, Watermelon Wanderers definitely looking shaken on that map. Shaken, not stirred, as a great man might say. Yeah, definitely. Just not looking in it. They're dropping ults left, right, and centre, and just doesn't look like they've fully got a plan on what they're committing into each fight, and what they're expecting out of a team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and with the coordination of the Portsmouth Paladins, it looks like it's going to be martinis all around in celebration in a short time.
Yeah, could be a miraculous hold coming through from Watermelon Wonders, but how dominant that defense was, it's going to be hard to believe.
It's drawable at best, anyway. We're looking at a double shield coming out from the Watermelon Wonders.
Come on, Watermelon. Draw. Give
Force
us that draw.
Sigma's here.
3-2.
Hopefully Cronus has been practicing his rock jumps to have the same mobility as ITW on the Diva. I think it's a Sombra from Rift here that's going to make the big difference in this one, to be honest.
The hacks are going to be a big player. And I mean, Lukey Boy running out on a Reaper. It looks like they're kind of playing a rush comp, a rush/zombie comp. It's kind of like a hybrid comp. I think it is a zombie comp, but with Rhine instead. So it doesn't look like JJP is going to be switching off, and I'm interested to see that this is like their own kind of adaptation. If JJP is much more comfortable on the Rhine than he is the Monkey, then this is going to work out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the Reaper is just going to absolutely tear through the Sigma and the Orisa, the big hunks of metal to shoot at, so could be quite effective. So long as Watermelon Wonders can keep their distance, though, they should be fun, because it's more of a close-range comp that Portsmouth have going on right now.
What a pull, the pull.
Massive pull.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, the Rhine shield is there. Yanba goes down immediately. Kronos is 1. This is just a disaster for the Watermelon Modelers. They were meant to hold for 4 minutes, not after 30 seconds. JJP goes down, but I don't think it's really going to be enough. There's nobody on the point to touch, and there we have it. The Portsmouth Paladins take the series 3-0 to take the title.
And there we have our winter champions for Overwatch. Portsmouth Paladins doing absolute bits. Lukey Boy being amazing all series, but Rift, I mean, it's probably going to be the 2 headshots in this last fight that we see.
Beautiful.
What a flick! And yeah, I think it's the Moira that he headshots.
You can see there, Yanba on the Moira. It's just they realise what's going on, and that's it. That's the 3-0. That's the series done.
Wow. Didn't see my 3-2. Didn't see my reverse sweep coming through. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight, thinking what could have they done better. And so will they. But I mean, congratulations to Portsmouth Paladins. Very well played from them, looking dominant throughout the series. And yeah, I mean, looking at their series record, looking at their past record of this whole split, it's quite interesting to see if there's gonna be anybody who can challenge this team, because they are looking very, very good.
Only dropping 3 maps in the entire run is it's a feat to be impressed by, at the very least.
And I mean, they
2
won in the
tournaments in a row,
spring as well. Yeah, 2 tournaments in a row. They might be they're pulling a San Francisco shock. Next split, they're going to be looking for the free-peat. So
exactly.
yeah,
but that being said, I think we have to give some credit to the Watermelon Modelers. They're a brand new roster essentially, and there was flashes of brilliance. Jix on the Far was doing an enormous amount of work. Yamba was doing very well, getting those big anti-nades in, which is invaluable for the number of team fight. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They were going up against too much of a seasoned roster. Portsmouth Paladins, they've been around for a while. They know who they are. They know what their style is, and so there's not much to be done.
Yeah,
especially just hitting headshots like that.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Rift absolutely popping off on Anubis with the Hanzo, just dinking people left, right, and center. And I mean, these replays just show the level of gameplay coming out from Portsmouth, the coordination coming through as well, and yeah, I mean, 3-0. What I mean, as a caster, we don't ever love seeing a 3-0. We much prefer seeing a closer series, but I'm always happy to come out and cast a nice strong series coming out from one of the sides.
Bit of a stomp, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, you know. So we'll see. Of course, our Paladins will continue on in the future. Any other thoughts on perhaps player of the match? I know what I've got in mind.
For me, it's Lukey Boy.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%. Definitely.
The DPS, he's been making moves, and maybe if JJP had played all 3 maps, then I'd be more leaning towards him, because he did do a really good job on that main tank. But Lukey Boy has been finding those kills, and we saw that kill onto Caesar where he perfectly tracked that man. Tracked the Sombra and landed those headshots, just taking him out. And you could tell that Caesar just didn't see that coming. He probably had a translocator set up, but just didn't react to it. Didn't expect to be dinked like that by an Echo.
The triple dink is one to fear indeed, yeah.
And I mean, an Echo in close range is going to do way more damage than at long range because of her spread that does actually come with a tri-shot. So just 3 straight bullets to the head.
Not
you're
good
out.
for the health
Go
usually.
back to spawn.
And it wasn't even just the DPS. Like Lucky Boy on the Wrecking Ball at some stage as well, doing even still work on that. On Nubani, I think we have to give MVP to IDW on the Diva because that was just marvelous.
Oh
play,
yeah,
but
the 2
overall,
pulse bomb meets. Yeah, he got
On
those
3K.
2 pulse bomb meets, denying pushes from Watermelon Waddlers, and yeah, just dominating the match. That map, sorry, with especially the bomb, just to clean up right at the end, killing 3 people.
I mean, it was a bit of a done deal, but it's always nice to have the final cleanup with the bang.
Surprise, guys! I am back. Hello. How did you guys enjoy that series? A 3-0. Sorry, Latarg, the underdog story didn't really come to play for Overwatch. But Daring, how does it feel to be right?
It doesn't feel great, to be honest. It's never nice to watch a stump like that. There was sparks of brilliance in the first map, especially, but Boston Paladins, they're just too strong. There's nothing you can really do to stop a roster like that that's just has so much synergy, has been together so long.
Absolutely dominant performance from them. They really did go 3-0. We were kind of messing around with the fact that we're going to be seeing 5 maps. I know both of you kind of did go for that prediction. It was a 3-2 or a 3-1 from both of your sides. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see the 5 maps, but we did see a very strong performance, some good Overwatch from the side of Paladins, and they absolutely just stomped it. I know you guys kind of already spoke about the player, the MVP of these matches, and all in all, I think everybody just really pulled their weight and they just made sure that it all works very well and coherently as a team together. So we actually have Sheep confirmed for the interview from the Paladins. Hello, Sheep. How's it going? First of all, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
Thanks. Yeah, it's good to win. Honestly, we kind of expected it against Staffs, against Watermelon Waddlers. Like, we've played, as you saw from the record against through the season, they've not even given us much trouble throughout the season, really. They're always a team we definitely had to try properly against. Like we had to really try against them, but we were pretty confident we could get the win.
And I see that you're wearing a jersey with your name on it. Absolutely love that. Really into team spirit. You guys did incredible today, and as you mentioned, you guys did play against Watermelon beforehand, and that was also a win. So, do you think maybe you guys came into this more aware of their strategies? Were you guys feeling more relaxed? How did it feel coming in here, knowing that you had already won a game against them beforehand?
Yeah, it definitely helps knowing we've beaten them before. Watermelon Waddlers tend to play a pretty normal style. Like, some of the teams we play against in both NSC and Yule are really quite whack. They run weird stuff, and that often takes us a bit more off guard. Whereas Watermelon Waddlers, they always run normal stuff, and we've played against normal stuff enough that we know what we're doing. So we weren't expecting any massive curveballs coming into the game.
And you guys just, I'm assuming, prepare for that through practice. What goes into your team behind the scenes, because you guys do have, the 7-man roster, you're able to swap out players. How do you decide when to swap out players? How do you guys prepare just to be able to come in here and show your best?
So this season we haven't actually done much practice outside of the game. Normally in previous seasons, because we've been around as a team for 3 years now, I think, we kind of know what everyone's strengths are, and so we in some previous seasons we have practiced quite a lot. In terms of who we run, it's actually quite clear. So Lukey Boy, as you saw, played Wrecking Ball exclusively on map 2, and his Wrecking Ball is really good. And JJPT90 is definitely more of a Reinhardt specialist. And whilst you did see him play Ball a little bit on Li Jiang, he sometimes struggles a little bit on Ball, whereas Lukey very much is a carry potential on Ball. I think he actually said at the end of Nabani, I think he was spouting off about having 4 gold medals playing the Wrecking Ball there. So he's definitely able to come alive on that Wrecking Ball. So that's pretty much. So generally we look at the map and go, do we want to run Wrecking Ball more, or do we want to run Reinhardt more? And that's informs our decision.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting to know, and of course it's a good strategy to have here. I have 2 amazing casters with me here today. I'm going to give them both a shot to ask you a more technical and in-depth question. So I'm going to start off with Daring Paradox. Do you happen to have any questions here for Sheep today?
Well, it wouldn't be technical or in-depth, but I just really have to ask, how do you sleep at night bullying main tanks like that?
Oh, it's great fun. It's great fun. I love playing again. Yeah, I feel bad for main tanks. I mean, we have our own games where we get main tanks bullied quite a lot, and it's quite hard to keep some of our players playing the game after they get some particularly bullied in a game. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Fair enough, I suppose. If it works, it works.
Hear it from
If it
him.
works, it works. What about you, Latark? Do you happen to have any maybe in-depth questions? I'm just gonna throw a maybe out because I'm not sure.
Maybe. I mean, strategy-wise, you came in. You definitely showed that you were confident both on the brawl and the ball. And I mean, on that Orisa Diva, what made you choose the Diva over the Sigma? Because I did say on the cast, but I just kind of want to support what I said and make sure that's right.
So basically, with the Orisa Sigma, or the issue with the Orisa Sigma is that the Sigma can't actually block as much damage as the Diva. Because, well, we've played. This is actually coming from previous games. When we played against them before, I think it was them. They tend to run a very similar comp to that. With the Orisa Sigma and pretty much a mirror matchup. Honestly, I think it was the summer season for NSE, we played against them, and I think every time we played against them, we drew Anubis running the same comps, the mirror matchup, like 4 games running. It was quite annoying. But they decided to run something different this time, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. But, I mean, props on them for not running the double shield. But the Diva basically can eat the big cooldown. So when we're used to playing against Echo and Hanzo, for example, the Storm Arrows and the Echo Sticky Bombs can be eaten by the Diva, whereas with a Sigma, you can't really block that as much. So that was our reasoning for Diva. Also, it gives us the option to push onto any people possibly taking the high ground, and it can peel a lot better for the Baptiste. So lots of reasons to run Diva over Sigma, I think.
Yeah,
we'll count that as a correct analysis from Latark.
We'll definitely say that's right. Yeah, I'm taking that as a win.
You happy about that? You think that's a good answer? Does it qualify what you said?
Answer.
Yeah.
It's way better than my prediction of what it was. So, yeah, much more in depth.
Leave it to
you know what, guys? Yeah, exactly. And you live and you learn, so don't worry about it. You know, you guys did great on the cast today, and also you guys played an absolutely incredible game there, Sheep. You should be really proud of yourself going 3-0 here, showing us why the Paladins just had so many high expectations coming in, and they really did live up to these expectations, but you are setting the bar quite high for next season, so good luck with that as well. Just gonna ask you here if you happen to have any final shout outs or mentions you want to do before we end the interview.
I mean, just thanks for my team for actually, turning up and still playing the game. At this point with Overwatch, it's a tough ask, but we were all on today playing the game before the match, which so it's good to have. Thanks to them for actually playing the game.
Thank you so much for being here. It was absolutely incredible to have you on the interview and also just to see you guys play. So I hope you enjoy your celebrations because I'm sure you guys are going to go celebrate. Just make sure to keep it COVID safe, by the way, guys.
Yep. Well, thank you very much for the cast.
Thank you for being here.
Anytime.
So, casters, how are we feeling about, after having the interview and speaking with Sheep, how are we feeling about the game so far?
Sorry, I'll let you start, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Portsmouth, very, very dominant. And you know what, going forward, I'm going to be watching this team specifically to see if anyone can challenge them. Because they didn't seem challenged there, and this is a final. So, and considering they also won last split, they're going to be heading for that three-peat. Spring.
Yeah.
So in the spring I'm going to be looking to see if anybody can kind of challenge this team and bring them to their knees. I was talking about the underdog before, and I'm sticking by it. I still want them to go down.
So, speaking about this team getting challenged here, what do you think is something that can be exploited with this team?
I mean, the support line is very strong, but I think you can probably try and punish that flexibility that they have, slight flexibility that he literally just mentioned, about how JJP is way more of a Rhine player and not very comfortable on the ball or the dive tanks, and then the other main tank that they ran is much more confident running on a ball kind of comp, and then kind of switching up the meta, because I think things can be ebbed and flowed, and comps can be changed in Overwatch mid-match, and you can see all kinds of things coming out, catching people off guard.
What about you, Darrington? Do you think there's... I know you told me earlier to freestyle it, and I just freestyled it, and I feel so bad about it. I am so sorry.
Don't worry about it. I don't think there's much I can really hit it nail on the head. Like the best opportunity people need is just get a chisel in to that main tank position where they're running the ball or they're rawing. You find a way to exploit that and finally answer the question: do gods bleed? The three-peat happen next year, and they do what the Shock didn't. That we see next year.
Yes, stay and follow the NSC to find out on the next episode of the Champions Finals. It's going to be in spring 2022, so that is quite a while from now. But before we end here, you guys did an amazing job on the cast, and I want to ask, I'm going to start off with Daring. I'm not going to freestyle your name anymore. I'm going to start off with Daring here and ask if you happen to have any final shout-outs or mentions you want to say before we end the broadcast.
Production team for the opportunity and for paying the barbell. And secondly, Jess in the Irish Overwatch community, thanks to her for all the retweets and announcements and all sorts of stuff like that. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
That is very wholesome. What about you, Letarg? Do you have anything to say?
I mean, gotta thank the production team again. I mean, I'm so happy to have an opportunity like this, and I look forward to having any kind of opportunity like this again. So shout out to my dad and my mum. I did send them the link to this beforehand, and I'm hoping they've stayed around, even though they don't understand what's happened.
That is absolutely wholesome. My parents don't even know what esports is, so I'm not even going to bother sending them any links here. But absolutely cute to have that support going on in the background. Just for you guys at home, the Intel giveaway is still running. It will be closed tonight at midnight. So if you do ! In the chat, giveaway. ! Giveaway in the chat, then you're going to be able to see how you can enter it, and maybe you can win a Christmas jumper that, maybe if your parents know about esports, you can give that to them on Christmas Day, and then you don't have to buy them a gift. You never know. But thank you guys so much for being here throughout this entire weekend. It was an absolute blast, and now I'm going to ask myself if I have any final shout-outs or mentions to say, and I want to give a shout-out to production. I want to start off with giving a shout-out to Jake. Just having you scream in my ear, good job, after every single segment is it's so wholesome and so nice of you. So the dramatic countdowns will be stuck in my head forever. 10 seconds until Genie's on screen. Yes, but thank you guys so much for having me, and it was an absolute amazing and incredible opportunity, and hoping to do more of this. Was my first thing live. NSC, just incredible. So I hope you guys enjoyed it at home. If you happen to want to make sure that you don't miss anything, follow NSC on their socials, check out their websites. There's a lot more things coming. And again, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. A couple hours that is left of it, and good luck tomorrow, whether it's work or uni.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with EpicLAN has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at EpicLAN that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out, and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to EpicLAN a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At BUEC Esports, we're very keen on breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend is jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NEC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NEC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.